Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 419. Moriarty. I'm joined as always by my son, Chris Reagan. Chris, I forgot that it's a little bit boring because it's, I guess, the 8th anniversary, but our 8th anniversary just passed. We published the first episode of Sacred Symbols number 1, early July, right after 4th of July, I recall, 2018. Happy anniversary!
Been a long time, man.
It has been a little too long. Some might say.
Dude, it's insane. I think about 8 years ago, and it's like nothing is the same. Somehow, I really thought that there was maybe like a plateau, or it's like, oh well, there's certain things where it's like, okay, the phones are kind of the same,
right? The phone, yep, that's true.
But like,
we still type on QWERTY keyboards,
right? It's getting harder and harder to just find rounding.
I have such distinct memories of that era, just because it was the, you know, it launched us into the next stratosphere. But like 8 years, you know, it's a little boring. 8 years.
It's not like a milestone number,
right?
Really.
So it's like we'll get to episode 500 before we get to 10 years, and so we'll do that when the time comes. But let's see what happens. Who knows if we'll even be alive at that point? Any of us. Certainly individuals as well.
It's a big if.
What's going on in your life? How's everything going? Everything good with you?
Yeah, it's going okay. There's like, I think, you know, sometimes things in like there's like structural or like appliance things that'll go wrong in your house, and you're like, oh, it must have been this exact amount of time since all of this stuff was worked on.
Right.
So like they've all coincidentally kind of shat the bed. I'm having some issues with like some of the electrical shit here, and there's like the floor, like what, like there's like a divot in the floor that I just noticed. It's like, okay, great. So now today's just like a busy day of like, I think I got some people coming in to just fix stuff. So it's just kind of, I'd rather just like, it's awkward though, because I'm going to be playing video games while these people like,
yeah.
it's so uncomfortable. But
and they're gonna be like, are you playing Xbox 360? Because I was looking at the games you're playing later. Although maybe you're playing them through Xbox Series. I don't know.
No, I have a story about that, I guess.
We'll get to that. It's funny, man, because it is annoying. Like, it depends on you. Do you have a corporate landlord, or do you have like a real landlord?
We have a corporate landlord.
Yeah. Okay. So I actually think those are much better places to live in. Like that's the ideal situation in terms of getting shit fixed, because I realized that when I lived in the place in Santa Monica where we met, was like I had to get the dishwasher replaced once, and it was getting so loud. Like I realized at some point, I'm like, why is the dishwasher so loud? Like you couldn't even talk to each other in the living room. So they came and fixed it, and you realize like the maintenance people, they don't give a fuck, because they're totally disconnected from the cost factor of this. So they're like, oh yeah, I'll replace it, and they just gave me like a new dishwasher. But I know from living with a mom and pop landlord, like when anything ever broke in Johnson's apartment in San Francisco that I lived in, he would send some weird dude, didn't speak English, like some Chinese guy, and he would just poke around. Like you had no idea what was going on, like what was going to get fixed and what wasn't. They would speak to each other, and you knew you were bothering them, and you knew that it was going to be the cheapest and most bootleg possible solution to the problem you've ever experienced. And so I did come to appreciate that aspect of the corporate landlord. Well, like they're like, yeah, whatever, just we'll fix whatever. It doesn't matter.
Well, here's the great thing about that. It's like now you get the I don't care with the incredibly cheap solutions.
Oh, good.
To everything. Good. It's like that's how everything is.
They've put it together.
Yeah, they've merged.
Right.
Dimensional merge with these things. So it's like it's kind of like it's a little frustrating, but it is what it is. It's fine. A part of me wishes just like, and part of me I've already done this sort of where things have broken. I'm just like, I'm just gonna fix this. You know what I mean? I'm not probably allowed to do any of this, but like, I don't care. It's like how I've nailed everything into my walls. You know, like you're technically supposed to use like command strips or whatever.
Right.
And I did try that, but then like they just don't work. The walls in my apartment, you can't really probably tell because like there's so much stuff on them. All of it nailed. but it's just there's like a vague, it's not quite that like stucco ceiling. It's not quite that, but it's like vaguely textured.
Right.
So you can't really use command strips. It doesn't really work that well. So I'm like, well, I'm not going to live in a white box. So I'm nailing the shit in, and
yeah,
you guys can deal with it.
Yeah, they'll do
if you need to
use do the old toothpaste trick afterwards.
I did that.
Yeah.
I did that.
Yeah, there's something like. I'm sorry. Go ahead. No, please.
No, I was gonna say because like the last apartment that I had was also a corporate landlord. I think it's I don't know if it's the same company or if that company was bought up by the company that does it now. But like we had a whole mold, like there was like water damage in my closet or whatever because my closet shared a wall with like the what do you call? I guess like the main. I guess the social bathroom. I guess the one that's not a part of the a master bedroom or whatever. And it was like a big streak of black on the wall. It's like, oh shit, this is bad. And so I called them and they came and they said, oh yeah, we'll just need an hour. And I'm like, an hour? And then I left the apartment for an hour and I came back and they just painted over it. And I was like, well, I have to move.
Yeah. Like
there's definitely like black mold all over this. Like, what are we doing here? That's insane. And now, and I started getting paranoid about like, what else did they paint over? You know, it's uncomfortable.
Yeah,
insane.
I do not. When things break in my house, like things are always I got like just random things happen all the time, and it sucks. Where it's like, fuck, you know.
Yeah.
Like I dented like one of the water spouts outside that like and I was like, fuck, like just things that like, or I got some pool salt on the floor in my garage and it ate away at some of the concrete. And I'm like, oh my God, you know, like, so it sucks. Like there's always something happening. And I do, you know, in my mind, I'm like, man, I miss the days where you didn't have to worry about it. It was like, well, this is your problem, not my problem. But
right.
I don't miss living in those situations really at all in the apartments, man. These fucking crazy situations all the time.
I wouldn't mind it so much if I could just like, if I was just allowed to fix things to the degree that I know how to fix. Like I've worked in like, no, I want to say construction because that's kind of crazy. But like I've built shit like with my parents, and like it's been like we built our basement together out of like sheetrock and like wood beams. We did all the shit ourselves. We drew up the like I know how to fix anything. Like if there's like a wall that I have to knock down, I can do it, and I can put it back up perfectly fine. So it bothers me that I'm not allowed to really.
I'd have to watch a lot of YouTube videos. I think I'd have my hands full with anything.
I definitely
like
probably have to like reacquaint myself with some stuff because it's been so long.
I'm gonna have to acquaint myself with things. I do believe. Well, yeah. Nonetheless, I hope everything goes well with your various repairs and
it should be fine.
Yeah, the corporate. God, you know, the one thing that I remember about that I hated my corporate landlord in Santa Monica just because they were very stubborn and stiff. You know, because where I'd be like, I remember renewing my lease with them a couple of times and being like, listen, we live like blocks from the beach. This is clear. You guys are clearly renting out a bunch of these places on Airbnb. There's probably half of us that like actually live here and then half of us that clearly don't, just random people all the time in there. And it doesn't bother me at all. But I'm like, I'm a steady source of income for you. Don't you, can we negotiate on this price? And they're like, no, I don't think so. And then I remember like, cause I'm just crazy like this. So I wanted to pay them like way ahead of time. And I wrote them a check for like 6 months rent.
Oh yeah.
And they were like, you can't do this. And I'm like, but I'm in a lease and I'm trying to pay you the month's rent. And they're like, yeah, we only take it a month at a time. Sorry. If I gave Johnson 6 months rent, he would have fucking shit his pants.
Yeah. That is so kind of
it's just annoying. I don't know, whatever.
It is irritating. I think I've gotten the better of these guys, though. I got to be honest. Because did I ever tell you this about like how I think like I'm pretty sure at some point they raised my rent, and they were like they called me to let me know that I hadn't been paying the new amount, and I remember being like, oh, okay, and then I went and just paid the same exact amount again, and I've been doing that the entire time. And they have not said it. And in fact, I think they raised it like so egregiously that because I remember there was an apartment going like kind of next to me for like 3,600 or something, which is insane. And I think it's actually the same exact kind of apartment that I have. I'm paying way less than that, but like it's the same exact kind of apartment that this is, except it's got one less bathroom, so it's actually worse technically. And they were charging 3,600, and that was like a year and a half ago. I checked, and then that was taken off, and then I saw it go again for the price that I'm paying now, like which is like damn near like almost like over $1,000 less. So I think my just straight up refusal to pay any more than I'm paying was just like, I guess this is the ceiling of what we can
Yeah,
pay.
that's it. That's the rate. Good for you.
Yeah.
I would have been too paranoid to pull shit like that.
Yeah, I just don't. I kind of just don't care at this point. It's like whatever.
I mean, what's the worst that could happen? The worst that could happen, I guess, is that you would. Well, I guess they could just be billing you, like be accumulating this money over years and then bill you for it. But I don't know. The worst thing is probably they could remove you from and be like you're evicted from the apartment and be like, all right, I guess you go get another place. It probably might be a blessing you, but maybe even get a better place.
That's a story. That's as far as I'm concerned. That's a story.
Right.
You know, that's fine. Evict me.
Please. Well, it's good to be here with you today, Chris. It's good to see you, and it's good to be here with everyone out there as well. Thank you for joining us today for Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. We go live each and every week. You can get us 3 days early and ad-free over on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia. Early ad-free access to every episode of this show and all the shows in our network. The ability to submit your inquiries to all the shows via the threads in the news feed. Each week, you get access to our Discord. You can use RSS links and Spotify links to connect your early access podcasts to your podcast service of choice if you'd like. And so much more. Sacred Symbols Plus, of course, our weekly supplement to Sacred Symbols, where we do deep dives and game discussions and all sorts of other things, interviews. Recently, Chris did a very well-received episode with Cog about the end of Destiny and what's going on with this what seems like late stage Bungie, I think we can describe them as at this point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So thank you for doing that, Chris. That was very well received. We appreciate that. Go check that out. Recently had Reese Elliott on again for talk about game data and all the rest. He's from Alinea Analytics, of course. We did our Pragmata review discussion and spoilercast recently as well, and a bunch of other stuff. But I'm going to have Tom from Moore's Law is Dead on to talk more about hardware, because there's a lot going on with that in terms of pricing and recent, I'm going to use terminology here that you wouldn't usually hear me say, but the BOM of the PlayStation 6 approaching $1,000 and all the rest. So looking forward to having him on. And of course, we can talk about all the hardware stuff, the disc stuff. What I really want to ask him, Chris, is about the disc stuff with PS6. I don't think they're going to reverse course on that, but I don't think there's any chance they reverse course really on PS6. Maybe they do. But I wanted to ask him, would it be possible for them to be like, could we get a disk drive going externally, obviously right now, like from scratch, if they needed to get it ready for launch? If they could it even be done really based on manufacturing and the sophistication of having to make it connect and all? I don't know, and then getting your disc manufacturer up. We'll see.
Yeah, I don't know.
I look forward to talking to him. And yeah, we have a couple of great guests coming up that I think you guys will really enjoy. Mark Davis wrote in and said, Colin, any chance you'd be interested in having Jason Schreier on Sacred Symbols Plus? I think he'd make for a really interesting guest, especially with all the recent news he's been reporting on. Do you think he'd even be willing to come on? I don't know. I've interviewed Jason in the past, but that was a long time ago. I was friendly with, I don't know, would I call us friends? I'm friends with a lot of people, I guess, in quotes, but we were definitely friendly. We had a good rapport. And one of the last things I ever did at Kind of Funny was an interview with Jason Schreier back in 2017. First of all, I haven't watched his videos, but I'm so happy that he's doing them, because I don't understand why. He must know that people take all of his stuff that he reports and then make it into these videos or podcasts like we're doing. It's like, why not just do it yourself? And he's getting like a shit ton of traffic or whatever. So it's really good for him. I said this recently. I think that Jason, for some reason, blocked me a long time ago on Twitter, but then I noticed more recently that I'm unblocked. I think this was after the TJ Smash stuff and all of the rest that I got unblocked. I became,
maybe.
I think, I don't know. I don't know what that was all about, but Mark, you're not the first person to ask me this. You're not even remotely the first person to ask me this. And I'll reach out to him and see. I got to figure out if I'm sure he has an email address I can find. And maybe I'll even send him this clip so you can see that people are asking for him. But is he willing to come on? I would doubt it, but I would like to have him on. The thing is that I have no beef with Jason. So even him blocking me, I don't really even remember what that was about, but a lot of people really disrespect Jason or whatever. And I've always been like, well, we don't get along, I guess. But obviously he's the preeminent games reporter. Like hate the game. Don't hate the player.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
He probably just used like a blockchain thing, I guess that's a different thing now, but like a block bot. What the hell would you?
Oh yeah, I remember those.
I never call it now because now a blockchain is all this crypto crap.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I don't. It's funny you say that, Chris, because I was going to ask you this recently. Like, I had to block a couple of people on Twitter because, well, not people, these bots.
Yeah.
That I realized, like, were responding with like those quippy Chat GPT like things. Like, you know what I'm talking about? Like the really clever Chat GPT writing, that style where it's like, this is crazy. That's not a this, it's a this.
Right.
That kind of thing. And I'm like, oh my. And I saw a couple of people do it and I was like, and then I posted on something days later and I saw it again. And I was like, I gotta block you. Like, I don't want this because this brings me to an interesting question for you, which is like, what is your protocol with blocking on social media? Because you might remember, I don't know if you remember this. Why would you? Years ago, I unblocked everyone I ever blocked because I felt like I was being too aggressive with blocking over the years. And I had blocked, let's say 1,000 people or something like, and I'm like, that's ridiculous. Right. So I unblocked everyone. And then and ever since then, I've had new blocking protocols. I don't block people for insulting me. People say horrible things to me all the time and I don't, unless it's like, I just don't. I block people for very, very specific reasons, mostly for being annoying.
Yeah.
I block reply guys.
Yes.
So people that make themselves present. And I block people who bring bullshit into things that have nothing to do with that bullshit. So like on 4th of July, I tweeted out the 4th of July thing and there were a few people that were being ridiculous. And I'm like, well, I'm blocking you. Keep the ridiculous shit for the ridiculous shit. You know what I mean? Let's meet and match the energy. So that's like that's my new protocol and has been is like reply guys. And now the AI bots have to be in the mix as well, I guess.
Yes. It's usually the AI. The AI bots, the obviously fake accounts. It's usually for me it's that for sure, and then it's people who reply to everything with just like I don't care if you're like antagonistic or whatever, or if you just like disagree with me all the time, like it's fine. But like, does it really have to be every single time? Like you can't possibly disagree with me every single time. Sometimes I'm not even tweeting anything; it's just a picture of like a lane or something. And
right? Like you got to
like disagree with me. Like what do you mean?
Right?
Get out of here.
Right. That's the thing with the 4th of July post was I was like, no.
Yeah. And there are some people who, if I just feel like if I'm really engaging with them, because I like to have conversations and I like to like argue, but like if I'm engaging with somebody and it's like very clear that there's just like a level of like either dishonesty or just genuine, like there's just an intellectual gap that we cannot connect, you're gone. I can't. There's so much stupid shit that's being said all the time. If I find it and single it out, I have no reason not to kill it. Is how I feel about it. So it's just like that's usually, but it's not many. I think I have like maybe like 30 people blocked in the entire time that I've used Twitter. I don't really use it, although I do use it and I do block people and then unblock them.
Oh, to make them unfollow you
if they're following me, because I'm just like, what are you doing here? Like, I don't really
I like doing. I've done that as well. Yeah, it's funny, man. Like you can tell when I'm sitting at my computer because I really only use Twitter on my computer, right? Like as like a user, and so there'll be days where it's like I'll tweet 3 times and answer 5 tweets, and then I won't tweet for like 5 days, and it's because I'm just really not at my computer. So you can just tell I'm being distracted about it. Like this week I've been on my computer a lot doing shit, so I've been very distracted by it. But it's funny, man. Like we've talked about like, so the reply guy thing is funny too, but like people that are, I don't know if I wish Twitter and really any other thing, I don't really use any other thing, I guess, so it doesn't matter. But you and I have discussed in the past the really sadistic YouTube option that only YouTube has that I don't think people even realize exists if you don't put videos on YouTube, which is like you can just block users from appearing So and that's like, that shit to me, I think is so funny and actually really clever, because the entire impetus for it is to stop people from making new accounts. That's like, as I understand, the entire reason. Like, they don't know they're blocked. As far as they're concerned, they're not blocked. They are watching your videos and responding to them, but all you have to do is hover over a name and say hide user from channel. And they can just interact with the channel totally normally, but no one will see it. And I wish that Twitter and other places did that, because I think that that's fucking hysterical. And I don't use, that's a very powerful option, and I don't use it. Like, a lot of people do use that option all the time. I don't use that option very often, but like when someone's really annoying in the comments, or they're usually when people comment a bunch of times, I'm like, hide user from channel. No one's ever, you'll never know, but no one is ever going to see anything you post ever again, as opposed to telling them they're blocked. And I always found that so clever that it's weird that no one's replicated it, as far as I can tell. But I love that that option exists. And I love that a lot of people do not know that that's a thing on YouTube, but it is. So if you're conspicuously posting a lot on videos, on various videos out there that you watch, and you realize, and you're not getting any traction, it might be because you're hidden from the channel. Not to give you any paranoia or give you something to be concerned about.
That's awesome.
Maybe people just aren't interacting with your posts because they're not very good. Maybe you've been hidden from the channel. Who knows?
Used to say.
Sacred streaming. Mondays at 1 p.m. Eastern on our YouTube channel. Having a great time with that. I've been going a little mad, though. I've been even a little mean, I think, to some of the people out there, because I have no one to reel me in. You know? Like, Dustin's not there to reel me in. Lockmore hasn't been there to reel me in. So this week I'm having Jaffe on. I'm sure that's going to be great. So enjoy that next week at 1 p.m. for a little Moriarty Cross Jaffe. And of course, merch at laststandmedia.store. You can get t-shirts and sweatshirts and stickers and hats and all sorts of goods shipped directly from my home. Please go check it out. And thank you for your support. Sacred Symbols is sponsored by BetterHelp, the revolutionary way to seek the talk therapy that may help transform your life. Learn more now at betterhelp.com/symbols, where you can get 10% off your first session. When it comes to the way we in society look at self-care, there's a bit of a disconnect, at least according to BetterHelp's recent 2026 State of Stigma report, in which 2,000 Americans were polled, revealing that while 85% of them say receiving support is wise, 74% say that society discourages people from doing so. In other words, individuals don't tend to see a stigma around stuff like therapy. They merely assume others are judging those choices, but those people themselves don't see it as a bad thing. Thus, it's time to cut through the noise and see if talk therapy might help you live a happier, more productive, and more fruitful life. The thing about talk therapy is that it can help you with just about any of life's trials and tribulations. After all, humanity is an ancient species, and there really are no new experiences under the sun, just disparate people who may be able to connect with much-needed assistance in mind. With a roster of more than 30,000 licensed therapists, BetterHelp deploys its workforce via 21st century pipelines, video, audio, or even just text. This approach removes virtually all barriers to entry for therapy, whether that's proximity to a professional, time in your schedule, transportation, and even cost, by meeting you where you are when you're ready. All you have to do is wield an open mind, be honest about what's troubling you, and remain solutions-oriented and getting through to the other side. I speak from experience, my friends. I've used therapy on and off throughout my life, going back decades now, and if you go in with the right attitude, it really can work for you. Don't let stigma stand in the way of support. Start therapy with BetterHelp. Sign up and get 10% off your first session at betterhelp.com/symbols. That's BetterHelp.com/SYMBOLS. Again, for remote therapy that meets you where you are to great effect, head to betterhelp.com/symbols today. Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Shopify, the deep suite of e-commerce tools we here at Last Stand leverage ourselves to run our own lucrative online merch store. What's stopping you from being the next success story? Learn more now at shopify.com/sacred and get your business off the ground as soon as today. So we've talked about this in the past on the show, but a serendipitous thing happened to us here at Last Stand over the years, something that was really frustrating at first but worked out splendidly in the long run. After moving our merch operation 3 separate times to new vendors for various annoying reasons, we finally got tired of outsourcing everything and instead opted to bring the entire thing in-house. It is, without hesitation, one of the best things that's ever happened to Last Stand financially, and a substantial reason we've been able to be so successful in selling our own merchandise, literally from my garage with my wife packaging and shipping everything, is via the help Shopify has provided us. See, Shopify is an e-commerce point of sale system that covers all the bases you could possibly imagine when it comes to selling goods online. And while we offer shirts and hats and stickers and games and so on, you could sell just about whatever you can imagine. The sky is the limit. From the embryo of your store idea to shipping directly to customers and everything in between, Shopify very much has you covered. It's a pleasure to use, yes, but it's also what it means to us behind the scenes, freeing us from being lost in the weeds and instead focusing on what drives and grows our business. Shopify, on the other hand, is forever in the weeds, so we don't have to be. Likewise, our customers really love the experience too, with tons of people returning for multiple purchases, perhaps encouraged by Shopify's easy one-tap checkout process. They really do have all of the angles covered. With Shopify, nothing stands between your idea and a real business, so go make it one. If you're ready to stop putting off your business and start hearing, then you're ready for Shopify. Start your free trial at shopify.com/sacred today. That's shopify.com/sacred. You heard that right. Start your free trial today at shopify.com/sacred. That's shopify.com/sacred. All right, let's get into a few topics of discussion and stretch our legs, and then we can get into all the news of the week, Chris. We begin with Whiskey Shoots, who wrote into us on Patreon and said, "Hello, Sacred Sluts. I'm writing in to continue what seems like the new weekly tradition of announcing yet another new arrival of a Sacred Symbols baby. She's only 2 days old, but almost immediately poops herself whenever she hears you guys mention no more physical games. She'll never know the thrill of opening a game case and getting to experience that new game smell. Say hello in welcoming my baby girl, Rain, born the day before my birthday on July 6th. Welcome. There's nothing stopping you from going and buying a new game. Like, what's a new game that's recently come out? Like, didn't Assassin's Creed 4 come out?
Resynced, yeah.
Go open that bad boy. Put it right in the baby's face. She'll get the smell imprinted on her brain.
Right.
If there was an instruction manual, you would even be even better. But unfortunately, there's nothing like that for you. It's not too late. It's not too late.
Yeah.
Ye of little faith.
Arguably just in time.
Oh, Whiskey Shoots. Congratulations on the new child.
Yeah.
New member of the Sacred Symbols family. We'll add that to our listener numbers.
Yeah,
Trent
make
Miller
her an
wrote-
account.
Yeah, right.
Make her an account. Open up a bank account for her, and have her subscribe.
We'd really appreciate that.
That'd be interesting if you just had somebody who's just like a lifelong subscriber to a show like this. If it's like their parents, like were for some reason fundamentalists.
Yeah,
and they just signed her up when she was bored.
They got her that like people get some kid like a stock, or something to like give them on their 18th birthday. They got them this instead. I think this is better personally. We appreciate you for writing in and wish you and the child the very best. Trent Miller wrote in and said, "Hello and welcome. We know that Brad is the Green Reaper, but could there be a curse of Dustin? Since he's been gone, we've seen more detrimental layoffs at Bungie, the abandoning of physical games by Sony, and the shutting down of the PS3 and Vita stores. What kind of voodoo are you guys doing at Last Stand? Chris can will things into I see. Chris can will things into existence. Brad has no mojo for Xbox, and now Dustin, what are your powers, Colin? Dustin, we need you back. Thanks and be well. I have no powers. I'm dubious of this. We don't need to give Dustin an ego. I don't think we need to give Dustin more of an ego. We already basically say nothing can happen without Dustin. We don't know what we're doing, and he does all the grunt work that no one wants to do, and we appreciate that. Let's leave it there, in my opinion. We don't have to boost him up. He's not even working right now. Like, he's basically has the summer off, and we're gonna gas him up. Come on, man.
It's like school again.
It is.
Yeah.
And he had the audacity to show up to the stream the other day. And I'm like, get the fuck out of here.
Oh, did he pop into the stream?
Yeah, get out of here. We don't need any of this.
I popped in and I saw you going off on someone about something, but I don't remember what it was.
Oh yeah, I was going off on a lot of people that day. Yeah, we'll get into all that. People are very emotional right now. I feel like I'm matching your emotion. Not you, but them.
Right. The royal you.
Exactly right. And so that's what I was saying. I need someone to reel me back in because I want to fight. You know what I mean? Like,
of course.
If there's something about it that's very attractive to me. It's very old school Colin. I think that that's what the streams have been so fun for, is that like I've mellowed out a lot as I've gotten older. Even really since we've done this show, I think I've been fairly mellow. I used to be crazy, like back in the day with a lot of things. And I thought it was fun. I stopped doing that because like it just didn't feel natural anymore. I'm like, I'm getting older. I don't need to be so aggro about anything, but I'm reverting back to the younger state now when I do these streams. And it's funny to read some of the comments because it's like, man, Colin's being a fucking dickhead. And I'm like, I'm obviously kind of playing a heel. I think that, well, that's the funny thing is that I think it's probably not obvious if you don't. I look at everything as like a continuity.
Sure.
Right. We always say this when we bring up things on Sacred, Chris. It's like, I'm adding it to the record. I just assume everyone listens to everything. That's obviously preposterous. So it's like, if you know how I am and then how I like to lean into just being sarcastic and weird and doing like, I think the streams read a certain way. But if you're just like a newcomer, you're like, wow, this guy really berates his fucking audience.
I think the best streams are the ones where there's a, I don't want to say adversarial necessarily.
Like attention.
I don't want to say, yeah, I like when streamers berate their chat. It's fun.
Yeah.
I like to do it.
Yeah, I think it's fun as well.
I get into them about spelling. I was like, I'm not gonna read if you're gonna not know how to write. Thank you for your donation.
I got mad at some guy because it was actually Joshua Anderson, who he writes into the show sometimes. I recognize his name. Where he had said something, like he wrote in something and I didn't understand what he meant, but then he wrote in again being like, I meant this, I'm Colin's weed brain or whatever. And I did have to be serious. I'm like, because it's no offense to him, he's a very nice person. I've talked to him many times, but it's like, or he's written in many times where it's like, and he's a very nice person, but I'm like, yeah, you don't know me like that. Where like people are now getting in, you know what I mean? Where it's like,
oh, too familiar.
I think people just think they can insult you or just like say things. And you can do whatever you want. But like, that's the kind of stuff that brings out aggro Colin, you know? And we have to just all deal with it, I guess, in one way or the other. But I think it'll be a little better.
That's that parasocial overfamiliarity.
Right. It's not, because I don't mean to be mean about it. It's just like, I just didn't know what you were talking about. It doesn't have to be like about all these other like assumptions about me. Don't get too comfortable. But yeah, it is fun to do I gotta be honest with you, I've really enjoyed it. Like in a different world, I would just do that. Cause it's so easy.
Yeah. Do you see why people do it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is.
You don't gotta edit nothing. It's good.
It's so easy. I've articulated this. I think it's so easy to the point where I feel bad about it. Where I'm like, you're just watching this, like 1,000 of you. I'm not putting any thought into it. Like I put an enormous amount of time into this show that you're listening to right now, like preparing for it, studying, getting the notes together, like getting the show order. Like I spend hours doing that. I walk into a stream, I don't even know what I'm going to do. And then it's like, oh, okay. Like this is a totally lucrative and like this is an option. And I'm like, but creatively, I'm like, God, it's bankrupt.
It's a symbiotic
that's what
format.
you want. Yeah.
It's a symbiotic format. It's like without the audience in the chat, you don't really have anything to do or say. And then they kind of like, it's like a feedback loop kind of thing. Mm-hmm. It's like a hydra, like it's like those what is it? The water engines where like the river kind of makes the fan go. Where it's just like, I've never planned out a stream ever in my life. It's usually just like, I'll show up and somebody will say something and then that'll be a tangent, which will lead to other reactions, which will lead to more tangents. And it fills itself out. It's really fun and it's easy.
Yeah, it is fun and it is easy. And like, I'm a podcaster at heart. I think because I do like prepared content and I like doing things like this, like live to tape as it were. But yeah, there's something very attractive about it. Like where I'm like, yeah, this could be I could do this much more than I do it. Because I go 4 hours often on Monday and it doesn't feel like it.
No,
like it's been 4 hours. It feels like it's been an hour.
Yeah.
So it's not even like there's not like some negative onus on me to like be like, oh, you really got to like fill in the time. I'm like, I can go even longer than this and it would be no problem. So yeah, really been enjoying the process over there, but we'll see how it all. The one thing that people say is they want more games and gameplay, and I'm like, yeah, I can do that, but I don't even really like doing that.
People think they want that. Also, I do want to say that that's not ever true. Almost, where people say it's like, oh well, they want that because this is a games oriented show, you know, where we follow the industry. It'd be cool to see us play games, and I guess sometimes it is, but like I really don't. I've noticed personally, like whenever I'm playing a game, it's like I don't know the exact percentage, but it's a significant drop off of like the people who are staying and in chat and engaging. No matter what the game is, even if it's like a popular, like, of the moment game, like if it was Elden Ring around the time, you know, unless I had like some gimmick where I was like, all right, I'm doing a shot every time I die. It's like people are going to watch that. But people just like to hear people yap.
Yeah, they do. And that I understand. Yeah. So we'll do more of the gameplay stuff. Some of it, you know, like when I play Kingdom Hearts or Elden Ring, obviously those streams do really well, but typically I feel like I'm distracted from why I want to stream, which is like the interaction with people and yeah, like, and just shooting the shit. It's like, so yeah, it's, I've enjoyed it a lot, but yeah, we'll try our best to mix in and get more guests on there as well or whatever. So yeah, we'll have Jaffe back on and I'm sure he'll have a lot to say. In fact, he was supposed to be on last week, but I couldn't get him on. He's almost never busy when I ask him if I give him enough notice, but that would just happen to be a time where I couldn't get him.
Yeah, he was traveling, right?
Right, exactly. So, and then I went off the reservation. That's just the way it goes sometimes. Al Pacacino wrote in and said, hi, Colin. You're off the hook, Chris. Is it just me or has the Europe slander been getting a little bit out of hand lately? A sign of the geopolitical times, maybe, from criticizing mustard just because your simple palate cannot process it to attacking soccer because your reduced attention span cannot appreciate the beautiful game. And he put soccer in quotes. Your points are getting worse by the day. As the youngest sibling yourself, you should know to respect your older, more knowledgeable, cultured, and mature sibling once in a while, even if you are doing better than them in school at any given point in your short lifespan. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Yeah, I'm going to tone down the anti-European. Like, I wanted to bring this up because I've heard a few people say this over time. That's not really a thing that comes up too often, but like, I'm joking.
Yeah,
I think
it's a bit.
70% of our audience is American. About 10% of our audience is Canadian. That leaves 20% for the rest of the world. And we have a big European contingent. I like Europe for the most part.
Right.
But it's a joke. Yeah. So is it getting a little crazy? Yeah. Do I feel a little competitive? Not even competitive. We're winning. Do I feel a little bit adversarial sometimes? Yeah. A little bit. It's just in good natured, brotherly sort of thing. You know, don't worry too much about it.
Yeah. Relax.
I have a European editing this show. In fact, right now. Well, not right now. He's not doing it right now because we're recording it right now and he has no idea what it even is and he has no idea what we're saying.
Yeah. The royal right now.
The royal right now. Biggie Missions wrote in. Said, Colin, your insight on proper butt wiping with toilet paper and then following it up with a wet wipe has been a game changer. I didn't understand how the wet wipe was just to make sure everything is tidy and shiny. You're right. Rarely does it have anything with remnants on it and can just be tossed in the trash without a second thought. I'm no longer walking around like a dirty Victorian peasant. I'm now walking around as clean as Colin's colon. Any doubters out there need to begin taking this matter seriously. Colin, is this one step closer to using a bidet or is that too European? Wouldn't it take this method of proper behind care to the next level? Thanks for keeping me clean. I can't comment on this based on the last question, unfortunately. Is it too European? No comment. Here's the thing. What is more clean? Let's think about it. Because I don't know the answer. Answer. Right. You have an identical ass presented twice with whatever shit content on it. Okay? Sure. One person, like one ass is cleaned with a wipe, wiping. One is cleaned with like a stream of water. Which necessarily is cleaner? I'm curious. Like, I don't know. You don't spray down, like you don't hose down your countertop. You wipe it. You spray stuff on it and you wipe it. And it's clean. It's perfectly clean. You know?
Sure. I mean, I would argue you don't hose down your countertop because you can't control that amount of water from getting everywhere else.
Otherwise, you would.
Otherwise, like if it like your car, you hose your car down. You know what I mean?
Right. But you wipe it, you agitate it.
You also wipe it. You need friction. Like
right. That's my whole thing is like I feel like the friction. That's exactly right. It feels like it's an underrated component of it, but he got to the essence of it, which is like people are misunderstanding what you even do with the wipe. You let the toilet paper do all the work.
Yes.
And at the end, when you want to feel that extra sense of security, you go in. And
I gotta be honest, man. I'm a little upset that there's a contingent of people that just couldn't put that together. To be honest,
well,
like it's a little upsetting to me.
Yeah,
that is like, this is a game changer. I'm like, this is. I already don't have the highest opinion of like our species, so like this is not helping, man. Like we gotta like you were wiping your completely soiled ass with a wet wipe.
I know it's
you know what I mean?
It's
like,
so weird,
so crazy to me. Like I really don't like that kid. I'm gonna reel it in. I'm gonna calm myself down. Thank you for your question.
It's very funny. Just in that's true. That's like what people were thinking, but nothing surprises me really anymore. If I'm being honest, the internet has destroyed all of that mystique about people and me.
That is true.
God help us. But so we had a 4th of July. No, not 4th of July. We had a Father's Day party. And so we had like 15 or 16 people over our house. Uh-huh. And we have wet wipes in every bathroom in our house. But we know what to do with them, right? But I took them out of the bathrooms when people were over because I'm like, I can't risk anyone flushing these. You know, I can't risk it. I think you'll be fine even if people flushed a bunch of them. You don't want to do it regularly, but I've never flushed any of them. Can't do
it. A perfect record.
Right, exactly. So I had to remove them from the scene. But I think I did pull a very sophisticated move during this party. You know, when you go to parties like house parties, family parties, whatever, and then you go to the bathroom and then they have like a towel you would dry your hands off with after you wash your hands, but it gets like really wet and damp after a while and it's gross. I just was like, we got to just let's just put a garbage can with paper towels clearly available in the bathrooms. And then people can just use the paper towels to wash, something we wouldn't do. It's very opulent to waste that many paper towels. But I thought that was a classy move on my part.
Yeah.
To do that.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm always thinking about the guest experience.
You got to tailor like a guest experience and like a normal living experience is very different. Like you've got to modify your house if you're hosting something.
Right.
Always.
Indeed. All right, let's get into the news. There are 2 PSAs of sorts that I wanted to begin with. We don't have to settle or linger on either of them, but they're worth bringing up. The first is that Infamous 2, released on PlayStation 3 in 2011, has user-generated content, a pretty robust feature in the game that I'm sure people are familiar with. And the UGC, somehow the UGC servers are still live for Infamous 2. But as of August 31st, you will no longer be able to access UGC missions. They write on PlayStation support website that after the state, players will no longer be able to access, browse, upload, download, or play UGC missions through the Infamous 2 online servers. Offline features, including the main campaign, will remain playable. A really important thing to note here for those that have never played Infamous 2 or are curious about it, especially for trophy people, is that, as I recall, there are trophies attached to the UGC in Infamous 2. So if you want to get the platinum, it will soon become unattainable if you don't act now. So get going on that. Infamous 2 is a wonderful game. I'm sure most of you guys have already played it. It's the best Infamous game, in my opinion. Yeah. And it would be, God forbid we ever get to play it again. Who knows? Who knows?
I don't know. I don't even remember. Like I guess I only really played a little bit of Infamous 1, so I didn't really play Infamous 2. But like there was what's the user generated content for Infamous? I can't even fathom what that would.
You created like like you could go places that, like anywhere in the open world and then like create missions basically and then share them.
Oh, weird.
Yeah.
I never heard about that. Like that was, I guess the UGC stuff was always like Little Big Planet.
Right.
Back then.
Well, Sony was, I mean, it was like, what was the trademark that they had? Like share, create, share, play or whatever. And they were trying to Like Infamous was the next step of trying to get that out of Media Molecule. And it was Little Big Planet, I think, was earnestly doing it because they wanted to. I think by the time you get to 2011, I think some of it is like, what can we do to stop people from selling this game? It's why Infamous 2 also got an expansion, Festival of Blood or whatever it was called, which was pretty good, actually.
Right.
So yeah, the UGC stuff was just about, it was a mission creator. I remember it fairly well just because I wish I could recall the actual trophies, but I think you have to like make one, and then I think you have to rate others and stuff. So you have to like be involved a little bit. So I just wanted to throw that warning out there, not just because of the UGC servers. I don't think anyone gives a fuck about it, but maybe if you're a platinum guy. And it's funny, if you go to this website, by the way, this PlayStation website for game servers, it's just a list of things they update. So like you can see all the things that they've recently discontinued, and we've talked about all of it. So like Destruction All Stars, before that Little Big Planet 3, before that Guns Up, and Tearaway Unfolded are on here and stuff. Gran Turismo Sport, it's funny, an interesting little list they update. And then the other PSA I wanted to, it's not really a PSA, but just an FYI as it were, is that Christopher Barrett, who was a director, I believe the original director of Marathon.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, he's been at Bungie for like since the original Myth 2 or something. So he's been there a long time.
Right. I think what basically happened. So right, Christopher Barrett was there for a long time. In 2022, Sony buys Bungie, as we know, unfortunately, and so people are paid out, and we've talked about this ad nauseum, more than $1 billion of the purchase price was just for retention bonuses and money going to the employees that work there. Christopher Barrett, as a director level employee and a longtime employee, would have made a bunch of money. And I think he claimed it was something like $50 million or something. And sometime in 2024, he was fired quietly by Bungie and I had to catch up on this. Like I was like, what happened with him? I had to go to gamedeveloper.com and look this up, and I did. It says here, he was fired in March that year for a series of misconduct allegations. And he was actually a board member on Bungie. So he was deeply involved in approving the Sony deal. So he knew he was going to make a lot of money. They say at least 8 women claimed he had behaved inappropriately towards them. So he was fired. Obviously, he wasn't nearly fully vested yet. I don't think the vesting has still fully happened at Bungie, even all this time. It might be next year when everyone's fully vested, whoever's left. So he claims he was removed kind of to based on this kind of what he thinks, or claims are spurious allegations to avoid paying him what he's owed. And I believe he said that he was still owed $45 million of his bonus. So anyway, that all happened and then it went quiet. Now we have an update from Christopher Barrett, and he basically confirms that they settled out of court, but he won. It says, update on my lawsuit against Sony and Bungie. I am pleased to share that Sony, Bungie, and I have reached an agreement to resolve the lawsuit. The outcome is one I am very satisfied with, and I am grateful to everyone who stood by me. Closing this chapter allows me to focus my attention on what's next in my gaming journey, and I look forward to what lies ahead. They released a joint statement, by the way, so Sony and Barrett. They say, quote, the litigation between Sony Interactive Entertainment, Bungie, and Christopher Barrett has been settled. For 25 years, Mr. Barrett contributed to some of Bungie's most successful games. Mr. Barrett was the original game director for Marathon, and his name has been added to the game's credits to reflect that, end quote. And of course, Christopher Barrett, and he signed his letter also as the co-creator of Destiny, so a fairly prolific person. So I don't have anything more to say about it, but it is closing a loop on something that was pretty interesting. It sounds to me, Chris, like he won.
Yeah, I mean,
even the joint statement says like, yeah, Chris, he was a veteran and he was the original director, and we're putting him in the credits. But I wonder what kind of money he got.
Yeah, I'm curious about that too. Yeah, I don't know. It's one of those things we'll never know, like what, like, because there's also the things too where it's like you can win lawsuits while still being wrong or whatever. So like,
right.
Who the fuck knows? But I don't know, at least this whole thing is over, I guess.
Yeah, because I guess Hogue would know more. I mean, obviously way more about this, but I assume what could be true, like the accusations could be true, but it might still not be possible for them to avoid paying him out.
That's true.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Like it might just be two different things, and sort of fire him for one thing. Maybe that firing was allowed, but you can't just not pay him the payout for the acquisition that happened when he was there. I mean, that's my assumption, but I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I only just all I remember were like messages that I think came out that like leaked texts or something that were kind of crazy. Which is not
Yeah,
illegal. It didn't feel illegal, but it was also just like, what do you? I think for me personally, I'm like, you've got $50 million on the line.
just
What do you? Just shut up.
just shut up. Yeah.
What are you doing? Like, I don't know. It just seems kind of whatever. He's a prolific person for sure. Like, he definitely did. Like, he's really instrumental for a lot of old Bungie stuff. So like, respect, but also like, what? Like, he clearly got a little bit too big for his britches there. You know, like, what are you doing sending these messages out, Joe?
According
Right.
to the Bloomberg article that released, a game developer cites it, and he says he allegedly, quote, called lower level female employees attractive, asked them to play truth or dare, and made references to his wealth and power within the studio, end quote, suggesting that he could, quote, advance their careers, end quote. In addition, sources speaking to Bloomberg claim he befriended several women across various departments within the studio. He then reportedly sent a barrage of texts that blurred the lines between professional and personal. Then in December of 2024, Barrett sued Sony and Bungie, alleging he was fired without cause and that both companies were withholding a $45 million payout from him. In the suit, he alleged Bungie and Sony deliberately destroyed his reputation. Defendants did not seem to care that none of it was true. They had blatant motivations for their brazen scheme, end quotes. I mean, based on what he's saying in his suit and then the way they seem to have resolved it and their joint statement that is very conciliatory, seems to me that he won. And it simply didn't go to jury. So he might not have gotten 45 million. He might have gotten like 30 to agree not to, something like that. But and I got to say, I mean, to his, like, I don't know what's true and what's not. And you're right. Like exactly. the things leak and people, I do feel, and I'll just say it, I've said it before, is like, I do think a lot of this stuff, not all of it, maybe not even most of it, but a lot of this stuff is predicated on bad communication, miscommunication, and no ill intention.
Oh, I agree. Yeah.
I think I don't want to get too deep into the weeds because I really don't know for sure. But like based on the things that people I used to work with at IGN were accused of over the years, 3 people in particular, I'm like, I don't know that I believe that about them. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know that, like, I feel like that you never really know someone, I guess, but based on like years of being with someone and understanding their cadences and how they are and all the rest, I'm like, I don't know about that. I think it was maybe awkward. I think maybe people got a little drunk and said things they didn't mean. I think maybe text got misinterpreted, but I'm like, I don't know about.
It reminds me of the Aziz Ansari thing.
Right. Right.
The Aziz Ansari thing. I remember like the hammer came down hard on him, and I was like, I don't know about this. Like, this is kind of like they're talking about Aziz Ansari in the same sentence that they're talking about Bill Cosby, and I'm like, this is kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's fucked up. I mean, that sounded like a bad, like a regretful one night stand that people didn't happen or something or whatever. It's like that's different. That's different. Take some responsibility, for yourself.
Yeah.
So I always think that. I think that I don't want to bring up old wounds, but I feel that way, especially with my old friend Vince, where I'm like, maybe bad things happened. I'm like, I know him. And like, I just feel like it was clumsy and whatever happened and it was bad. But I'm like, the ill intention of like being a predator or something. I'm like, I don't know about that, dude. Like that bothers me because I just feel like everything, like you're saying, everything gets conflated. And so perhaps he was felt like he was in a similar situation where it's like, maybe he was flirtatious. Yeah, maybe he was inappropriate, but like there is a difference between, and be professional in the workplace, for Christ's sake. I mean, it's
especially as like, I don't know, you're on the board of directors, you know what I mean? Like,
right. Like you're on the board.
That's kind of the thing where it's just like, I don't know. Bungie is a very like, they're kind of an inherently scrappy team. And so like, I remember even back in the early and even late Halo days, like they didn't really have, like there were directors, but it was kind of like, you're doing this now. You know what I mean? Like everybody just kind of, they had a very indie mentality, and that probably meant executives fucking, yucking it up with the QAs, and you know what I mean? Like it was probably like a lot more, I don't want to say like communal, I guess. Like it was probably like less corporate and less rigid. And he's been there the entire time. I could imagine him being like, yeah, what the fuck? Who cares if I'm on the board of directors? Does that matter? You know what I mean? Like I could see that level of like, who cares? But yeah.
And you got to know better when you get to a certain size. Like, 'cause working in the creative fields as you have, and I worked at a pretty major corporation in the company in the media space of this. It's like, it is a deeply inappropriate, deeply, like there's different expectations of, it doesn't have to be abusive or weird. That's right, different, but like it is irreverent, let's say. Like it's not like your normal company at all. There's nothing normal about it. No,
people flock to it. People flock to it in large part because they don't like that aspect of anywhere else. Like I know I did all this because I was like, I don't want to deal with this weird the red tape and the bureaucracy of everything. Like I'd rather just do my own thing and like somehow make money. And like whatever, that's fine. So it's yeah, I don't know, but maybe he's a terrible person, maybe he isn't. I really have no idea. I'm just glad that this whole thing is fucking done, I guess.
Right, and I also think it just comes from a different, like, times have changed too, where I think I always felt bad for people in the last, let's say, 10 years of people that really did go through like a really serious situation of abuse, assault, shit like that happens. And then, like they get thrown in with this really weird group of, it's like, so what did this person do? And like this person said something in a text message and this person like flirted with you. Like, I don't like, what are we doing to people? Like we're like, people have been destroyed for it, and I'm like, damn, like it's what are the specific facts of each situation? And I feel like people just don't even really care. And I'm like, well, that's really essential stuff. So yeah, maybe he did the worst shit possible. Maybe he did nothing. I don't know. But like, this to me seems like he didn't lose. I'll say that.
Yeah, he didn't lose.
And dude, I got to say, I bring it up sometimes with the Chris Avellone thing. Like, he was accused of serious shit by two women and they were lying, you know? And he won. That, like, it's really hard in the United States. It's not like Europe. Like, it's really hard in the United States to win like a suit, like where it's like what you're lying about someone or like you're libeling or slandering someone and whatever. And it's like, so for all of the horrible things that definitely happen and victims should be heard, there are people that just make shit up out of fucking whole cloth. And you can't, and I make fun of myself all the time. Like, I believe everything everyone says. Like,
yeah,
I have I can discern things, but I just assume you're not lying to me. But then you see things like that and you're like, damn, dude, people will lie about anything. Anything. Crazy shit out there, man. Be safe out there. Be smart. Be respectful. Be tactful. Read the room.
Yeah.
Read the situation.
There's a lack of social awareness, I think, with a lot of people that leads to a lot of this shit.
Like, it's funny too, because at IGN, like, people were dating and like, I dated a sales girl.
Yeah.
You know, Greg dated another person on editorial for years. There was like all sorts of, there was a couples between video and editorial, but it was surprise for such an irreverent place. It was surprisingly professional in that regard. Seems like everything went a little haywire after I left. Maybe that's not a coincidence. Maybe I was the glue that was holding it all together, perhaps. I doubt that. All right. Let's get into the news, as it were. Wet Dirt 28 wrote in and said a simple request. Can we get a moratorium on all the physical disc talk, please? I'm already exhausted by it. That's great. That's a great idea. Let's, the biggest PR blunder and disaster Sony's experienced in 15 years.
Let's ignore it.
Let's ignore that.
Yeah, let's go.
On this note, people want to talk about everything going on. Everything is kind of settled over the last week. I thought an interesting way to frame this would be based on, ironically, an IGN article. They write over there, they now wait for this storm to pass. PS5 owners are canceling PlayStation Plus subscriptions to protest Sony killing discs, but analysts say it won't make any difference. So IGN spoke specifically with Dr. Serkan Toto. He's the CEO of the Kantan Games consultancy firm in Japan. He's a little bit of a controversial person because he's not always right. A lot of these guys are not always right about things. I mean, what was that one analyst? Why can't I never remember his name? He was really big. Pachter, David Pachter. And he's wrong about like shit all the time. So like you don't know, or I don't even know if he says anything anymore. You don't want to put too much stock into anything any individual says. but he does know a thing or two, and it is an interesting story. So here's what IGN reports. Speaking to IGN, Dr. Serkan Toto, CEO of Japanese game industry consultancy firm Content Games, suggests that even if 500,000 people canceled their PlayStation Plus subscription in protest, it would just be a drop in the ocean for Sony, which is not going to change its mind. He told IGN, quote, I sympathize with physical media fans, but Sony will not reverse this decision. They, of course, knew what the online reaction would look like, and they now wait for the storm to pass. Sony has over 120 million active PlayStation users. Around 50 million people subscribe to PlayStation Plus. As a thought experiment, let's say 500,000 cancel in protest. That would be just 1% of that business gone. Of course, not enough to Sony to start rethinking. Digital is just too lucrative, end quote. IGN continues, of course, digital downloads now dominate video game sales, and Sony can be seen as simply reflecting the prevailing taste of its customers. But as Toto states, there's also a huge financial advantage to this move, which saves on manufacturing and distribution costs, ensures it no longer pays a portion of sales to retailers, and captures more platform fees on the sale of third-party games via the PlayStation Store. And he goes into all the math that we've gone over a million times about how, Sony, well, a third-party publisher might make something like $35 on their physical games. Like, this is what I was saying is like Sony's jumping on the grenade, but no one wants to be in the physical game space. Like, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Only the boutique publishers like it, and smaller publishers because they can drive margins, but the big companies want to be digital, and that's why they're all not saying anything. Because you'd think some publisher would be like an EA or a Ubisoft or something would be like, we have to follow the rules, but we're not into this. They don't feel that way. They're really into it. So I don't know, Chris. It seems like it's been about a week. They started tweeting again. It's funny, man, on Tuesday. So that would have been the 7th. I felt it in my gut. I'm like, they're going to start talking today. I'm like, either they're going to announce that they're reversing course in some way or punting like they did with the Vita and PS3 stuff later, where they're like, we'll revisit this later. In the meantime, nothing's going to change. Or they're going to just start posting through it. I'm like, they can't stay quiet for too long. It's too conspicuous and weird. It's like you knew you did something wrong. So you have to kind of just do one or the other. And so I actually woke up to go to the bathroom at like, 9 or 10. And I was up for the rest of the day, even though I'd only gone to bed like a few hours before, because I saw that they had tweeted. And I was like, I knew it. So they seem like they're not going to reverse course. The Brownie Bro wrote in and said, hey, Sacred Studs, I have a bunch of things from the audience here. We'll see what we can get through.
Yeah.
Is it a hopeless cause in trying to get PlayStation to reverse their decision on physical media? After the announcement, they were silent for 6 days as the denizens of Twitter clowned on them in the comments and retweets. With every community note removed, another took its place. Hilarious, by the way. Canceled PS Plus subscriptions, retracted pre-orders, and review bombing the PlayStation app was all there to be seen. They finally broke their silence, promoting their new fight stick, continuing to ignore the masses. Evidently, everyone's complaints fell on deaf ears. Is there truly no recourse for the PlayStation community? It's disheartening to see PR boil down to arguing with a brick wall. Not to advocate for it, but would a repeat of the 2011 PSN hack be enough to show them that their proposed fully digital infrastructure is unreliable? Take care and have a lovely day. I mean, maybe it would require that. What do you think about all this? Like, what did you expect was going to happen, and what was your feeling about it? Because I felt like we said, like they war gamed this. They're not stupid.
Yeah,
they didn't think like they published these things. By the way, I think it's brilliant PR. I'm not saying I support it, but they did two really smart things. They announced it during the 4th, like right before the 4th of July, and like right at the beginning of the fiscal or the fiscal quarter for them. And they bury the PS3 and Vita shit in it. Yeah. Like they do these two different posts, and like you can really only be mad about one thing at a time. So they're like, oh, we'll get this one by the goalie for sure. So that's like, no one's even talking about that. So from a PR perspective, it's like not bad. I think that
sure.
from the PR angle, the other PR angle though is they didn't want to do this around PS6, and they're going to have to. So they're in a little bit of a tight spot because of that. But what are your overall thoughts a week out?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't expect them to reverse course necessarily. I think they've wanted to be digital for a long time. That's obviously true. The math of it is obvious as well to anybody who pays attention. So I understand. I still think it's a mistake to not consider the fact that there is a boutique market that would pay more for this kind of thing. I think that's like something that, in my opinion, should be considered. But I didn't expect them to reverse course. Like, I think we mentioned it last time, where like they can't set the precedent that every time there's a big uproar about a decision that they make, that they just kind of cave, because they did that with the PS3 store last time,
Right.
and probably other times too as well that I'm not thinking of. And so like this is clearly a not a random decision. This is clearly a setup decision for the next generation. The next generation probably won't have discs. It probably has something to do with the handheld capability that we know about, but they can't really publicly address. And so, yeah, I'm not surprised that they just stayed silent and then just tweeted about a fight stick. You know, it's better for them to not have to explain it, I guess. But I do look at this in the context of like, man, you've got such people are not hungry for this next machine. People are not wanting for this next machine. Now you've kind of made yourself a target for the loudest consumers on the internet, which, as we've seen, isn't not effective in, affecting trajectories and all that kind of thing. And the thing to me is just like, man, you made yourself a target at a time where like it's very clear, by the way, that the PlayStation Network is deeply insecure. So like my wonder, or my curiosity now is like, is there going to be an example made? Like, is there retaliation to this? The fact that there is no addressing the situation, the fact that there is no reversal of course, is this going to make it more enticing for like, keyboard wizards and like hackers to kind of like fuck with the PSN in ways that they know that they clearly can? It's possible. I don't know, man. It's a bad situation. None of this is surprising though to me.
Yeah, it's I didn't know what they were going to do. My gut feeling, as I said, was that the PlayStation, there is nothing to do with the PlayStation 6. Like it is what it is, and that is not going to change. My feeling was, I was like, I wonder if they're just like, all right, well, just the PS5. I just thought it would be an interesting. It might have even been like it might have even been engineered as like an intentional, like fail safe of like what we were saying with PS3 and Vita. I said this last week. Like PSP was also shut down at that time. But they still shut it down. They just were like, all right, we'll give you PS3 and Vita. We're not going to shut the PSP down. I was wondering if they were going to pull a similar move here where they're like, all right, we'll just keep, they can't say anything about PS6 yet, but they'll say like, we'll keep the PS5 manufacturing going beyond January 2028. And that would kind of be a win for them. Maybe they can get PS4 off the board. And then the problem is like, I don't think from a PR perspective, their strategy totally worked for them, because I think it was like a partial victory. They're still, I believe 100% the reason they are saying this now is to clear the deck for PlayStation 6 so that when it is announced, that it is a digital machine and they don't have to explain that. They will explain it, but it will not be a surprise to you. It could not possibly be a surprise to you. And I think that was the entire reason that they're doing this now, because they really didn't have to do it now. They could have done it then, but then I think this would have happened and it would have been way worse. And all of this happening around the launch of your machine, it would have been an Xbox One type moment for them. And the problem is that I don't think they've blunted that blade, right? It's not as sharp anymore, but they didn't break it. Like they're going to have to deal with it again, because I think even if they don't say anything about reversing course with PS5, there's going to be this hope, I think, that when they announce it, it'll have a disk drive and do all these things. And I'm like, I think you should dissuade yourself of that. Like, I think that this all is for that. And the only thing that can really be turned around is what happens on PS5. And because PS5 will get games, I believe, until the early and maybe even mid 2030s. I mean, if it responds like the PS4 does, you'll get games into the early 2030s, no problem.
Yeah,
and
easily.
I know people are saying it's an Xbox One / Xbox 360. We have a machine for people. I understand it comes off like that, but I think it's a little different for Microsoft or Sony to just say like, and this is where PS6 comes in and like how you have to sell it and you can't really undersell it, right? Because really the answer is like, guys, listen, all of the games are going to be on PS5. We can't tell you that yet. right?
That's true.
Like,
Also,
like
yeah.
so just don't buy the new hardware. You're not going to be missing almost anything. You'll just be playing maybe worse versions of some of the games at some point. But you can still get if physical games are what is important to you, you can still get them here. But they can't say any of that. So from a PR and communication standpoint, they're kind of bound. And so I think it's an incomplete victory for them. And that's why I was wondering if there would be any way for them to wiggle out of it. But I'll add this because I was going to talk about it a little later. But Sony has indeed already started repurposing their factory that makes the discs. There's a German website. Obviously, as I've said before, discs are made in Austria for Sony. And this German language website says Salzburg, orf.at. Sony will rely on micro optics in the future. The Japanese corporation Sony plans to offer an all new console game exclusively online in the future. The elimination of storage media, such as compact discs, necessitates major restructuring of central production at the Sony plant in their town. I think it's called Valgau. However, the number of employees is expected to remain unchanged. 600,000 discs still roll off the assembly line at Sony's Valgau plant every day. From 2028 onwards, this number is expected to decrease significantly as new PlayStation games will no longer be released on disc. The company's decision will have direct impact on production at Valgau. And they say that PlayStation currently accounts for 50% of the volume of their Sony plant publishing. So everything else would be Blu-ray, presumably. And of that, approximately 28% are new orders. So that's interesting. So only 20% of the discs they're publishing for PlayStation right now are new. So they're filling back. 80% is back order filling. We are talking about roughly 10% of the volume in 2028. So the volume will go from 600,000 down to 60,000 a day in back order publishing. And they write here that 300 employees are being retrained and that they've already invested 30 million euro in the project at Sony and that they're already on their way to the micro optics thing. So there's nothing. So it seems like they're going to be able to make discs. And this is what I believe was reported by Stephen Totillo last week. And it's a thing that I can't cross the wires between Last Stand and Lilymo. Like there are things that we are privy to at Lilymo that I can't talk about. They're not major secrets about anything, but we sign NDAs to have access to the PlayStation suite of development software, and they communicate with you through those things to the developers. Things leak from there. I'm not going to be the one to leak them. But I've not read anything or seen anything about any of this. But apparently someone leaked something to Stephen Totillo where they have been communicating behind the scenes to developers saying like, you can still publish your games that are already been on disc. Basically, certification will stop, but you can just republish discs. And they're saying they'll have a capacity of 60,000 a day. It's not very much. But you'll have some sort of option. They didn't say that immediately, which is a little weird. But they let everyone else know that, which I think is relatively important. But it just seems like the jig is up. Like I don't know that. And I think this is why it's like, we don't even have the production capacity to support new games anymore. Like at 60,000 a day. And that's just for the discs. That's not casing them or anything like that. Stephen Totillo also reported, though, Chris, and this is where I think things get a little weird, is like you will apparently still be able to put your game in a case. Well, you'll still be able to have a game case after 2020 in 2028 and beyond with a code in it. And I'm like, okay. And you could sell that at retail. That's apparently what's going to happen if you want to do that. So like something to give to someone or whatever. And I'm like, that's so weird because that doesn't get rid of the cost constraints that I thought would have been at the center of this. In other words, was Sony doing this to repurpose this factory? Or were they doing it to save money on physical goods? Because they're not making the disc anymore. That's true. Nothing to certify. It's a little bit cheaper, but they still have retailers to split the money with. They still have to ship disc cases. They still have, and I'm like, so this doesn't really, it's kind of confusing because I'm like, this doesn't really ameliorate your problem. If you're trying to like create better splits for yourself on your games, you're still playing ball with the manufacturers, but not giving them the discs. It seems the only logical conclusion I can draw is that they're sabotaging it intentionally. They're like, we know no one's going to want this. Like this is nonsense. And so we hope that we'll just be out of this completely by 2030.
Yeah.
You know,
it's like a weaning kind of move,
right?
Where it's just like, oh, okay, well now it was the games, it was the game case, the disc, and the instruction manual. Then it was no instruction manual. Now it's no disc, and eventually it'll be no nothing. It is a very odd choice. I get it from like it's so funny because like I'm such a weird customer in the sense that like I like the idea of having a case. Like I used to make when I was a kid, there were games on Xbox Live Arcade that would come out that they wouldn't have discs for. They're like Summer of Arcade XBLA games, and I would make my own cases for them. Like I would go to like I can't remember if it was I can't remember if it was like a Staples or something, but I would like print something out and I would like make a case for it because I like to know like what I had and like having it on a shelf, and that was kind of fun. So even though like it was kind of ridiculous, it is kind of nice to be able to have that option. But ultimately, I think most people are going to look at that and they're going to be like, "This is dumb. I'm just going to download this from the comfort of my living room or from the comfort of my bedroom or wherever your console is." They're not going to spend that money at retailers. They can still have the face of goodwill of like playing nice with retailers. Maybe actually, I wonder if this has anything to do with it. Do they feel like they have to play nice with retailers because ultimately right now still retailers are the way to get your machine out?
Yeah, that's what I assume is that they want to play somewhat nice, but at the same time, Chris, it's like I feel like Sony's flipped the script where it's like they have the leverage in this regard. It's like, you're not going to sell the PlayStation. Seems like you're hurting yourself more than us. You know?
Sure. Well, maybe. Yeah. I'm thinking about like what the next machine is, like the reputation that this next machine kind of already has, fairly or unfairly. And I wonder if that's maybe not the leveraging tool that they maybe think it is. Surely it is. Like surely there's going to be inertia, and it's also going to be the only real thing available. Like that's like the Switch 2 is already out. Helix, like God knows what the hell's going on over there. So it really is going to be the de facto console. So they do have leverage. I'm just like I'm wondering like if they're still going to do the cases. The only rational reason why they would do that is to just kind of toss a bone into you're basically like throwing something out to die on purpose. Because no one's going to buy those.
Yeah, I don't. Again, you can't learn anything from Grand Theft Auto 5 doing it. It's like or 6. It's a we'll see. I'm really confused by that because I thought they were going to do more of like a Nintendo. Like Nintendo has the little cards that they sell, like, and you go to Target and you like go through them or whatever, and they're like, it's the same idea, but they're just cheaper to manufacture. They're probably really cheap to ship. You can ship like so. There's some cost savings there, but really, like, as long as you have an interactive nexus with retail, you're still losing money. It's just weird that it's like a half effort, but doesn't really make any sense when you look under the hood. It's like, yeah, but you're not, the cost savings wasn't in the disc manufacturer. It was in splitting it with them. In other words, you should have just done what my suggestion was last week, which is to say, like, we'll make the discs and we'll sell them. Like,
yeah.
You know, and that
like
and that
PlayStation Direct or something.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
And then the biggest cut of all of that is the retailer stuff. The second biggest cut is the shipping and all of that. And it's like, well, you just cut all that out. And then, and people wouldn't have liked that. It would have been monopolistic in a way, but it would have been an option. That's Chris. That remains the thing I'm most flummoxed about. Is just like they didn't seem to explore any of these options where they could have squeezed money out of people or neutralized the cost. Then again, when you look at the numbers, it's like, yeah, we were saying a $10 increase for games at retail. It's like, really, to make it worth their while, it would have to be something like a $30 increase. That's the crazy thing. And that's the thing I don't think physical customers understand or appreciate. And I think they have to think about it from a numeric standpoint. It's like, you're kind of worth like half as much as a digital customer, sadly. Like, you have to buy twice as much product to make for them to make the same amount of money.
The thing though is that like if you had these physical cases and these physical games ship with some of the things that we used to have, I could see people spending that money. Definitely not at the same scale. Like people are definitely going to default to the digital if they see like, okay, this is $80, this is $110. You know what I mean? They're definitely going to go for the digital, but not always. And at the very least, in those minimum cases, if you can make more money and kind of, you know, give people like a physical, again, like I think I mentioned it last time, but just like make it a sort of pseudo collector's edition type deal where it's just like you're really paying for the fact that you can hold it. and you're really paying for the fact that you have something physical to own and display, and it's got a map or like or like, you know, codex. Like, I don't know what the hell. I don't know whatever you're gonna put in it, but just having a product in general, I think people would pay. People pay like $200 for like a statue that probably costs like $30 to manufacture.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I think, I don't know. And maybe that would have been a PR nightmare as well, but like, I don't think it would have been the same, you know, because it would have still been the option is there, which is ultimately the big issue here, is that like the option's going away.
Oh. Sorry, I lost you for a second. You didn't.
Oh, what? Did I like cut out?
Yeah, but I think if it's recorded natively on your side, so I think we're fine. I'll just make sure we have a timestamp. Okay. Chris, the next inquiry comes from I got a hernia Holst in my Matt Booty. It says, hello, gentlemen. Have you been surprised by the sheer amount of vitriol hurled at Sony over abandoning physical discs? I know a lot of this is just the Twitter echo chamber, but it reads to me that people are upset about larger issues. They're fed up with a lackluster console generation, and if I may zoom out even further, fed up with the current economic condition. Could this just be the straw that broke the camel's back? Thanks, and make sure to digitize that chicken before it's too late. Thank you for writing in. I am not surprised by the vitriol because I think you have nailed exactly what is really at play here. The data speaks for itself. Physical gamers are a vanishing minority of players on PlayStation. They make a lot of noise like a lot of small groups of people can, and they can affect change. And I'm not saying you're wrong for doing it. I'm not making fun of you. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying you did anything to be ashamed of. But I do believe that there is more to this than that. And it is what I have been describing about goodwill, or what I would call political capital, where it's like Sony is shot right now. Like they are, I don't know if they understand what's happening to their brand. And I don't know that it will really matter to them if they are truly money focused, be all end all with no other consideration. But they are pissing their fan base off. And their fan base is different than their customers, if that makes any sense. A customer might own a PlayStation, buy a few games a year, play Fortnite and play FC and some of this free-to-play stuff and dick around with their friends, and they make a little bit of money off of them, and Sony's happy to have them. But your fan base, we're your fan base, right? People like us. I'm not particularly mad at Sony over this, but I know a lot of people are, right? We might not constitute a majority of your players, but there's a significant amount of capital wrapped up in people like this. And even if a physical, as I described, a physical purchaser of games is about half as important as Sony as a digital purchaser of games right now. Even so, I don't know why you would spurn them. They're the people that make up like the toughest concrete of your foundation, and you build on them. And without them, you have a transient player base. This is why I say over and over and over and over and over again, and people just discount it. It's like Sony is so vulnerable because they don't own any of this shit. So they have to take care of the foundation to draw people gravitationally towards their platform. And that doesn't happen with casual drive-by players. It happens with people like us. And I'm not saying you should use that to your advantage or not as a player. What I'm saying is that I remain flummoxed why they would do this to physical players on PS5. I want to be clear about that. I'm not particularly mad about the PS6 situation being all digital. That's fine with me personally. But just like cutting off all of those people, all of their goodwill, their ability to interact and transact with you, knowing, I think from Sony's perspective, and I hate to say this, Chris, but like you would have to imagine they were playing this from every angle. They're like, they really have nowhere to go. Right? Like the only other manufacturer of physical games is Nintendo. They're used to PlayStation players are used to a different standard of fidelity. Xbox is done. By the way, I saw Kind of Funny did reporting on this where it's like Xbox isn't going to manufacture discs.
Yeah.
Like they don't want to make, no one wants, that's the thing that I think that physical gamers have to understand and what they're fighting against is this idea that it's like no one wants this except for you. You're a really important component of it, but you have no friends on the inside. Right. So it's it's an overall tough situation, and I think a lot of it goes into Sony burning its goodwill. If Sony had a robust, well, let me back up, because I want to be clear. I don't really give a shit about this stuff personally, what I'm about to say, because I've always been a third-party player of games first and foremost my entire life. Right. I think people have to understand you all have been. But nonetheless, from an optics standpoint, Sony has really no PlayStation games anymore, right? Like you had Ghost of Yotei and Saros in the last calendar year. You have Tokon and Wolverine coming up, God of War, probably Q1, Q2. It's fine, but it's not what people want. It's not the volume that people want. It's not the distinct nature of PlayStation that people want. They're losing on that front they're losing people on that front. And then the pricing situation, which is out of Sony's hands. And I think people have to kind of just understand that. And I understand that. And you understand that. And I think most of the audience understands that, but it sucks. And it pisses people off. Then you have things like the Grand Theft Auto thing with like the digital code only. And it seems like a lot of chip damage and chinks in the armor. And I think people are just tired of it. So when they plunge into the water's flooding through all the fucking chinks in the armar.
You gotta stop saying chinks, man.
Oh.
like what is fine? doing rapid succession is kind of crazy. But I know what you're saying though. I think, yeah, man. I don't know. This look. I where do we even begin, man? Like I get. It is the chip damage. It is the thousand lashes, like the death of 1,000 cuts kind of thing, and it builds up over time, and you know it's bad news. It's funny, bad news can be bad news even if it doesn't necessarily affect you. It's the same thing with like them kind of tampering down on the PC stuff. It's like that's technically bad news for consumers. You know what I mean? Like it's not good. I don't feel any kind of way about it necessarily, but like I'm not left with like an elated feeling. You know what I mean? I'm not like, ooh, yay. It's just kind of like, okay, that's happening. And then there's the general kind of feeling that like your digital ecosystem is not that respected. It kind of goes away. There's something that that we're going to talk about later on about like a wording in a specific EULA that is particularly interesting. But like, I really do think it's the chip damage over this generation. Everything that you said, the fact that there is no real meaningfully distinct or culturally relevant, I should say, like first party posture. But then even beyond that, like we're all living in the same world. You know, Sony, it's expensive for Sony to do all this. It's expensive for all of us to exist at this very moment. There are economic realities to this. And when everything is becoming like you don't really own any of this, that adds up over time. Like it adds it when you buy a car that has seat warmers in it and you got to pay a subscription fee to fucking unlock the seat warmers that are there. Mm-hmm. It's psychotic.
Yeah, it is.
It's not normal. It's not good. None of this. It's crazy. I think it's like mentally really negative for like generally like the populace. And so when something like this happens, that's a big blow to something that a lot of us are nostalgic over. It is a straw breaking the camel's back kind of thing. It's like, man, even the thing that I used to escape all this shit is now it's just ethereal and it's not mine. Now it's extra not mine because I don't even have the option to have a disc. Even if a disc is like half the game, like like the first couple prints of Spyro Reignited trilogy, like how like I think the first wave didn't have 2 or 3 in them.
Right. Like they weren't even on the disc. Yeah.
Right. But like even in that scenario where it's like gimped, and even I would imagine like when PS6 comes out, if there were to be discs, like you would probably get a similar situation where it's like what could possibly fit on a Blu-ray from a PS6 game if there has been no meaningful evolution of the technology that goes into the formats. Remember, we went from, cartridges to compact discs to DVD-ROMs to Blu-ray to 4K Blu-ray, but since 4K Blu-ray, there hasn't really been an evolution or an advancement of that technology to keep up with like what the software that we would print on it would demand, because
right.
there's no demand to invest in the consistent improvement of that technology. So that's another factor. I'm almost wondering, like, I wonder if that's even part of it. Maybe I'm talking out my ass. It seems it would be relevant.
I think you're absolutely right, Chris. And I think it goes even a step further than what you're saying, which is like, who is the company that does that research?
Yeah.
Sony.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, right.
Like
there you go.
that I think is the biggest. That's the canary of all canaries, really, where it's like they own, like they are part of the major consortium that gets a licensure on Blu-ray discs. They're the ones that benefit from every Blu-ray that's sold. Like,
right.
I'm pretty sure Microsoft pays Sony a small stipend for every Xbox Series console because of that. So it's like they're the ones telling you, like, now, is that so? Because look at what happens with Sony and their TVs and Bravia, right? And how they've spun that off to TCMC or whatever the fuck that company is called.
Sure.
It's like, is this them just saying, like, we are an entertainment company now? Part of me feels like it's like, well, they've been an entertainment company for a long time, but part of me is also like, nah, not really. You're doing optical lenses in the same factory. Like, you can't kind of have your cake and eat it too. Are you the entertainment company? Are you an electronics company? Are you both? The one thing, I mean, if you follow Obsolete Sony, the wonderful Twitter account, you know this full well, is like Sony's heritage in electronics is deep and meaningful and beautiful. The shit, they used to do crazy shit, amazing things. And it's a shame that it's no longer profitable for them. And it's why I always give them their flowers on realizing this really early, before PlayStation. Like they realize, like, we might have a problem in the future. And so they got heavily invested first in music, then they get heavily invested in movies, then they get heavily invested in the 90s in games. And look at them now. I think something like 70-something% of their business is entertainment. Yeah. If you consider music and film as well. So, and TV, of course. So it's funny though, man, I was going to bring this up later, but you're talking about what you were bringing up about the digital stuff, about ownership. This is everything. I think this is the whole ball game. And the Drunken Merchant wrote in, said, hey, CC, who cares how much money Sony is burning keeping old stores open and our digital purchases available our whole lives? Digital ecosystems have made big corpos like Sony very successful without actual physical goods. I find it to be the company's fault for lacking the foresight that a customer should always have access to a non-physical good, regardless of how old or outdated a machine is. Physical things can burn in a fire. I thought the benefit of digital libraries is that they'll always be there throughout the years. Maybe Sony should instead cut a couple $1 million from designing a random NPC's face pores to assure we can keep the things we buy. Can any company ever do anything good for the customer instead of scraping off all the neat benefits until they become a sterile husk of something that used to be dope as hell? I'll hang myself a picture of me hanging myself while hanging a picture of me hanging myself. And listen, that's very deep.
Yeah.
Chris, this is the whole ball game, in my opinion. It's that everything rides on this. I disagree with something Drunken Merchant said, and I agree with a major part of what he said. I don't blame companies like Sony and every other company for not understanding where things were going while things were going there. So, for instance, we make fun of, as we have many times, the Wii Virtual Console, in which you would buy games that would be attached to the Wii and had no option of re-downloading it. If you deleted it, it was gone forever. If that Wii went away, you wouldn't have access to it. There was no account. It seems insane. But like, it actually, we all knew it kind of sucked back then. We were like, and then we just bought Virtual Console games by the fucking hundreds of millions of dollars, right? I feel like I always bring up Wonder Years or the 90210 recently about these shows that were altered or whatever because of their music tracks, and like people just didn't know. Like, you have to understand, like, Wonder Years comes out in 1988 or 89, and they're like, so what about physical home media? And they're like, Wonder Years on VHS? Like, what the fuck are you talking? Like, anyway, can we sign the documents? You know? And then you get to DVD, and then it becomes practical, and then TV shows start appearing on these things, and then you realize you didn't have your T's crossed and your I's dotted. Like, I kind of forgive that, personally. I understand if people have different opinions on that, but I don't think anyone really understood what was going on at that time. We're not there anymore.
Right.
We've now known, I would say with certitude, for 20 years since Xbox Live. Not even the original Xbox Live. Let's say Xbox 360's launch with a true digital ecosystem. Remember, you used to have a disc to buy games on Xbox Live, which is funny. So we've known for 20 years, 21 years. And it seems unforgivable that there is no solution from the companies. And we have to remember that sometimes the threat of government interference makes the industry act in a certain way. The ESRB is a great example of that. The government basically said, you either figure this out or we'll figure it out for you. That's the exact same threat that they gave to the movie industry in the 70s. It's where rated R and all that kind of stuff comes from. The ESRB spawns in the early to mid 90s out of a threat for the government to get involved. And I wonder if it's going to be, there will require another threat for the consortium of hardware manufacturers to get together and say, like, we can't do this to people's digital libraries anymore. And that, in fact, because we have this fucking bullshit in our EULAs and all these things where we can pull plugs and ban you and allow your accounts to get stolen, all this bullshit, like, and we have no accountability for it, it undercuts our ability to go all digital, which behooves us. So, in fact, you think it would benefit them to say, like, yes, we agree with you. Like, you're absolutely right. Please buy digital games. Please buy them. We will do anything. We will promise you access and do all these things, but they don't. And so that's the biggest surprise to me, Chris, is that they make their jobs so much harder when really just a little bit of investment in the back end, in your security apparatus, in licensing, in doing all the hard work sets you up for a dominant digital future where no one is worried and no one gives a fuck.
Yeah.
But they won't do it. So you can't have, I said it before, having your cake and eating it too. It all rides on this. This is it. And this is what I think we should be pushing for. What do you think?
I think that's, I think that was perfectly said. I don't know if I feel like I would just be reiterating what you said. It really is insane that, like, we're at this point and there's still no real good solutions, because like you said, we've been in this digital ecosystem for a long time now. There's really no excuse.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's like when these days when it's like, oh, the music license expired. It's like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, how'd you let that happen? What do you mean?
Or yeah, like those kinds of things. And again, I have these novel ideas because it's what I said, and it would be fun to really get deeper into this on Sacred Plus at some point with the appropriate cast or whatever. Is like me and you and I don't know who, Hogue, or I don't know, some people, where it's like the Stop Killing Games movement. Like there are multiple Achilles heels. It's not even an Achilles heel. There are multiple of them. There are multiple weaknesses to this argument. A lot of it comes from like the idea that things will exist infinitely because there'll be infinite money backing it. In other words, you have to start thinking about what it looks like if you really believe PlayStation can have perpetual licenses beyond their own corporate governance, where you would require, and this is where I was like, you got to get clever. Like, is there some sort of escrow account that grows by enormous amounts of money where like pennies on every purchase go into it? And if some company goes down, there's like some way to save the digital goods. Like, I don't even know. Like, could you even promise such a thing? In other words, will the limit always be, as long as we exist, you'll have access to your games? And if so, is that good enough? And to me, I'm like, yeah. I mean, I don't think that that's crazy. I just think it's crazy to say like, as long as we exist, and also A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K. Right. And it's like, come on, guys. Come on, man.
It's too much.
So I really feel like if you want to solve this problem, it starts and ends here, actually, ironically. Now, the problem with this, of course, this is a problem for physical games lovers, though. This is kind of the little civil war going on, right? Little uprising. It's like, if they solve this problem, it really is over for you, because there really will be no excuse anymore, right? The question is like, will they do it voluntarily? It seems unlikely. I'm not a guy who, I think government should be used as brute force when necessary against corporations. They're here to serve us. You can't just rip us off, right? Like, it's like the FDA protecting your drugs and your food and all of this, or like, it's like, yes, of course. I have no problem with that. I have no problem with like with the government coming in and saying, listen, you can't just steal from your people anymore. And your EULA doesn't protect you. Right? Yeah. Like, and you have 18 months to figure this out, whatever kind of thing, which is exactly what happened with the SRB back in the day. Good luck. We'll be back. And then you come back and see, and they'll fix that shit in 2 seconds.
Yeah.
They'll redo all these fucking licenses and all these deals with all these companies in 2 fucking minutes. If any government, that's what I was saying. It's the European Commission and the European Union that would be most likely to do this. But it could be the Congress of the United States or the FTC or something else up your ass, and they don't want that. So
yeah,
I'm willing to say like, yeah, use the leverages of power, leverage power to make this happen. It wouldn't be the first time.
True. There is less of that now, though. There is, because this, what is it? The CFPB is gone. That was gutted. That was arguably the only really like good, like objectively good government institution that never really missed as far as I was aware. So like that
government
that's
Better Business Bureau. It's interesting. Like I didn't really have a problem with it personally either. You know, it's like,
yeah, it was really good. Like I mean, I know people who like personally were just like saved from like complete scams and shit like that. So like I have a good opinion of that place. That thing's gone now. So like there's a lot more. There's a lot. I don't want to say a lot, but there's definitely fewer guardrails now on this type of thing, and it's easier for companies to do this kind of thing now. We'll see. I think there needs to be an answer. There needs to be an answer to this, because the real issue, like we said earlier, is just this ownership thing. Is it needs to be solved.
Yeah, you just have to get clever and be explicit in what you like, the limit in which you can do something. If Sony's limit is like basically like, listen, like we can't, this idea of a consortium and like and money put away to like save the, it's like, this is all insane. It goes into the same thing as like games, like the and that's why I always put them together as the stop killing games movement, where it's like, yeah, what you're saying sounds nice, but it's not practical. Like the idea that like a game just exists in perpetuity, and it's like, that doesn't really work. Or like force refunds for games that go bad. It's like, yeah, that's a nice idea, and that happens a lot. But sometimes the company went bankrupt. You know, like right, there are all these mitigating factors. But it's like, what is the limit that you can make this good for your audience? And I feel like this, people talk a lot about the security of PSN, which I think is a big thing. Of course, like what happened to me with account spoofing and all of the rest. This all goes into the same, these are salmon all swimming up the same stream.
Right.
And it's like, yeah, the PS6 is going to have an uphill battle regardless, because of the economy and its price, no doubt. And PS5 kind of feeling fine for a lot of people and not wanting to move over. You have all these problems. The last thing you want is another front opened up on you in this war. And now it's going to be about your accounts. So it's like, you got to sort this out, man. Like, you got to sort the security thing out. You got to sort the fucking ownership and the license stuff out. And I understand even if you can't renegotiate a lot of old stuff or things are what they are, but like moving forward, like you can change at any moment. The status quo can change and you can do things a different way. And the further you go along with the old status quo, the bigger the problem is. Right. I bring this up. This is not something that will probably resonate with you, but I think about baseball, Major League Baseball. They've put off having a salary cap for so long, for many, many, many years, that now there's a major discrepancy between those who spend and those who don't. And they want to introduce a salary cap, and everyone's like aghast, and there probably won't be baseball next year. You know, it's like, because you fucking kicked the can down the road. You just kicked the can down the road, and now you have a big problem. Mm-hmm. Big problem. Foundational and fundamental to the way you do business. And I hope Sony understands this more than any other part of this. Ignore the physical games people if you want, but ignore them at your peril if you're not going to fix this. And by the way, if you fix this, you disable them.
Right.
You would think that this would be all part of the plan.
You would think that it would be like a prime motivation, but.
And maybe it is, and maybe they're not ready to talk about it and say, yeah, maybe PS6 is just a totally different thing that runs different and operates differently, and there's nothing to worry about. But I'm like, nah, we've been here before. I've been covering, I've been playing on PlayStation since the beginning. I've been covering PlayStation for a very long time. You've never had a good reputation for technical fidelity on PSN. You've never had PSN has never been looked at as a respectable place, comparable to its competition. Sony gets hacked regularly. It's like, as we've talked about, from Insomniac to Sony Pictures to fucking Crunchyroll recently.
Right.
Not to mention what happened in 2011. It's like, there's something wrong with your company. I hate to tell you. Like, there's something wrong with you guys. This doesn't happen to any of the other companies. Fix it. They're lucky 2011 happened and they were able to kind of get over that. Not because what happened itself was like this catastrophic thing, people getting their credit cards stolen and all that is scary, but it's like they had enough goodwill to overcome that sort of thing. Because that's a company killer.
Yeah, and there wasn't this front page of the internet kind of thing going on back then either. Like, you had Twitter, but it was a lot smaller. I remember when the 2011 thing happened, like, barely anybody on Twitter was talking about it. Like, IGN was talking about it and things like that. But, like, it wasn't, like, trending from what I remember.
No,
it wasn't like
it
this
was,
big.
It was big in our circle. This would absolutely break containment.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see what else we have here. Luke Nocton wrote in and said, "Hey, gents, just writing in and looking for some thoughts from the experts. Can Sony actually ride this bad press out, or do they have to say something eventually? Surely they don't think this will go away. It will seep into the comments of states of play, trailers, Twitter posts, and everything else. And do you think it's fair to feel insulted as a consumer at this point, or is it parasocial to feel that way? Unlucky on the World Cup column, you'll always have the Jets." Yeah, great. Yeah, I have no emotional attachment to U.S. soccer. I'm going to be honest with you. I wanted us to win, and of course, but like they lost 4-1 to Belgium. I'm like, all right, I'll think about soccer in 4 years.
Yeah.
But I'm glad that I mean it's been fun. Like the United States definitely is more enraptured with the World Cup than it's ever been in my lifetime. Anyway. All right. So is it parasocial to feel that way? No. Will they ride it out? This is an interesting question, Chris.
Yeah.
If the next time an executive from Sony is interviewed by anybody, if at the top of the question sheet isn't what's going on with this, then you're in a real suspicious situation. They are, by virtue of having to communicate at some point, you assume, going to have to say something about this. And I wonder if they will use that opportunity, although they should have used the opportunity of announcing what was happening to do this, is to explain it in finer detail. Here's what's really happening. Here's what it looks like for us. Here are the numbers. Here are some interesting examples of games that are selling recently and how they sell digitally versus physical. Here's the complexity of making physical games. By the way, as we'll talk about a little later, like our machine was hacked by virtue of a physical game. Like there are all these things that people might not consider when they think about them. They can't not talk about it at some point. Their option is literally to never say anything ever again. Or let's not even say that. Their option is to never talk to a journalist ever again. Mm-hmm. Or get ahead of it and say something before then, or ignore it, I guess. I will say that they seem it's fairly obvious to me that they, I think, are going to ride this out. And I think it is working. And I think that like over the time will erode this away to something much more manageable for them if they just, as the saying goes, post through it. And this might have been part of the whole strategy the entire time is like, we'll be quiet for a week and then we got to get right back to it. And at first we'll get 50,000 comments and then we'll get 40 and then we'll get 35 and 30 and 20 and then 15, and then the thumbs up will start getting, the ratio will start getting better and better and better. And that's probably what they're counting on. So yeah, I think they can ride it out. Some professionals think they are riding it out. I will say this, Chris, I think it gets less likely they do anything the more time goes at this point. What do they have to gain? I mean, I guess they would have to figure things out behind the scenes, but you would think you would be able to. Like, for instance, if you were like the PS5 manufacturer thing of like, we'll proceed past January 2028, you'd think you would figure that out fairly quickly.
Yeah.
So what do you think? They're riding it out?
I think they're going to try. I'm not that convinced that it will work necessarily. Like I think this is one of those rare instances. Like I don't think Sony's really been in this situation before where they're in a dominant position in the sense that they are the de facto console. They are also in a uniquely powerful position in the sense that I don't want to say powerful necessarily, but like they're in a very relevant position in the sense that this generation has been broadly uninteresting and not worth the squeeze for a lot of people. they're in the unique position of, and by the way, this is irrespective of like what we know to be true about like broad economic truths and like why certain decisions are made. A lot of your average person is going to see the PlayStation rise $100, $200 in price and think like, well, fuck this. You know what I mean? They're not going to think deeper about it. And that's not really their responsibility to either. PS4, PS5 Pro is at 900. Probably, I mean, who knows? But like maybe potentially go up. They're looking at this entire situation. I think they're in a unique position now in comparison to any position that they've been in before, where they're the guy on top, and they've also got the most, like, the brightest weaknesses that I think they've really ever had at any given moment, like at once. Like there's this ownership issue. There's the price of the machine. There's the hunger for the next machine not even being close to what it should be by now. There's the broad feeling of disappointment that a lot of people have in the generation that they've currently delivered. They've become a fun entity to attack in ways that prior to maybe The Last of Us 2, they weren't. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Like there's a target on them. Whether that's fair or not, like, I mean, that's up to everybody. That's up to any individual, but like they're the punching bag now. Like Xbox is also, but like they're not even really, like they're kind of like off on their, like they're a mess. Like to the degree that we shut on Xbox, rightfully so, it almost feels like we're doing it from the outside. But this is the inside, man. Like this is the core pillar of what console games are right now. At least like modern, you know, boutique console games. So it's just like, I'm not that convinced that they could just kind of ride this out, because they're not really headed in a direction that looks particularly optimistic. At least when the PS5 was coming out, you know, there was a hunger there. You know, there wasn't this, their first party was firing in a way that was like satisfactory to a lot of people. I actually found the PS4 generation to be kind of okay, but like a lot of people love that generation. That's not true for this.
Yeah, I agree.
And these long development times and these franchises going on, and another God of War, and like Last of Us Remastered 3 parts 2, you know what I mean? Like it's memes and it's jokes, but these memes and these jokes, you know, they permeate popular culture and they do affect how people feel. So I don't know.
Yeah, it's
I'm not as convinced, but like you could be right though. I mean, ultimately, like people do have short memories. So
they do. I mean, I think it gets into this next inquiry. I think we'll be able to put a finer point on this. Avery Ilias wrote in and said, "Who is the most to blame for the current state of the games industry? I argue it's primarily consumers to blame. They accepted the inferior battle pass model. They buy microtransactions out the wazoo, and they buy games full price when they claim they will boycott. I think that developers, publishers, and everyone else involved in the pipeline shares the blame, but I'm curious where you guys land on this. Everyone can agree that the industry is sour right now. I learned this from you, Colin. Vote with your wallet. I'm not a fan of the PS6 going diskless, but could it be as simple as not buying the rather unnecessary console to send a message?" This, to me, is a vital part of things to understand, is that though I think physical enthusiasts are a significant minority on PlayStation, they're not, in other words, they're not the majority of players. You're more than big enough to affect change. You can make Sony pay for this. It requires incredible discipline and a universality of your opinions that I don't think you guys share. You don't, like, by virtue of being millions of you, presumably, like spread out or whatever, each of you are going to have a different opinion on things. Each of you are going to have a different feeling on how far you want to push it or whatever. It's like, but if you all cut PlayStation off, they would feel it. No doubt. They are counting on this not happening, I think. And I think they're probably right. I mean, I hate to say it. I think that you bring it up all the time, Chris, the Call of Duty Modern Warfare Steam group, right?
Yeah.
And like how funny that image is of like all of them boycotting it, and then they're all playing it the day it comes out. It's like, yeah, I think that many of you won't be able to stay away from Grand Theft Auto. I think many of you won't be able to stay away from Intergalactic. I think many of you won't be able to stay away from Wolverine. I think many of you won't be able to stay away, like I and all the third party stuff that you don't want to go buy a PC and you don't want to play an Xbox. You don't want to play. It's like, this is going to whittle your numbers down. But in a perfect world where you guys created like a Roman phalanx and you did what was necessary, you could hurt them. Would it work ultimately? Would they not recover? I don't know. But like, if you disconnected your if you canceled your PS Plus subscription by the millions, right? Cirque and Toto is saying, 1% of you canceling is 500,000, and that's not going to be enough. But what if millions of people did it? What if you all disconnected your PlayStations and just didn't log in with them at all anymore, removing their monthly active users by the millions, which is like, as we know, the source of great pride at these companies. And it's hard to report downages, in those on your reporting. Be like, yeah, we are down 5 million. If you didn't buy any games anymore, canceled all your pre-orders. I know some of you are doing this, and you have to act on your own volition and speak to your own principles, right? I mean, I think we all understand that. To me, I feel like on the individual level, there's more than enough furor and more than enough discipline. But can it be put together to make a true consumer movement? And it would have to be a true consumer movement of millions of you, not millions of casual drive-by PlayStation consumers or whatever, like enthusiasts. But I think that it's possible. I just think it's highly unlikely. And that's what breaks all boycotts. And what makes boycotts that even seem kind of meaningful and powerful, I think Hogwarts Legacy is a good one. Like Hogwarts Legacy there were entire major websites and YouTube channels that refused to even acknowledge it at all. There were people up the wazoo saying, we're not buying it. And it's sold like tens of millions of copies. Sometimes things it's just out of your hands. And the tough thing about boycotts, Chris, is like, you can't bend everyone to your will. You'll have like different spectra of supporters. Like, I support the physical games people doing what they want. I hope you win. Doesn't affect me at all. But I'm also, as a PlayStation player, not going to change my behavior to make it happen. Right? I'm not. I'm one of those people. That's like, yeah, I'm with you, but I'm not going to do anything about it. You need people that are not me. You need people that are going to stand in solidarity with you, and that's each other. So that's the tough part about, and you said, is it as simple as not buying the next console? Yeah. It's not only as simple as not buying the next console, it's as simple as stop using the current console.
Well, that's kind of the thing.
If you're really that enthusiastic, if you're that, anyway, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, like, the next console, I mean, let's be real. It's going to be very easy to boycott the next console because it's going to be over $1,000.
Yeah, you can boycott it. In quotes.
Right. It'll be very easy. The issue is ultimately, like, I mean, it's important for the next console to sell well, obviously, but we've known for a long time, and especially now where there's like multiple concurrent generations operating in tandem with one another, like the money's really in the software and the subscription services and the active player bases and all that stuff. Like, that's where the money is. It's less so like, so even boycotting the next console, which I would imagine is probably going to be more likely now than ever, just because cost is prohibitive and also just there's not really a hunger. Not necessarily fair because we haven't seen it. Like, maybe that hunger will appear. In fact, I'm sure it will for some people. But like, even the most effective, most likely boycott of the next machine out of sheer cost prohibitance, like, that's like ultimately, like, that's not really going to do anything to the degree that it should, because like ultimately, like, even in the first wave of sales for those machines are always going to be enthusiasts who are going to jump on anything no matter what. And if you're just going to stay on your PS5 to show them like, well, I'm not really interested. Well, it's just like, well, they're still getting your money though, because you're on PS Plus.
Yeah, arguably they're passively getting your money, and they might even subsidize new console, meaning you're saving them money.
Yeah,
you have to bounce out a PlayStation.
You got to disconnect entirely. You got to go to PC or something.
Yeah, 100%.
But I don't know. That's a tall ask. It's a tall order, especially if for people who have built their entire ecosystem on PlayStation. Yeah,
I think you're right, Chris. There's a I really can't intellectually disagree with the argument that all things being equal, PC is the best place for you to be in this new world. Like
Yeah.
if you're like a fresh, bright-eyed doe coming to games for the first time, right? And it's like, where do I go and what do I do? It's like, oh, you don't really want to come here. You want to go there. It makes more sense for you to go there. I love it here. I think it's very nice here, but I've been here for a long time. I'm quite comfortable here, and I think that it is a lot in this price constraint. Sony will always win the price argument. Always. They will never not win it. It's a simple law of economy of scale. That's it, period. Whatever the comparable PC is will be cheaper for Sony to make as a PlayStation. And they'll always have that argument. So you're asking people to spend more and go to these other places or whatever, and it's gonna be tough. But this is what I was getting to with Avery's inquiry is like, boycotts are serious. Sony runs on high single digit, low double digit margins. It's not great. Just a little bit of a tweak to that can send this thing going into a bad way. And I think any large group of people have the potential to do that to them. And that's true not of Sony uniquely. It's true of any brand. But you have to, it's what I was saying earlier. It's like when what happened to my account happened, what I didn't ask anyone was to do anything about it. Because I understood it was like, I have to find my people, like the like-minded people that are in this and like learn more about it and kind of congeal with them and all of the rest. And you have to look at it the same way. Like you have a friend in me, but it's like, I'm playing Grand Theft Auto. I'm going to play Wolverine. I'm buying all these different games. I can only help you so much. I hope you guys stay strong and understand what it takes if you really, really care about this to solve it. But I also understand that it seems probably fairly hopeless at the same time. And I'm sorry about that.
Yeah.
Let's see. The ambiguously gay duo wrote in. Do you remember the ambiguously gay duo?
Yeah.
I love that. It was an SNL skit. It's like a cartoon. Hi, CNC. It was SNL, right? Yeah, I think so. Hi, CNC. I can't help thinking that Sony's announcement to discontinue physical discs would have gone over better if only they gave a longer runway for the transition to all digital. They should have announced this at the time of the PS6 reveal and stated that this generation, the PS6 generation, will be the last to have a disc drive. In addition, they could have announced that going forward, the official PlayStation Store will be the only place to buy physical discs for PS6. This way, they give plenty of notice to affected gamers and retain full control of the retail sales that they so desperately desire. Thanks for reading. And please tell AI Dustin that he's doing a great job. Thank you for writing in. I would agree with you only if the PS6 had a disc drive, but I'm not entirely sure this is where I think I might, some people are going to disagree with me. It's like, I'm not entirely sure them not putting a disc drive on the PS6 as an option is even that, like, based on the interoperability of the handheld and the console, it's like, it kind of makes sense. You might not like it, but this stops them from having to explain why your physical PS6 game doesn't work on your handheld. Instead, they're just like, there is no physical PS6 game.
Yeah.
So because of that, so like in your reality where the PS6 had a disc drive, which would be cool. Not something I want, but it's like, whatever. Then yeah, you're right. Then there would be no reason to say anything at all to anyone. And I would agree with you. But based on what we think we understand about what this means for PS6, this is the only option. And that's why I was saying earlier, it's an incomplete victory. It kind of sucks for them. They're like, yeah, like we drew a little blood and we didn't lose, but like we got to fight again. It was just a skirmish. Yeah. And it's like, yeah, that sucks. Because I'm telling you, I don't know anything. Like I haven't talked to anyone about this. I'm just telling you, they did this for the PS. They did this so they didn't have to do that. 100%. Can you imagine the nuclear fallout of the PlayStation 6 announcement in which they're like, it's digital?
It would be bad, yeah.
Instead, they basically insinuated to anyone with two eyes and a brain cell. And so like when they say it, they'll be like, yeah, you know this already though. You knew it in your heart. But I think it's just going to be like this again.
Yeah.
I
think so too.
Now, the funnier thing, this would be cutting off your nose to spite your face. This would be fucking so stupid. But like, because if they have a solution, they should just say it now. But it would be funny if they like waited until the PS6 was announced. And we're like, yeah, we're just going to keep making discs after all. Here's the disc drive for PS6. And by that point, hundreds of thousands of people have bailed out and sold their consoles and like fucking sworn off the brand or whatever. I just don't think that's going to happen. But that would be a pretty cool thing for them to do should they want to turn it around. But I just don't think they're going to.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. The Acute Cinephile wrote in and said, hey, CCD, hope you're all well. One angle of Sony killing physical media that hasn't gotten enough airtime, growth outside their established markets. Whatever you think of the move for existing PlayStation owners, how does Sony attract new audiences from regions without great internet infrastructure? And then there's populous countries like India. I'm Indian, and while the country actually has decent internet penetration for its size, console gaming there thrives on the used game market because of lower purchasing power and how expensive new titles are relative to local incomes. Secondhand discs are what keeps consoles viable for a huge chunk of that audience. Now that's effectively done for. Sony can keep extracting more revenue per user from their customers if it already has, but if the door to these markets is closed, where does the actual growth come from? The strategy hits a ceiling at some point, does it not? Curious to hear your thoughts. Wishing you all the very best. This gets a little bit, Chris, into something we're going to talk about later with Marvel Tokon. Because the one thing that people lose sight of with PlayStation is that they don't really do business in a lot of the world. Like they're available in quotes, like almost anywhere, but like you're like using VPNs and proxy servers and like attaching yourself to foreign PSNs because like they're really only operating out of like 40 or 50 places. And
right.
Should they want to spread the field? Yes. But my theory on this, especially with India, like they've been very aggressive in China. I mean, they have a huge presence in China now. But like you would assume that they're a business. So like if it's like, oh, we should really open a local shop in Ghana and like have like an office of like 20 people and like get the shit out there. Like they would do that if they can make money on it. You're bringing up, I understand what you're saying about India, and I think it's kind of a double-edged sword because at one point you're talking about console permeation, which is important, but then you're talking about used games, and it's like, this is exactly the problem, right? Like, I like unfortunately, like used games. Right now, like for PS6, for instance, Sony is like used games. Like we don't have to worry about that. That's done. You know, they hate used games. They hate used games. This is one of the things I'm saying about Chris too, about like, and I'm not saying he's even part of this group, but like people that want to affect change, it's like you gotta get your talking points down. And the used game thing might speak to each other, but that's not. That's like they've been fighting against used games forever. Nintendo sued Blockbuster in the 80s. Don't you understand that these companies have hated this shit forever? The online pass, the whole idea of DLC comes from like it literally has been adopted to the degree it has been to stop you from selling things. So I just think the used game thing is, but on the other hand, what you're saying is true in that they're playing it on a PlayStation. The answer though is like, does that have real value to Sony? You buying the console, maybe interacting with a little bit, and then buying all the games used. It's like I don't know that they care if they're going to have you or not, and that's kind of a shitty thing. But I think it's kind of true, like where their heads are at.
Yeah, it's undoubtedly true. I mean, you're not really, from their perspective, you're not contributing to the overall economy of the ecosystem. So you might as well just not have a PlayStation, as far as they're probably concerned.
It's I made the argument about the internet stuff last week where I just have really zero tolerance for the internet and stuff, not because people don't have the internet, but it's like, if you're going to spend $1,000 on a console and have a 4K TV, buy the internet.
Yeah, it's kind of
like that. That's more the argument I'm making. Buy the internet. Do that first. You need that more than the PS6 you're not going to put on the internet for some reason. I don't know what you think you're going to do with it, but the locality thing is more interesting from a pricing structure and from like a penetration point of view about like, well, PlayStation really doesn't have a presence in a lot of these places anyway. And they do seem interested in breaking India open, but you could look at it as like, maybe they're just interested in breaking India open for its developers. I think that would be kind of stupid. That's like half the battle, but I don't know. We'll see what happens, I suppose. Christopher Stewart wrote in and said, hey, CC, and when we need it most, D. Nope, not this week. I think Sony's decision to skip physical media with PS6 is a two-part decision, wherein the first decision necessitated the second. Every generation, Sony makes a renewed attempt to protect the hardware from jailbreakers. Every generation, Sony loses. This generation, the PS5 wasn't jailbroken through the PSN or by trying to alter the hardware directly. It was jailbroken through physical media. As you've mentioned many times, Colin, PlayStation has become too important to Sony to take any risks with. It would be a risk to allow any data from physical media to come into contact with the PS6. All data must come from Sony and PSN directly, no exceptions. Perhaps someone will be able to still jailbreak an offline PS6 using game data. The difference is this time, that game data can't be transferred between consoles. It can only be downloaded until Sony catches wind of things. Jailbroken PS6s will be like PT, only accessible to those who downloaded it while it was available. Decision 1, no data on discs. Sony could still sell discs that act as game keycards like Nintendo, but as you've already articulated, to what end? To lose money to secondhand resale? To deal with an entire generation of whining, people constantly complaining, if I can have the disc, why can't I have the data? No. Best to take all the heat at once and let the situation blow over. This isn't about whether Sony could make more money selling physical media. It's definitely not about customer satisfaction. It's about Sony's unwillingness to relinquish any inch of control over their ecosystem. And because it's about control and security, I expect Sony will say as little as possible about this. Talking is a no-win scenario. Add PlayStation to the list of casualties caused by modern Star Wars. Well put. I don't agree necessarily that they're not in this for other reasons. They want more money. But I said this last week, Chris. This is an understated and underrated part of it, I think, is they don't have to worry about that anymore. And it is true that physical media is a major nexus by which they break open these machines. And I'm kind of surprised that more people aren't talking about it. But I will say this, Christopher who wrote in. I did just call Christopher like I'm mad at him or something. Right. If they sold enough discs and it was viable enough, they would be willing to have the potential of being hacked, or at least they'd be willing to risk it. It's easy for them to wrap this whole thing up because it's not worth it. It all comes back down to that for them. I know that they're in a tough spot where it's like you can't acknowledge people hacking your machines. They really have never acknowledged that stuff. They do things about it, but they don't ever talk about it. But it would be an interesting thing for them to say that, to be like, yeah, like this is in a world, again, with a cogent communication strategy. Part of it could be like, you guys care a lot about the security of PlayStation, and we do too. And physical media has been a huge problem for us in terms of keeping things secure and keeping our machines secure, which is another reason why we feel like we should probably just, focus our engineers and our talents on the digital ecosystem and worry about that solely. Like, you can make it part of your communication strategy. They just are incapable of doing that. But I agree, like, it's all about cost, and I disagree with Christopher. Like, it all comes down to money. But it comes down to the tolerance of what you lose and what you gain. And I think that this is certainly a good thing for the security of PlayStation. I don't know if anyone cares about that. So Alex Porter wrote in with the final inquiry, and we can then move on. He says, "Hey, CC, how are you feeling about PlayStation after last week? I've never felt less excited about it. $1,000 PS6, $80 digital-only games, PSN dynamic pricing. Dark times are ahead. It's not a natural direction. It's about increasing margins, profit for shareholders, and controlling the market at the expense of consumers. No price cut in games, no improvement in digital ownership, no benefit for players. If digital-only games start in 2028, then I'll stick with the better option, Steam. I'll get Intergalactic and The Last of Us 3 on PS5, but after that, I'm done." Where are you at? So let's exit now. Where's your head at moving forward with the brand and with what they're doing and how they're acting? And do you have any closing thoughts?
I guess I don't agree with all of what Alex said here, but I don't disagree. Like, I feel like it's in a bad spot. It's not exciting. The things we know about it, like through leaks and rumors and all that stuff, is intriguing. Like, I'm intrigued at the prospect of a handheld, but at the same time, yeah, like there's a question that I have that I ask myself sometimes, specifically in moments like this where things seem like really bad. It's like, were I not on a PlayStation show, would I buy this machine? Like, would I be day one for like a PS6? And right now, like, based on the fact that we don't know officially what it is, no. I'm happy with the PS5. Like, I don't really need anything more than what I have. I'm not wanting for anything. I'm not, hungering for new features, as if new features would really. Feels like ever since the PS3, we've actually gotten fewer features. Actually, so I don't know, man. It's the brand's not in a good spot. I understand the economic realities that brought us here, and I understand that not all of it is necessarily unreasonable, though all of it is ostensibly, profit driven for sure. It's business. It's not good, man. Like, this next machine, you have to understand, like, the PS6 has to make such a strong case for itself. And I think that's why, again, I brought this before. I think that's why they tampered away from PC. I think that's why they were just like, we need to make a case for this machine. We got to make sure that our ecosystem is the only ecosystem where you can play these things, to make it more enticing. I think they're exploring some interesting things, but like, they're going to have to really show up in a way that I don't think they had to before. Like, the PS3 probably was the biggest thing, and that was because they were a year late. But the PS4 had like a perfect opportunity. The PS5 was coming into a space where Xbox was already kind of gimped. Like, this is the most, and not to say that there's other places to go, but PC is clearly, like, if you're going to be spending upwards of $1,000 on a thing that plays games, like, you kind of might as well, because now you're in that. That's how people think about, whether it's logical or not. That's how people think about pricing. I know for sure that's how I think about pricing. Like, if I'm looking at like like an appliance or something, and the cheapest appliance that I can find is like still relatively expensive, I was like, well, I'm just gonna go up another tier then. Like, if I'm already in the ballpark of spending this money, I might as well just get something better. And there's kind of it's unquestionable that like PC, like if you're going to be in an all digital space, PC is the space to be. Like, you've got the least guardrails, you've got the least restrictions on you, and you have the most available to you. And I don't think most people will do that necessarily. There's always going to be a market for console, I think. I'm probably going to be part of that. I like the convenience of having a machine that I don't have to worry about. That I don't have to, like, I got to install my drivers.
The worst.
It's the worst feeling ever. I hate it.
The worst.
But I could see, like, at $1,000, people be like, I might as well spend $2. If you're in that market, if you're in that space, we'll see. I'm not thrilled about how things are going. I think there's a way to bounce back. I think there's a way to fix things. I think there's probably like ways that they can undercut, but that machine has to show up.
Yeah, I think what's going on with Sony goes a lot deeper than what's going on with the physical games thing. And again, it's funny that like they just snuck the PS3 and Vita stuff under. Like, we don't even really have time. Like, we have all the time in the world, but like, there's no bandwidth to even consider that. It's like, that's happening, right? So
yeah,
it's like, no, we can't fight another front. It's like World War II, where the Americans were like, we got to fight the Japanese and the Nazis at the same time. It's gonna be very difficult.
But dude, they gave
I guess
us more of
in that I'm talking the Sony or the Japanese and the Nazi. I don't know. I don't like that. I don't like that analogy. I'm sorry.
Well, dude, you know what's crazy about it? It's like we got a far longer heads up about the PS3 and Vita store closing than this, because this is what, 2028?
Yeah, 28. Yeah.
So we've got like a year and a half, 2 years, and we got a 5-year lead up to this.
Right. And what you're referring to, for people that don't know, is that this was originally announced in 2021 that they were going to shut the PS3 and Vita down, and then everyone flipped out because they learned their lesson. They're like, oh, we have to bury this in another thing, and they did it, man. Again, that's why I'm saying, like, I don't hate the PR strategy from their perspective. It kind of worked.
No. Yeah, but I also think they would have been fine because, again, it's been like the heads up is so long. It's just interesting to me that, like, in the PS5 generation, like at the beginning of the PS5 generation, they were going to cut PS3, and they've given us a 5-6 year head start on like understanding that was coming. And for PS5, the current generation physical discs, there's 2 years head start.
Yeah, not even.
That's fascinating.
Yeah, it's an interesting sitch, no doubt. Like, I am. So yeah, like, all right. So to answer his questions, my feelings on PlayStation, I think they're gonna have some problems. Like, I don't know, and I don't think it really has anything to do with, well, not anything to do with this. This is another thing. They feel they feel somehow incapacitated, like as if they don't know what to do. Like they have these instincts of these tech instincts and these games instincts that are fairly good, but they don't know how to communicate them. They don't know how to make them into this cohesive strategy that can be articulated to their audience. And as I believe I said on the stream earlier in the week, I'm like, who would even articulate it? Who the fuck's going to talk? They had like Hideaki Nishino. I was saying, like, we don't even know what Nishino. I don't even know what Nishino sounds like in my mind's ear. I have no idea. Herman Holst, who has no credibility at all. Like, who they don't have any. They don't have any personalities anymore to even speak. Cerny to a degree, but he's not the guy for that.
Yeah, you don't want to wheel Sony out there. You don't Cerny. You don't want to wheel Cerny out there to deliver that news. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely not. Definitely not. Like and this was what I think was getting lost on some people when I was saying this, is like, I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm saying that they have a strategy, a comm strategy that works. And the only way that you can make it not work is to make it not work. Like, if you're not going to communicate, then there's got to be a penalty. And I think a lack of communication gives them a certain mystique. And I think that they've overridden their mystique at this point. And
yeah, they've run out.
Yeah, it's like, now they look at the numbers and we noted it last week, like the stock market liked this. Like they look at the numbers and they're like, we're fine. But I'm like, I think you are misunderstanding what is happening on the ground, and you're making yourself unnecessarily vulnerable. And I think there's no question that their competition is Steam, and they should be worried about losing people to them. It might happen gradually, and it might happen slowly, and it might happen with small numbers, but there's definitely going to be a draw to that platform if what PlayStation becomes is ultimately just a replica of that platform in a closed ecosystem, which, again, some people are attracted to. I have no problem with that, but a lot of people are going to. And yes, they'll always, we've talked about this, about the distinction of when you get to a certain amount of money for something, you assume the person has a certain amount of money. So when you're getting to the $1,000 console, it's like, well, it's more reasonable to ask a person that could afford $1,000 console to be like, you could just buy a $1,500 PC, and it's not as big of an ask for them as the person buying a $400 console and saying, well, you could buy a $1,500 PC. You know what I mean? So like you could cut more people can be shaved off.
People are already, if you're already in that ballpark again, like if it's easier to jump from $1,000 for a video game machine to $2,000 for a video game machine than it is to jump from $400 to $900, because it's a different ballpark.
Right.
We're in different spaces.
Right.
And so, yeah, I think you're right. I don't think it's going to be like overnight. It's going to be this mass exodus, but like I think you're going to start seeing a case being made for a lot of people, especially if they already have computers and all they need is a graphics card or something. You know what I mean? Like, it's a lot of people have computers already and they don't necessarily game on them.
I think when this all settles, like the run on components in the late 2020s, early 2030s, should it ever settle, I think things can be restructured in such a way where Sony might not like where the board sits anymore and how the pieces sit on the board, like they did before all this happened. And I think it requires a level of aggression. There's no doubt in my mind that they have learned from Microsoft in terms of like, these people don't shut up, but I think they've learned and they've believed their own hype too much. And that hype might get checked.
Yeah.
They quietly ride a lot of things out like that. All the Helldivers 2 stuff, like they barely ever officially communicated about that. They left it to Arrowhead. And a lot of that stuff even happened on Steam. If you were just like in the PlayStation ecosystem, you would have never known all the shit that was going on with that game for all that time. And they might have another problem, as we're going to talk about shortly, with Tokon, although Tokon's not as big of a game and therefore it will be lessened. But again, these are all not, I don't want to say it again, all dings in the armor.
Right.
And yeah, go ahead.
Well, no, I was just gonna say, like, you mentioned that it's not just this; it's a lot of things. Sony's been taking a lot of hits for a while. Obviously, Herman Holst's guidance of this brand for a while has been obviously a massive problem. Concord, I think, is the big stain. That's the thing that really is like broke containment, and everybody knows,
Right.
You know,
Right.
And you know, it network insecurity, all these things. So like it's not just physical games. It's a pile.
I do feel like there's a lack of fun. I always say video games don't have to necessarily be fun as by definition. I feel like we play games for different reasons. I'm not always having fun. I'm immersed. I'm enjoying. I'm interested. Whatever. But like, we call them video games, and there should be a level of fun. That fun has to be communicated. You need to have fun people. The one thing I took for granted with PlayStation for a long time is that they always had really interesting people working for them until this generation. And so like there were always people, even Andrew House and like people that were a little more controversial, right? Like Jack Trenton, certainly. I know we talked about Shu and Adam Boyes and Gio Corsi. Remember Gio Corsi with the Vita on the stage? And like, there's like all sorts of great stories about that. Like Sony was mad. I've told the story about how like Sony was mad at him for that. Like he went rogue and did that because they're like, we fucking want to kill the Vita. What are you doing? You know? And, it's like, that kind of renegade spirit and how they were all different, and you get different things out of talking to them. And I knew them all. And so I did talk, and it's like even Sean Layden. I mean, he's really the last one that like could talk and can talk about games in a meaningful way. Jim Ryan didn't give interviews, and I think a lot of this direction came from him. And I'm surprised it hasn't changed. And I know Nishino just gave an interview with Famitsu, but Famitsu is, I don't want to like defame them. I don't read Famitsu. It's like, but like they don't have a reputation for journalistic excellence. You know, like they exist in a Japanese culture that's a lot more respectful of the many happenings going on around them. It's what we always say. Like, do you have any idea how much crazy shit probably happens at these studios? We never hear about it.
Oh yeah.
The crazy shit can't be endemic to Western teams only. You only get evidence of it later, like when Nakamura left, when she wasn't at Tango anymore, or when Inafune and Iga left their companies. Like obviously, or Kojima, of course, that was the breaking containment. That was the one that broke most containment. But even then, we don't know anything about it, about what happened.
Yeah.
So Nishino giving interviews to Famitsu is not sufficient. And so I consider myself first and foremost an observer and chronicler of the brand. I'm a fan of PlayStation. I love PlayStation, but I first and foremost am an observer, and I observe interesting times ahead, I think.
Yeah.
Which is good for our show, frankly.
I would be remiss too to not end this segment, I guess, noting that our friend Dustin notified us that even Chris Chan is weighed in on this.
Oh yeah, I just saw this on yeah, he tweeted.
And it's like it's funny because it's so eloquent and normal. Like the tweet is like very normal.
Yeah, he let's see here. I'm loading it now. Chris Chan says, I am making a rare exception about my Twitter and talk about this both here and Blue Sky. Physical media. I am very much in favor of it. Digital media was okay for the option, but to have it as an only way to play modern console games, I feel like it is simply wrong.
There you have it.
And yeah, he has, oh my God, there's a bunch of, yeah, there's a
a lot more. There's a lot more. We don't gotta get into it.
I'm disturbed. He says physical media, I am very much in favor of it with a U. Chris, you're from Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
What are we doing here? Thank you for letting us know that, Dustin. We really appreciate that.
Yeah, we had to get it in.
All right. A few more pieces of news to get through here. This I brought up a little bit, or maybe you referenced this a little bit earlier, actually. We're using Push Square to kind of report on this. Everyone's mad at Sony right now. I get it. This is one of those things where I think you got to check yourself a little bit in my opinion. But here's what they write. PS5 fans panic over lost games clause, but there's more to the story. A clause in the European version of PlayStation's terms of service has caused confusion and chaos this weekend as fans rally against the company's decision to cease manufacturing physical games in January 2028. As can be the case with social media, though, a lot of the reactions don't take into account the greater context of the statement and what it actually means. So what they've Del Carter, who's actually going to be on the show soon on Sacred Symbols Plus, Del Walker, I'm sorry, what is it? The Carter Dell is his Twitter account, Del Walker. He tweets out, so if I buy 100 digital PS5 games and then don't sign into PSN for 3 years, I can lose them all and the account. And they even want me to buy a digital only PS6, LOL, LMAO even. And he has a picture of the TOS on PlayStation and it says, closing your account, section 21, closing your account, section 21.2. If you have not used your account for at least 36 months, we may take steps to close it. In that case, we will contact you via email address registered to your account and give you 6 months to either log into your account or contact us and tell us to keep your account open. After your account is closed, you will not be able to access the PlayStation Online services or use the digital products purchased on that account. And they say later that it's permanent. However, this is only in the European TOS. And as Push Square points out, this has to do with European law. They write, while I'll gladly criticize Sony when it deserves it, I think it's important to note this probably exists to adhere to broader European GDPR laws, as the same clause doesn't feature in the US TOS, where there are different regulations in place. In fact, as I understand it, Sony's approach to this is actually much more lenient than many other companies, allowing for 3 years of inactivity before it may take action, and then a further 6 months to give you time to do something about it. So, as I understand, Chris, these laws exist, and I don't know enough to know if they're reasonable or enough. It's like these fallow accounts, I guess, are possible ways into hacking. Like they can be hacked, they become just sitting there and they're just not doing anything. And I guess part of European online commerce requires this sort of behavior on the part of the companies. So this is again what I'm saying is like, let's stick within the realm of reason. I believe that Sony would never want to delete your account. And I'm saying delete you, like delete your existence. We're talking about what happened to you and Beth. Listen to what I'm saying. I don't think Sony would want to delete your fallow account because it counts as an account that exists. And they can just have that number, you know? So you always have to look at things a little bit logically. Like, well, why would you want to do that? And apparently it has to do with European law. So I've seen that circulating. And I think we all need to calm down a little bit about that. Have you seen the hullabaloo going around about this?
Yeah, I did. And I did read it, and it is crazy. I also don't like it was weird, especially because I just bought a 360 at like a games shop or whatever, and I've been picking up some old physical games that just aren't playable on back compat for whatever reason. And when I logged in, I downloaded, or I went into my like account history and I found a bunch of like XBLA games that I could re-download again. I was like, oh, this is cool. I'm glad I can do this, even though I haven't been on the 360 in like 10 plus years. You know, that's cool. I also don't know if that necessarily counts because I don't think I've been logged out of PSN or Xbox Live for longer than a couple days. You know what I mean? Like it's one of those things where it's like I haven't used the 360 in a long time, but I've signed an Xbox Live. How likely is it that I would have been inactive for 3 years if I wasn't dead? I don't know. Yeah, it's still kind of crazy. It's a European law or whatever. But yeah, I like you said, they would never want to. They want you there, even if you're inactive, because it boosts their numbers. It boosts. It's a feather in their cap that they can use to boast. So like, I don't think they would want to delete anybody.
Yeah, everyone's got to focus. If you want to be mad at Sony, more power to you. A lot to be mad about. But
yeah,
them complying with local, often onerous European laws is not something to be mad about with them. All right. We brought this up earlier. IGN wrote about this. And it is interesting to rehash this, although I think we all understand what's going on here. They write Marvel Tokon blocked in 132 countries. And it looks like PSN requirements are to blame. They write PlayStation and Arc System Works Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls has been blocked in 132 countries in what appears to be another example of Sony's PSN requirements barring players from access on Steam. Fans of the upcoming tag team comic book fighting game have prepared to skip out on its August 2026 launch after it was revealed that a long list of regions will be blocked. The full list of 132 countries, this is the ones that IGN pulled out. The full list of 132 countries include Afghanistan, Haiti, Serbia, Zimbabwe, Egypt, and more. Why those? Afghanistan? Yeah. Is there a vibrant Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls? Like Serbia makes a little bit more sense. But anyway, there is a full list of them. A lot of these are there. It's like a ton of African countries, a ton of small Southeast Asian countries, some South and Central American countries, Middle Eastern countries, some Middle Eastern countries, and then a lot of like Pacific Islands and so on and so forth. Places where PSN, and this is what I was saying earlier in the show, I promised I would connect back to this. These places, PlayStation exists in a lot of these places, but they're not really PlayStation customers. They've received the hardware somehow. They're probably connecting to an overseas PSN account. As I've noted, Russians, I think, which are banned from PSN right now, I believe, are connecting through Turkey's PlayStation network and so on and so forth. But because there's a higher expectation, I guess, of availability off of PlayStation and on Steam, I guess people are kind of upset about this. And this is what happened with Helldivers. Although it is interesting to note, and I didn't know this, IGN noted this, that 177 countries and regions were blocked for Helldivers. And this is 132. So it is getting better. And you assume that some of the lower hanging fruit that was on there are not on there, because I want to be fair. There are some countries where I'm a little surprised, right? Like I'm a little surprised the Dominican Republic.
Yeah, I saw that caught my eye as well.
I'm a little surprised that Estonia is on the list, right? Like I'm a little surprised Jamaica. I'm surprised Jordan is on the list. But then there's countries where I'm like, I'm not really that surprised that this country is on the list. So I think you have to go look in. North Korea. Yeah, North Korea is on the list, which rules. Like Yemen. Oh, okay. And so on and so forth. But yeah, there are some interesting ones that I'm like, yeah, hopefully they continue to make this work. But because you have to connect to the PSN, I guess this is for cross-play and online play, of course. It just is what it is. We'll see if it holds. Helldivers was both hurt and helped by a bunch of like I don't know what you would call them, fan-driven campaigns about something they liked or something they didn't like. I don't know that Marvel Tokon's ever going to have that kind of energy. And I think Sony, I don't want to excuse this, but it's like, it's not unreasonable for them to say, like, if you want to play online, you have to connect to the PSN. And we can't have we can't have these problems. You can't connect to our network. You can't do all these things if you're in one of these countries. It sucks. But as I said earlier in the show, I feel like they would be in these places if it made sense for them to be in these places. They want to spread the field and make money. And if the country count, Chris, goes from 177 to 132, maybe they're making some progress. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, yeah, there's just some here that I'm surprised to see. Estonia is one of those too, because Estonia has like better. I think this is true. At least it was true a couple of years ago. Like, so Estonia has better internet than we do.
Yeah, I believe in a lot of those
like
places.
By a lot.
So yeah, let me look at the list again, because I wonder, is like Lithuania on there, for instance? And yeah,
it is.
I think these are the old Russian satellites, like the Balkans, or not the Balkans, the Baltic countries.
Right.
And so maybe I don't know, maybe that has something to do with that's too bad, because they are just European countries. Latvia would be one of those too, I assume, right? Is that on here? Yep. So those are probably the most notable, amongst the most notable. Also, the Vatican City is on here. So the Pope, you will not be playing the Pope or his people on Marvel Tokon, unfortunately.
What a bummer.
All right. So a lot of stuff, Chris, we'll end our news with a lot of stuff that's been going on in Xbox world. We're not going to cover all of the stuff that has nothing to do with PlayStation or studios that we would interact with. And even for those studios that do interact with PlayStation, we're not even going to get into all their stuff either. For instance, the Elder Scrolls Online team, Bethesda Online Studios, has been gutted. Apparently, that heavily affects PlayStation. But I thought I'd pick out a few things that I thought were notable for us to talk about here. For people that don't know, Microsoft laid off 1,600 people, with another 1,600 layoffs coming this year from the Xbox brand, and spun off 5 of their teams. We have none of the details yet on what any of these teams are doing in terms of who stepped in to either fund their game or buy them outright. And but there are a few things that have happened that have bothered me as well, and I thought we would cover those. The first is that id has been gutted by Microsoft. id Software, according to Game Developer, had 158 layoffs at their Texas-based studio. That leaves maybe a fifth of the team left, or maybe 2/5 of the team at most. It's an awful situation, and basically people that are familiar with id or worked in or around the studio have basically said the studio can't go on like this. It seems like, and a lot of the technical people have been let go as well, apparently, which is id Tech people. So they'll certainly be, I would assume, a contract studio at this point, or a support studio working on maybe Call of Duty or something. I don't know what they're going to do with them, but I will say this really pissed me off. And I don't usually get too in my feels about layoffs and stuff like that because I just think it's a part of it. Sucks. There are individual. It's like we're checking boxes. We all know we feel bad for these people. I don't have to articulate that, but it's part of the business and it's part of analyzing the business. And there have been teams that I've cared about that have been gutted and people that have left that have really bothered me. This one really bothers me.
Yeah.
The reason that it bothers me, Chris, is, well, there's multiple reasons. One is that id is one of the oldest still running game developers in the world. And you could argue Rare is actually even older. Another studio Microsoft ruined. And other than that, it's like, I think that studio Cyan Worlds, the guys that do like Myst, are about as old as id, and Neon Falcom are like,
Sure.
Going all the way back to Dragon Fantasy and all that kind of shit. Like they're old. It is in like rarefied territory. We talk about the ship of Theseus all the time, and it's not Carmack's, id anymore, or Romero. It's long not been Romero's id. Carmack was there way longer than Romero, but they have been a incredibly consistent, high quality team for basically their entire existence. I would imagine people would say maybe like Rage would be like the low point for them, but even then which is like just post Carmack, and even then it's like, well, it's actually not post Carmack. It's actually post Bethesda acquisition though. I don't understand what Microsoft thinks they're doing. And I take this somewhat personally, where I'm like, wait, what do you do? What do you mean?
Yeah.
Id released 3 games in 10 years. What do you want? Some of your other games run on their technology. By the way, this is just what bothers me with, like, they have proprietary technology here that they could turn into their own RE engine or whatever. They don't have to license UE. They don't there have been talk about how the new Doom or the new Quake would be on Unreal Engine. It's like, are you out of your mind?
That is crazy. It's oh man.
So it feels to me like the whole thing with id feels to me like they don't really know what they're doing. Like the powers that be don't understand. Like, why are you doing this to them? You sent their game out to die on Game Pass. I'm sorry to be that guy. I understand the Dark Ages wasn't as well received critically and commercially as the other Doom games, but it has an 83 on Metacritic, which is not nothing. And they were bragging about how 3 million people played the game in a few days on Game Pass. What if a quarter of them bought it? And you added that to the PlayStation and PC sales. You set these guys up to fail, they fail, and then you blame it on them. Yeah. Even though they are demonstrably, in my opinion, one of, if not your best studio. In any of your little, in Xbox Game Studios, in Bethesda, in Activision Blizzard, they're top 3, no less than. And I think you can make an argument, and you punish them. I understand Asha's not a gamer, but hopefully Matt Booty and other people familiarize themselves with who id is, and that they invented the first-person shooter, that their technology is amongst, and their engine is amongst the most highly considered technology in game industry history, that people like John Carmack used to obsess over the technical fidelity of their games. Read Masters of Doom, if you haven't out there, which is an excellent book. These guys are nuts. And they deserve to, even though it's in name only, and there are a lot of people that, there are people that worked on Doom 3 that got fired, and there are people that have been there for a long time. But having no respect for not only the legacy of the team, but that they are not a BioWare, that they are not one of these other teams that lost themselves. Not at all. In fact, I'm really annoyed about it. I knew it, Chris. I knew it. I tweeted out about it a couple weeks ago. I'm like, I hope that they are smart enough to know that if they're looking to cut heads, they don't do it at id, and they don't do it at Machine Games. And apparently they didn't do it at Machine Games, which is good. But what are your thoughts here?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm also it bothers the hell out of me. Doom Eternal is probably like I think my favorite first person shooter of the last of certainly of modern contemporary generations of consoles for sure. Like it's so good. It is so unreasonably good. Doom 2016 was also immaculate. It was a big meme originally on this show, like when we first started, that I wouldn't stop talking about Doom 2016.
It's
It was
awesome
like,
game.
and it was, and we started in 2018, so it was well after, So I loved that game, and Dark Ages. I also was like a lot more high on it than most people were. I think it's an exceptional trilogy of games that each does something different, and it has been great. And there have been personalities at id, even post Carmack, post Romero, that have really given that studio a personality and a vibe and a feel. People like Hugo Martin, who he just had that video where he's talking, he's kind of selling the DLC, and the DLC looks awesome.
It does,
by the way. And so to have this happen on the eve of their DLC, to gut the team, I think 75%, and I think they have like 1 or 2 people left on the id Tech team or some shit like that, like some insane. Do they understand that you need people who know how to do things to do things well?
No, I don't think.
Like I was really flummoxed by this. Like when I saw this, I was like, there's no way this is true. Because I was like, if anything, look, and I'm not saying you would cut Machine Games either, but like, I'm sorry, between id and Machine Games, like what? Respectfully. What is this? What is happening? Doom? I don't know.
Yeah,
it's and like the architects of like id Tech and like just like all these people who just like knew how to do shit well and at a respectable cadence, at a cadence that is like basically the way that we used to get games in earlier generations. It was like once every 4 years or whatever, instead of once every 3. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's by modern standards, they're one of the few teams that have done it. Like that.
You've had Undead Labs working on State of Decay for 7 years.
Yeah, like the entire time this trilogy's been.
the entire time you've had what is this other Perfect Dark, never mind. Scalebound, never mind. What is that other the other game that they've got in development for fucking
Everwild?
Fable. You got Everwild. Oh, never mind. Oh, Fable. It's been 8 years or whatever the hell. It's like, what the fuck are we doing?
That's that Matt Booty magic.
You cut id?
Yeah, that's that Matt Booty magic.
I'm sorry, man. It makes no goddamn sense to me at all. And this pissed me off too. Like I saw this, I was immediately furious. Because I was just like, and again, it's not to say that there are other teams aren't talented or whatever. Like I have a lot of respect for Machine Games for sure. Like and a lot of respect for a lot of the teams under Microsoft's umbrella. But like id is the one that I thought was like you'd be stupid to touch that at all. At least I could see like a cynical corporate motivation behind like some person at Microsoft being like, well, Youngblood was rough. And Indiana Jones was good, but like I mean, I know how you feel about that game. I liked it, but like not as much as Doom, brother.
Yeah,
Doom.
Yeah, no.
I don't know. I'm sorry. Like it really. Yeah, I don't know if I have anything to say that isn't just he's screaming into the void, but like it's just like an absurd cut to an absurd team to an absurd degree that makes absolutely no logical sense at all. To cut the team, the people who know id Tech well out of your first party ecosystem is insane. Like I don't know.
Yeah, it's unacceptable. I resent Microsoft for ruining them, and I've often said, and it's true that like I tweeted this out. A lot of people got mad about it, but I'm like, we are so lucky that Microsoft didn't get their hands on Capcom or Sega or Square or these companies that they absolutely wanted. Like we know they wanted them at some point. And might have even bid on some of them. I think some of the emails indicate that they did insert bids on things like Sega and stuff. Like they would have obliterated them. And yeah. I am lucky from my own taste that they bought Bethesda and Activision. It's like, all right, you're about as far away from anything I care about as humanly possible, but Bethesda happened to buy id back in the day and spawned Machine Games, and I happen to have a great deal of affection for both of those teams.
Yeah.
And they finally did get to something that I care about after all of this time. Like I was kind of able to avoid it for a while, and I'm like, yeah, I don't only care about id for the Doom trilogy, the new Doom trilogy, which is excellent, or old Doom games. Old school fans of me know that like I'm a big Doom 3 stan, and like Doom 1 and 2 obviously like were so game changing, pardon the pun, for me as a kid, especially as a console gamer, where I'm like, what is this? Like and Masters of Doom was a book that I read many years ago now that I was like, these guys are so impressive. Like the heart and soul of this team it still exists. Like, again, I was like, they didn't lose, in the ship of Theseus, they didn't lose themselves. And I think that's what we always say about BioWare. It's like, who cares about BioWare? Like they've not been consistent or impressive at all.
Yeah.
I just, but there's a few things that bother me. Well, let's get this out of the way. Cream Lord wrote in and said, Colin, I get your stance on DLC as I don't usually return to games later for it either, but you should make Doom an exception. Eternal's DLC was some of the best and most fun content in the game, and so far the Dark Ages is shaping up to be the same. Bittersweet though, considering the layoffs that just hit them. I hope they end up being all right and this doesn't kill the franchise. I'm not buying that. Like I'm not giving them money for that. No way. You launched the DLC the day you killed them. That's Bush League. And I'm not going to sit here and be one of those guys that like, I'm not going to be able to not interact with Microsoft. I'm on Windows right now, first of all. But I mean, even if you're talking about Xbox, it's like, I'm going to buy Halo. I don't know what else I'll buy after that, to be honest, because I'm not really that interested in that many other things, but like, they're going to get my money from me for that. But I'm not going to go out of my way to buy the Doom DLC. No way. Everyone has to kind of do what they want to do. Here's the thing all right, so here are the two major things for me, Chris. I had brought one of them up already, but I want to kind of put a finer point on it. A smart corporation with a long view, right, on their situation would look at id Tech and say, like, we should invest in this. What's stopping us from putting future Halo games on id Tech? What's stopping us from, just like, guess what runs Fable? Forza Tech. The engine, Forza Tech, runs Fable. It's cheaper and easier to do that if you invest in it because you don't have to pay licensing fees and you have institutional knowledge on how to extract it. And God forbid, Chris, you could even license it out yourself to others and make a little bit of coin on it too. But at the very least, you will have a no one talks shit about id Tech. You never see it. Like, I remember, like, the level of frame rate fidelity alone on those engines and like the ability to hit 60. And I remember Rage being a big deal back in the day on that even. But like Doom 3 and all these, it's like, that's number one for me. It's like, why wouldn't you look at this from a broad view and say, like, this is actually a money saver for us? Not only are these guys talented, not only do they make great games, but their technologies can be the basis of more of our stuff moving forward. We're rethinking what we're doing with Halo. We're doing all this with Gears in the future and all this. Like, we really should be harnessing id Tech. Why haven't we? And really the question should be asked, like, why haven't we been doing this since we bought Bethesda? Like, where has everyone? I think, in my opinion, because you see this with the Creation Engine too, it's like, and I think a big question on what Obsidian will be building on moving forward. We'll talk about Obsidian. It's like,
right.
I think developers were given too much leeway and are often given too much leeway. It's like, we don't know those tools. We're going to stay with these tools. And at some point, you got to be like, too fucking bad. Like, let's take some time. It's like the old Telltale conundrum. Like, if you just fixed your engine, you might still exist today. Like, if you just fixed your technology, you might still exist today. Let's take it easy. And let's see if we can use these shared technologies, like the old Initiative for the Common Engine at Sony, to make things more fluid. So that's number one. This is the bigger thing that bothers me, though. And I haven't mentioned this at all yet. It's easy to look good from Microsoft's perspective and say, like, yeah, we're not going to shut these teams down. We're going to give them a heads up and let them go find either a buyer or a publisher for their next project. It's easy to do that with compulsion. Yeah, guys, we're so sad to see you go. Here's your We Happy Few IP, and here's your award for South of Midnight Games for Change. Bye. You know, it's a little harder to put your money where your mouth is. And be like, we can't let id walk. We can't let Doom walk and Quake. Wolfenstein is wrapped up in a whole nother team now that we own. In other words, they took the one team that would have a buyer in a millisecond. Okay? I want to be clear. If Microsoft made it known behind the scenes that id was on the block, that team in its entirety would have been bought by one of a half dozen suitors in about 2 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
But they didn't want to do that. And I understand that they don't want to let go of the IP. I understand that they want to have, again, their cake and eat it too. But in a way, it's like, how dare you lean into the positive optics of you not shutting these teams down when you had nothing to lose? But the second you had something to lose, you didn't make it work for you anymore. You didn't make it work for the team anymore. You made it work for you. That's not lost on me. A lot of people, that's gotten by a lot of people, or people haven't computed that. But it's like, no, fuck you guys. Oh, we're going to let Double Fine go. What are we going to do without Double Fine? We won't have the San Francisco fucking office space to pay for anymore. And I guess we won't have the Brutal Legend IP. But if id, and I hope it's the leadership at id at some point was like, well, let us take Quake and Doom and fuck off. You can sell us for a lot. It's not even like one of these fly-by-night deals. Like they weren't, so I'm telling you right now, Microsoft wasn't getting dick for some of this stuff.
Right.
I'm really curious who bought or is funding what or whatever. But I don't know if you thought of that about that, Chris, but I thought about that immediately. And I'm like, fuck you guys. I understand you have the nerve to say you want to invest in things like Doom and Quake, and then you lay them all off. Who's going to make it? You're going to ship Doom out now? You have another machine games in the waiting? You better hope so. It is, as I'm sure the audience see, this one is under my skin.
Yeah. No, me too, man.
Like, oh, applaud us, guys. We allowed Undead Labs to walk away. And we even let them keep State of Decay. Oh, cool. Did you do that for the other teams that were in peril? Did you let Obsidian walk away with Pillars of Eternity? Oh, no. No. Sorry, but no. But sure, you let id, maybe you just let id take Doom even. And like, no. But we let Compulsion take Contrast.
Oh.
So,
yeah, the thing about that too is that like the thing that came across my mind was like that exact thing, not necessarily with the Doom thing, because I've just been in a spiral of anger over it, so I haven't even really thought that deeply about it. But when they let those studios go with their IP and everything, I just kind of it seemed like they just didn't have the stones to close them, so they just kind of sent them off to die. Or at least that's what it feels like, because like I don't know, man. I like Double Fine. It's expensive to run that studio, and like where it is. And so like I don't know, man. I just think it's kind of the priorities here are just so confusing. I don't get it. It's the moves of people who don't know what they're doing. And it looks like, I guess, so you've gutted the entire id team. It's like 75% of the studio's gone. Oh, pretty much everybody but one or two people who works on id tech are still there. You got Hugo Martin there, which is good. I mean, Hugo Martin was kind of like the voice of these modern Doom games, but like, I mean, he needs people. What the fuck?
They're going to be, I'm telling you, they're going to be
himself.
These motherfuckers are going to be working on Halo or something. Like, I know it. I Probably. Feel it in my fucking gut. And it's And I want to be clear because you said like you like Double Fine. I like Double Fine too. I'm not trying to insult Double Fine. I'm saying no one cares. Like, and respectfully, like, yeah, you let them walk away with Keeper and Kill. No one gives a shit. It's like it's like a parent kicking their kid out of the house when he's 25 and be like, by the way, take your shit out of your room and get out. But then, like, one of the people you're trying to kick out, one of your kids is like, oh, I bought the TV, I bought the stereo system, and they're like, oh, you can't leave. We just want the dude out of here with all the bullshit, you know? And I'm like, well, it's easy to take credit for that.
It's even worse because in that scenario, he kicks them out anyway. They kick him out anyway and keep their TV and shit.
Right. And well, that's exactly right. It's like, well, we can't let go of the TV.
Yeah, we're not
letting go of the TV. We're not letting go of the stereo. Yeah, like you can go. You know, like
crazy.
And to me, I'm like, I get it, dude. You don't have to explain the business of it and the rights aspect and ZeniMax and Bethesda owning that. And I get all of it. I understand that. What I'm saying is that they are trying to do a goodwill thing with the studio thing by the way, this also allows them to not report all these things as layoffs, because you better believe these studios will all have layoffs. Like when they're with their new buyer or in their new situation. I had suggested even, well, we'll get to it in a minute I don't even want to get into ahead of myself with Undead Labs, but I don't know, man. It really, it bothers me a lot. And Beast Mode Activated wrote in about something else, says, good day, Sacred Gents. With the gutting of id Software, is the AAA single player first person shooter effectively dead? They were the last studio making big, innovative single-player FPS games on a consistent basis, and something tells me that Machine Games may meet a similar fate when Wolfenstein 3 inevitably underperforms to Microsoft's expectations. Oh my God. I'll go ballistic if they do something to Machine Games. I know we'll still probably see a new Doom or Quake at some point down the line, but watching id get treated like this just sucks, especially since they always make great games. I'll point the BFG under my chin and listen. Oh, it'd be bad news to do that. There seems to be a lessening appetite for single-player shooters. There's no doubt that Doom, The Dark Ages didn't perform very well commercially. I'll get into in a minute why, a major reason why I think that is, but I think that, like, yeah, there's no doubt. Like, also, it's funny that no one ever wants to hear me, or a lot of people make fun of me when I try to suggest like these kind of not AAA, but good first-person modern shooters, not boomer shooters. Everyone kind of poo-poos everything. So it feels like, it's like, oh, I don't want to play, like Mouse PI is like the last one that I feel like got a lot of respect, but that's kind of like a boomer shooter. When you think about Immortals of Avium or even third-person shooters like Outriders, I'm sorry. Some of the Magic shooters that are coming out that people don't like, it just doesn't seem like people are really into it. And it's a bummer because I love single player first person shooters, but I think the problem is if you're not making A or AA games and you're not making boomer shooters specifically, it's kind of expensive to make a first person shooter. They can only be so long. That's why I was so impressed with Cyberpunk. I was like, damn, dude, this is a first person shooter role playing game. And there's really, there's really nothing like it. But I personally really love the first person shooter perspective. And I would love to have more of these games. And I was all over the Doom of the Dark Ages. And I think Chris and I agree on this is I think that game's really underrated. Like I know that it made some changes and I know that people have different opinions on the three games. And like where I'm a 1-3-2 guy. Like where I think Doom 2016 is the best. And Doom 2016 is fucking awesome. That game is dirty, dude. Like the way that it handles and the way it plays, like. And I think Eternal gets a little too crazy with it, but a lot of people like the subsystems in the game and how it has a circuitous sort of way through it. And I think that's cool too. But all three of them are excellent, but in another universe, those games would have been huge and they really weren't. I mean, Doom 2016 was certainly the biggest of the bunch. And it's like you said, I think that game snuck up on people and they were surprised by it. And they were, because remember, everyone was really down on it actually. No one was even focused on the campaign. In the pre-release environment, everyone was like, this game kind of looks like shit. They've been working on this. Remember, they scrapped the original Doom 4. And then it came out.
They had that multiplayer. They had that multiplayer beta or demo that people were like really, really underwhelmed by. Right. And so everybody just thought it was going to be shit.
And it ended up being
the Doom Eternal was really good. And the Doom Eternal was huge too because it came out like right at peak pandemic, right at the beginning, like along with Animal Crossing, and they had that big like Barbenheimer kind of synergy thing going on. I don't know. I have a lot of feelings about like why that is though. I just kind of think, and this is maybe I'm not on the money with this at all, but like I just kind of feel like first person shooters aren't the big ticket item anymore for video games. I feel like there was a time where that was the case. And I think maybe it even cycles in and out. Like I think like when Doom originally came out, like it was huge and it was like everything wanted to be. You had GoldenEye and you had the original Halo. And then I think something happened around Resident Evil 4, Gears of War, Uncharted, where like the third person kind of became the thing. Like that's where you flex your budget because it's more immediately apparent that like your character model looks great all the time, as opposed to just being like a floating gun in the center of the screen. I just think that the time of like FPS dominance is kind of gone, even with Call of Duty existing. And first person shooters still do exceptionally well, and especially live service ones, and you have them. But the big money, I think, is being pushed into things like, I mean, Grand Theft Auto. Grand Theft Auto is inherently third person, but like that's the biggest game ever, and it's going to be third person. Fortnite is the biggest live service thing ever. It's third person. I don't think it's a coincidence that the games that read the most as playable movies and games that even people outside of the industry, outside of the niche of this medium can look at and follow effectively and well. I don't think it's a coincidence that those are kind of the new top dog. And I knew this when I was a kid too. Like when I would play third person games, my older family members would be a lot more interested in what I was doing. Like first person looked insane to them. They just couldn't follow what the fuck was going on.
That's interesting.
It's like, I don't know what's happening. And I remember noticing that a long time ago and thinking like, oh yeah, because it's like they're watching a movie. They see the character.
Right.
Like it's easy.
Right.
And I think that ease breaks through to casual spaces a little bit more. And so like I think a lot more people get sucked into those kinds of video games. Definitely a lot more people played Fortnite than, some first person live service game that came out instead. And so I think that's part of it. I think the FPS's dominance is just kind of gone. But it also isn't helped that Doom Eternal and Doom the Dark Ages were just kind of sent out onto a subscription service on a console that was dying and with a brand that had zero confidence.
Yeah,
that doesn't help also.
Yeah, it sucks. They like you. This is a universal experience for Microsoft's ecosystem, and there are just so few exceptions of games that break containment. Like Forza Horizon is obviously one of those games that breaks containment. But they are, and I think even Sea of Thieves and Grounded are examples to a lesser degree. But I think the amount of damage they've done to themselves with Game Pass is enormous. And this gets us into the final inquiry. Anthony Watson says, hello, gents. A longtime listener from beyond. This is mostly for Colin, but feel free to chime in, Chris. I saw your reply to Ryan. He's talking about Ryan McCaffrey at IGN on X. Ryan was talking about what happened at id. And you said something along the lines of Xbox sent their game out to die on Game Pass in reference to id. Isn't this more of the people have spoken and less of Xbox sending them out to die? Xbox also put Forza out on Game Pass and it's thriving. Also launched on fewer platforms. Also, I saw a post from Matt Piscatella saying that the negative impact of Game Pass is highly overrated from data he's seen. Thoughts? I don't agree with Matt at all. I don't think Microsoft agrees with Matt. I mean, if you read their own letters and their own idea of why they were expanding and to what end, I think Game Pass undid. I don't want to say it undid it. Activision undid Xbox. Game Pass undermined the entire business, forcing consumer behavior that you can't. This is the one thing that I see over and over again, Chris, and I try to articulate this as best as I can, is I don't blame the consumer. Why wouldn't you take the good deal? No one blames you for that. What I blame people for is not realizing like, this can't last for something's wrong with this. Like this is good. Like you're looking around being like, all right, I guess like that's the way I feel. Like, okay. I mean, and you just kind of hope that it's like getting free drinks at a bar or something. It's like, all right, I don't.
Yeah, I accept.
Yeah. So I don't blame people for that.
Right.
What I blame just the powers that be and people around it being like, of not being skeptical of like, there's no such thing as a free lunch, dude. And it's, as I said earlier, Microsoft would always brag about how many people played the games, but they would never talk about sales because players are worthless unless they are spending money, or you have a confluence of them, which is what they were trying to grow with Game Pass, and it didn't work. So when you have a flat 25, 30, 25, 30, 35, 30, 20, million people, but you're spending more and more and more money on games that take years, hoping that the numbers look different by the time the game comes out, but they don't, you are by definition sending the game out to die, because you are not sending it into a growing subscription with more and more people. You're sending it into a flatline subscription of people trained not to buy games. And that's why when you say something like 3 million people played Doom of the Dark Ages in a few days, it's like, damn, who gives a shit? Cool. Yeah. You basically gave it to them for free or for a cut rate. I bought it and I platinumed it and I loved it.
Well, dude, even in that scenario, like, I mean, 20 million players played Halo Infinite. And they didn't even reinvest. They didn't even really meaningfully invest in a game that had 20 million people checking it out consistently, like on in the first month. So like 3 million for Doom is like, you think they're going to invest in that? I don't know. It's a fucking mess. But like, is it more the people have spoken? No, because like the people are going to speak the language of the land. You know, like the language of the land of Xbox is, I'm going to get this for nothing. And I'm going to get a refund, by the way, that they're just going to allow me to do.
It's preposterous. It's so crazy. Yeah. I mean, this is the whole thing, Chris, and this is what I'm trying to explain to people is Doom Eternal comes out on the Game Pass at like 20, 25 million, right? And Microsoft goes in reasonably enough from their perspective and says, all right, the next one will go into development now, and based on our own numbers, it will launch into a service with 70 to 75 million people. And we're going to be drawing from much more money. So even if you judge it by cumulative downloads or minutes or hours played or whatever, your payout as a studio or your responsibility for P&L and this fungible monetary experience that you have at this publisher will be better for you. But what happened is that never materialized. And so people are in what I would describe as insane levels of denial about Game Pass at this point, where I'm like, you're fucking crazy. Like if you're, and no offense to you, of course, Anthony, but it's like, if you're really making the argument that this wasn't at the very bottom of all of this, I don't even fucking know what to say to you at this point. Like I don't even know, because as I said, if just a fifth of the people that played Dark Ages on Game Pass bought it, it would be fine.
Yeah,
that's all there is to it. I mean, that's literally all there is to it. So yes, there are games that break containment. You brought up Forza. Go ahead and rattle them off. Go ahead. I want to know like what Game Pass game broke containment outside of Forza and like the games as a service stuff like I mentioned. Nothing from first or second party of theirs. Nothing. And I would argue that there are success stories like Expedition 33 from the third party that benefited in spite of it. So I know that like it's getting old for a lot of people, but you have to understand as the deconstruction of Xbox continues, it's because of this. And they can't hide from the numbers. And by the way, Chris, it was very fun for me. I've said this before. I try not to get too salty. That's not really true. I get salty about a lot of things, but I occasionally see things people say where I'm like, you absolutely stole that from me. Or you absolutely, I don't want to say stole. You got that from me or you observed that. It's been fun watching people observe the Game Pass numbers and like where they should have been and like all of that, which I said 2 weeks ago, and now it's circulating like it's this new thing. And I'm like, I said that. Like, and now people are like writing all these news stories about this discovery. I'm like, isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
So that's Microsoft's major problem from an optics standpoint is they can't hide from the data. They leaked it. Well, the FTC leaked it, but we know what they thought. So if you're making an argument about how Game Pass's effect, it's like, it's so preposterous to even see, like that's Matt Piscatella saying it's preposterous. Sorry. It basically eliminated the commercial viability of one of the platforms. No, that's no big deal. Okay. The other thing that happened that I thought we would talk about, well, there's two other things, but we can move through these a little quicker.
Yeah.
Another studio that was affected was Obsidian. And Obsidian, of course, was bought in 2018 when Xbox Studios expanded. That's when they bought Double Fine and Undead Labs, which we'll talk about in a minute, and a couple others. And according to an article on Bloomberg, Obsidian Entertainment has canceled multiple projects and will begin working on a new game in the popular Fallout franchise as part of the division's broader restructuring, according to people familiar with the matter. The video game studio based in Irvine, California, the home of Brad Ellis, also laid off around a quarter of its workforce, said the people, who asked not to be identified because they are not authorized to speak to the press. So I wanted to bring this up for two reasons. Again, we can talk about this as much as you'd like. Number one is that it is hysterical that Microsoft bought Bethesda all those years ago now, and at no point had anyone working on a Fallout game. Okay, that's number one. That's fucking awesome. Like, that is so insane that like it belies actual belief. Absolutely insane. And again, that all no doubt comes from the internal politics at Bethesda and who has control over what. And I'm sure what Asha has basically done is gone to Todd Howard and been like, no. We're not waiting for another Fallout from you guys under any circumstances. You can continue working on Elder Scrolls and we'll see what happens from there. These guys are going to make Fallout. Josh Sawyer is directing it. He directed New Vegas. He also directed my beloved Pentiment. But so that's good. That's 5, 6, 7 years away, you'd have to assume. They also apparently were pitching, according to some reporting, another Perfect Dark game, which is interesting, as well as like this John Wick style action game. Or no, that might have been id actually doing that. Yeah, that was id.
I think you're thinking of id. Yeah.
So that's one thing I wanted to bring up is like the no Fallout thing is hysterical. The second thing that bothers me a lot more is that there simply is no accounting for performance. Obsidian is Xbox's Insomniac. They're basically one of the only teams that does anything. Granted, their games don't sell very well, and when you hear things like they were making Avowed 2 and stuff, it's like, you guys are out of your fucking mind. Like, I don't even know what you're doing.
It is crazy.
Like, what are you doing? That's when you have too much rope and you're hanging yourself, for sure. But like, there's no account. Like, can you imagine working at Obsidian and getting laid off? And looking around and being like, it's like you were saying about Undead Labs or something. It's like, we've released games. Like, we've put games out. You're sending our games out to die on Game Pass, and then we get punished by losing a quarter of our team. If we were mad about id getting sent out to die and the prestige of that team, Obsidian is just another one of these where I'm like, damn, dude, that sucks. Because if I were there, I'd be like, I can't believe you're even touching us. To be perfectly honest, like, I know our games aren't like huge sellers, but we are performing, like, we are releasing things for your fucking stupid subscription service, aren't we? And you're sending them into the subscription service to die. Yes. They're a little bit better than Kiln and Keeper, probably. They do a little bit more for you than Towerborn. I'm just like, I can't believe. I'd be so pissed.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So that's happening as well.
Insane.
Yeah,
it's absolutely insane. I mean, I like Obsidian. I haven't played the Outer Worlds 2 yet. I have it though. I bought it full price. I remember I quite liked the original Outer Worlds as well. New Vegas is huge. I didn't like Pentiment, but that was just never. It was a good game. It's just objectively not my cup of tea. They're a great studio, and they've consistently, dude. They delivered 2 games last year. Now I gotta say, one I haven't played, one I didn't like very much, but like, they're working.
Yeah, I just don't understand how, if everyone's like, guys, it's all about Game Pass. It's all about Game Pass. It's all about the subscription. We got to feed the subscription. No one took it more seriously than Obsidian. And you would just think that even if times have changed, you'd look around and be like, well,
this is kind of the thing that bothers me generally about like the corporate structure of a lot of these things, where it's just like, okay, here's the directive that we're going to give you, and understand that this is the directive. Okay, we need content for our subscription service. We're not expecting banger, like, we're not expecting, generation defining titles out of you guys. We just need stuff to put on the service. And so people are like, okay. And then when things change on a dime, those studios are now penalized essentially for not having been working on these big banger, AAA massive genre defining kind of games. Like they're essentially punished for not putting time into doing that, which they should have always been doing, apparently.
Right, exactly. And this goes back to one person, man. It's Matt Booty.
Yeah, I don't know.
Not only did he help guide all these teams into the rut like this, but then he's got to be central to who's getting laid off. Like what the account we have to meet this headcount reduction, or we have to meet this reduction in money and like fixed cost. And you would think he would look around and be like, it's like what Alex Jones would say. It's like, is he a mental retard? Like what? Like you go around and you're like, yeah, Obsidian. It's like you have nowhere else to cut from. Nothing else can be done. You just, I cannot believe he still works there. I can't believe it. It is impossible for me to imagine that he could have some sort of all hands meeting or some sort of town hall meeting with his studios and his people and anyone takes him seriously. It's impossible. Like, it's impossible for me to believe that. What the fuck? There are people that would fall all over themselves to be in that role and would fix things and at least make things better. There's so many apologists out there. They're like, maybe he was one of the guys that was right. Maybe it's this and that. I'm like, I don't know, man. Nah. At some point, it's what we always say about Herman Hulse. It's at some point, if none of this is a responsibility, then the question is, what does he do?
Right.
If the studios he's supposed to manage are failing isn't his fault, then what is his responsibility?
We need to really start taking Occam's razor seriously again. You know what I mean?
Simplest explanation.
Like, I feel like it's oftentimes the simplest explanation is the right one. And it's not like there's no, and I guarantee you, no matter what the situation is, no matter if it's in games, if it's in your real life, there is no 4D chess going on, I can assure you. Anybody who played 4D chess died in the Renaissance, probably. We don't got those people no more, right? So we just you got a high degree of incompetence, I guess. It's the nicest thing you could say. Really,
it's wild.
This entire industry's on fire right now.
I tweeted out. I deleted it later because I felt like it was so mean. But I tweeted out. I was like, Matt Booty makes Herman Hulse look like Albert Einstein. Yeah, it's like what are you like? What the fuck are you doing? And I find it funny, by the way. This is an interesting thing. They're going to have a chief operating officer for the first time within Xbox Studios, which is, I don't know how the fuck they didn't have an operating officer, but that's not. I mean, we talked before. Like, some weird things happened. Naughty Dog didn't have producers for a long time. Like, there are weird things, yeah. But the new COO comes from Minecraft, from Mojang, and I'm pretty sure she's the one that took over when Matt Booty left, because he ran Mojang, and that's why he found his way into Xbox Studios in the leadership role. And I'm like, I really feel like this Mojang machine that probably prints money by itself is making some people look good that maybe are a little over their head. I'm not saying it for this woman. She might be great. What I'm saying is that the same pipeline that gave us Matt Booty seems to be giving us this chief operating officer. And I don't know if you can, it's like what we say about Grand Theft Auto. Can you really judge anything going on at Mojang when Minecraft is just such a powerhouse? And there was even some reporting that they're just taking a lot of the profit from Minecraft and splitting it up amongst, that shit's helping Xbox go. I also would say this, Chris, is that I can't escape the feeling that they're going to try to sell this brand. And I know that was a rumor, but it seems like they're really tightening it up to make it maybe more attractive to outside investors. Although you would think outside investors are already picking pieces off of it. You would think you would want to come in and pick off more pieces. I wonder if outside investors have come in and been like, is this for sale? Or is that for sale? Kind of thing.
What specifically? Obsidian?
No, just like any sort of piece.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Like, oh, you're letting these guys go. Like, would you sell this? Or would you let this thing go?
Oh, interesting. Yeah.
Sean Mason, our friend, wrote in and said, "Hey, Sacred Boys, as much as I love Fallout, I would much rather see Obsidian create the Outer Worlds 3 than work on someone else's IP. It's frustrating that we haven't received a traditional Fallout game in over 11 years, but I can't help but feeling this move suggests that Xbox doesn't have enough confidence in Obsidian's own franchises. Since acquiring the studio, Obsidian has released Grounded, Pentiment, The Outer Worlds, and Avowed, all of which are original projects that showcase the studio's creativity and unique identity. If Xbox is now positioning Obsidian to work on another developer's established IP, what message does this send about the future of Obsidian's own games? Obsidian has built a reputation for creating memorable worlds, compelling choices, and deep RPG experiences. I'd rather see Xbox invest in those strengths and allow the studio to continue expanding its own franchises instead of relying on the legacy of someone else's. Oh, sweet summer child.
Yeah, this is those days are over.
Yeah,
man.
it's done. I hate to say it.
They've got to. Yeah, I mean they've been doing that basically. They've in chasing what needs to be chased for a subscription model to survive. Like they've allowed everybody to do what they want. Which is cool, honestly. Like it would be cooler if it worked.
Yes.
But it's like, I mean, I appreciate the fact that like the fact that Pentiment exists at all is incredible, and that's really awesome. I love that a game like that exists. It was always the more interesting thing about Xbox to me than PlayStation was that they did facilitate an environment for these like really weird offbeat games. But I mean, the realities just haven't bore out. I really do think that it really all comes down to the fact that like Game Pass probably could have worked if it just didn't have that first party guarantee thing. Like if it was just this like, it was more like, I guess like PS Pluses, I guess.
Yeah.
More understated. That way it didn't undermine so many first party IP and this is getting into a whole nother conversation, I guess. But
yeah, go ahead.
I guess, I don't know, like it is, I understand what you're saying. The Outer Worlds is cool. I actually think there's legs on it.
Yeah.
But but it is crazy that that Obsidian has not done a Fallout game. Like you'd almost imagine that under a Microsoft structure, you would kind of have like a one for them, one for me kind of deal going on. Like that's been a Hollywood thing for a long time. Directors famously talk about this, where it's like one for them, one for me, one for the studio, one for me, and the studio projects fund the me projects, and then I and vice versa. You'd almost imagine like I could have seen like a world where instead of Avowed, it was a Fallout game.
Yeah.
And then after that would be Outer Worlds 2, and then maybe after Outer Worlds 2, maybe a Fallout game, or maybe Avowed, but it was treated better or something, or and it had more time instead of needing to kind of go
right.
I don't know. I just think the days of them doing really bespoke, odd, offbeat shit are they're gone until they can somehow right this ship, and I just don't foresee that happening. I think Obsidian has a bright future ahead of it in the sense of making Fallout, and that doesn't make me happy to say that. But
yeah, I it's funny because I do think it's a part of it. A part of creating such a massive creative house of studios is that you have to kind of respect everyone's preferences, and there's probably a pecking order, and you don't want to piss certain people off, and you're afraid of certain people. And it really it's fairly clear to me that the whole idea was like, we can't do anything with Fallout because Bethesda won't let us. Like Bethesda Game Studios wants to do it themselves, and no one came in over the time and said like, oh, we don't give a fuck. Like you're killing us. Like you're taking all of this. You made Starfield, no one likes it. Now you're making the Elder Scrolls for all these years. We're taking Fallout and giving it to these other guys. Forget about it. And if what I mean? Like at some point someone's got to, but those kinds of conversations have not happened until recently. And that's why I think someone had said, and I was like, you might be right. Like I think it was Ryan McCaffrey or maybe it was Maddie or someone saying like, I wonder if like Todd Howard ends up leaving. Because you have to assume for these kinds of things to happen, he has been somewhat defanged, right? To be like, no more. You guys don't wag the dog anymore like this. Your game was announced all these years ago. You haven't even fucking put it out. Starfield's been a disaster. Figure your shit out. And Obsidian, meanwhile, is the one that's actually like doing things. Bethesda had layoffs too, though, man. A lot of people got laid off from Bethesda Game Studios, and that's the crazy thing too. It's like that's just going to make Elder Scrolls harder to make. That's why I feel like I am starting to get this idea that they really are going to sell this thing, because I think that it feels like things are getting lean and they're focusing on And that's why I was saying Sean is such a sweet summer child. It's like, come on, man. Like, it's going to be Halo, Gears, Forza. They say Doom, Fable will be in there. It's all about big things. And you're right. Like, the small, weird shit made perfect sense when you thought this Game Pass was going to work and it was going to continuously grow. You need that stuff. Yeah. Not now.
100%.
You definitely don't need it now. No way. All right, a couple more things to get through. We talked about Undead Labs. I just wanted to bring this up too because their game is coming to Xbox, and I had actually put out and posited the idea that Sony might itself be interested in this game. I don't know anything about that. It just struck me as that. So Undead Labs it was the Xbox owned studio. It's working out of Washington State that has not put out a game the entire time Xbox has owned them. And State of Decay 2 was 2017?
2018.
2018?
I think it was 2018.
And then Undead Labs was bought that year. State of Decay 3 is well on its way. It's been in private alpha for a long time. They've talked a lot about it. I think there's even like a 40-minute playing like video of gameplay of it and everyone going through it. But as I was saying earlier, they're one of the 5 teams that Microsoft has allowed to go find new buyers or new investors into their projects. And Undead Labs released a statement, according to Push Square on their Discord, said, quote, "Today, Undead Labs begins a new chapter. We're transitioning out of Xbox. And while we can't share all the details just yet, we can tell you this: State of Decay 3 is still coming. The team is working hard, and our commitment to this community has never been stronger. More news soon. Survivors stick together." This, to me, out of all of the opportunities that have come out of the sale or divestment of Double Fine, Arcane Lion, or Leon is one of them. But that's going to take months to figure out. And they're working on Blade, which is licensed, and I'm not entirely sure how attractive that's going to be to a lot of people. So we set that aside, and then there's there's Double Fine, there's Compulsion, whatever. I had posited on Twitter, some people liked the idea, some people didn't. I was like, would Sony be interested in this? And some people misunderstood it as me saying they're interested in Undead Labs, and I'm like, no. Absolutely not. Would Sony want to come in and take a game that's been in development and probably is 90% plus through and give it the $20 million or so that it would take to get the game out the door? Like, in other words, State of Decay 3,
like they would act like what is it? What's that? The Dead Space game that wasn't Dead Space, Callisto Protocol.
Callisto Protocol,
like
yeah.
There's like really heavily assist at the end of it.
Well, yeah, like even right. I hadn't even thought about that from a logistical point of view. Like, my whole thing was, go to Undead Labs, or they're making themselves available. I'm sure that Sony caught wind or even had an opportunity to talk to these teams. And they're like, all right, like how much money do you guys need to get the game out the door? Like, and obviously you have to do your due diligence. This is, I think, part of why we don't really know the answer as to who is investing in these games or these teams. And if any of the teams have been bought or whatever, is because it's kind of like if you read about Shark Tank, the show, not your show, Snark Tank, but Shark Tank, the show on CNBC, where the deals aren't done until like due diligence is done. Like, you're on the trajectory towards making the deal, but you can pull out at any time and you don't really know what you're getting. So it could be that like these things have happened quickly and they need to figure things out behind the scenes. But I was wondering, it's like Sony needs a game as a service. They need them. State of Decay 3 is almost done. Microsoft has sunk probably, I don't know, man, a couple $100 million into this game at this point. I mean, it's been in development all of this time, and they're in Washington. It can't be cheap. You're kind of getting it for free, Like, if you just put, it's like a car coming out of the factory, but it needs like a paint job, and then it's done. It's like, but right. If you just pay for the paint job, you can have the car. And I wonder, it's like, because I'm sure State of Decay probably has attracted some interest from others too, because I think it has a decent chance of succeeding, at least for a little while. And I was just wondering, from Sony's perspective, it's like, yeah, would you just make this a second party game and just say like, we'll publish it? And I would even say like, Undead Labs keeps the IP. We have no interest in getting in bed with you. We'll see what happens in the future, but let's get this game to market. We'll publish it. It will go to all the different places that it was supposed to go, but we'll see it through. And I'm like, yeah, that might be the most interesting opportunity available, because Compulsion is just put out their game and they have nothing going. That's why I can't believe they found an investor. Like, that to me is crazy. Double Fine, Tim Schafer's well connected. He's also wealthy. They might be able to figure things out just on their own. Remembering, of course, that they even invented Fig, which found private investment for Psychonauts. So they can probably figure that out. Arcane, you would assume people would be interested in Arcane, but they're so wrapped up in this licensed game that it seems to not be going great, or at least be going over budget and over time, that maybe people don't want to get involved in that. But this one I find kind of interesting. What do you think?
Yeah. I mean, it's of the games that are coming out. I mean, I'm generally interested in a lot of the Xbox portfolio generally, but like this is the one I'm most curious about just because I have a history with the previous two games in a way that I don't really have history with other things. So like it'd be a fascinating prospect. I wouldn't be opposed to seeing it. I think it could make sense. It really just depends on how much money they need to finish it and how close they are.
Yeah, if it's low double-digit millions, I think it would be interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, like what would be the ceiling? Like maybe like
I would say like 25 or something would be the ceiling for me. Like, something reasonable, manageable. Like you'll need another year, and then we have to market it a little bit. We have to spin it up and do all that. So yeah, I would say like 20 million, 25 million.
Yeah.
Because at that point you're getting a AAA game for $25 million. I mean, that's the whole thing. It's like I feel like there's going to be interest in this game to like finish it. And I think that's why they're like, we're fine, because they probably are. For now, it might not be a good investment. I mean, it's taken them a long time to get here. It's preposterous. I'm sure when Asha came in with no attachment to any of this and really unaware of like what goes on in the games industry, I'm sure her response to a lot of this is like, this is preposterous. Like a lot of what's going on with these games, so, and it is preposterous. But yeah, I wanted to I would be curious to know what our audience thinks of that. Like, what you think Sony should publish State of Decay 3? A little second party action.
Could be cool.
It could be exactly what they need. And it's not going to be huge, but it'll be a nice success story and kind of a little goodwill for them to come in and save this game. Although I think they'll have other suitors to save it. It's what I said on Twitter. I'm like, I can't believe more people aren't talking about and trying to prognosticate through like who are the buyers. Like who?
What do you figure?
I don't. I have no idea. I think a lot of people think it's like
that?
Saudi or Tencent or something like that. I'm like, I don't think so. I don't think their money's as fluid anymore.
Right.
It would be funny as hell if Sony ended up publishing. And again, I don't want them to buy Undead Labs. Publish the game.
Yeah.
All right. Quick one here. Second party Fallout. This one comes from IO Interactive. I don't know if we talked about this on last week's show, Chris. I don't recall, but IO Interactive was long rumored to be working on a second party Xbox game, which they called Project Fantasy. And you heard bubblings about this over the years. IO Interactive, of course, is the Hitman studio. They just put out 007. So very well respected European independent studio. The funding from that game got pulled as part of all of this. And we learned about that a couple of weeks ago. So whatever milestone they were at or whatever, the game transfers back under this deal at IOC. This is a pretty good deal when these things happen, if you're able to harness it, because it's like, yeah, we developed X% of this game with their money. We might have to incur some layoffs or whatever, but this actually might work out great for us. So what ended up happening here is they released a statement saying that they had to close up their Istanbul remote studio as part of this to kind of tighten up the finances, and that they've brought Project Fantasy in-house and that they're going to continue to work on it and ultimately publish it themselves. So that's kind of an interesting second party Fallout that, should the game have not been coming to PlayStation originally, and I feel like it probably was anyway based on the way they were doing things, it almost certainly is coming to PlayStation now. So we have IO Interactive back in the fold, although they experienced some layoffs as well. And that's too bad. I mean, you're not even safe at the studio that just put out 007, which is wild and too bad.
The real problem that all this is going to result in is that like this industry is going to be so unenticing to anybody who's talented enough to work it. You know what I mean? It's why would you ever, like, if you were good at this, why would you ever?
Yeah, I agree. Going to what's, I mean, it seems like nothing's safe these days, but yeah, it's eating everyone alive. It's sad when you know for a fact, just based on the numbers, that it's musical chairs, and there are good amounts of people that get laid off that will never get another job in the industry. There's just nowhere for them to go. And it sucks. The final piece of news here, and then we'll be done with the news, is June 2026's top download games on PlayStation Network. I thought this was interesting. Chris, the top downloaded game on PlayStation Network is Escape the Backrooms for the month of June. Even more than 007 First Light. UFC 6 is number 3, EA Sports FC 26, number 4, NBA 2K 26, number 5. Other interesting games, NBA The Run, number 7, which is a new like arcadey licensed NBA game. Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight is number 9. Yote holding on 2019, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14. At 14, nothing else really interesting going on here. Ready or Not, number 19. Poppy Playtime Chapter 5.
Oh, thank God.
At number 20. Red Dead 2 dominates the PS4 list. I Am Cat, the top PSVR 2 game. And Fortnite, Roblox, Warzone, Rocket League, and Marvel Rivals are the top free-to-play games. So nothing has really changed there. All right, Chris, we're getting to the back end of our show here. Let's talk about what we're playing. You had mentioned earlier you had gotten your hands on an Xbox 360. So I see here you're playing, well, you've been playing GTA San Andreas.
Yeah, I have.
Mercenaries 2 and Pure as well. Games. Feels like we're back in 2008.
Yeah,
so?
8, 9-esque, that kind of territory.
So what's going on?
I'll start with GTA San Andreas just because, dude, I'm so bad at this game. Insane. The third person shooting in GTA San Andreas is so hard because it is so unwieldy, and I'm just getting murked constantly. I don't know if CJ can get stronger, but like I'm so weak, and I'm always locking onto the wrong guy. It's a little rough. Don't know exactly where to find weapons yet, too. Like it's kind of odd. Like, because I'll die or I'll go to the hospital or something, and then I'll just be like weaponless. And I'm like,
yeah, I hated that.
that. So, and I would just, I've kind of been save scumming in that regard, where it's just like I'll just save after every single successful mission, and if I die, I'm like, well, I'm not gonna go back and look for these weapons.
Yeah, that's smart.
But I still like it. I like these characters, and I like this. San Andreas is like a really good map. Like I thought, it's weird. It feels bigger than I thought it would feel, given how old it is. Like it's got a good scale. It's got a good sense of scale to it, and I really do appreciate that. And the music's great too. But still working my way through that. And yeah, over the course of the last week or two, not just because the physical games conversation has been kind of like the main topic of conversation, but also because I've just randomly kind of found myself in possession here in LA with of a bunch of 360 games that I thought would work in back compat mode on Series X that don't. Like things like Marvel Ultimate Alliance and Mercenaries 2 and all these like really weird like kind of things that I remember from when I was a kid that I really liked. And so I was like, well, I have all these games. I'm kind of annoyed that I can't play them. They're just sitting there. So I went out and bought a 360. It cost me like $80. It's a really nice, really good condition too. What I like about it too is like it's the slim model, but it's not the shiny one.
Oh, okay.
It's the matte black 360. And I was like, oh, I'm so glad I was able to get it handled, because I probably wouldn't have bought a 360 if it was anything other than that. So like I'm pretty happy with that. And so yeah, I started playing these two games, Mercenaries 2 and Pure. I'll talk about Pure first just because I've mentioned it before as this really strange. So this is like an ATV racing game. No multiplayer though, which is fascinating. It's a single player focused ATV, really physics heavy racing game with a pretty solid soundtrack. Looks really good, plays really, really well. It's really weighty. And like the sense of speed that you get in this game is like actually really impressive to me. Like the drifts all feel good. It feels kind of modern in everything except literally just like little bits of like texture quality that you can kind of feel. But yeah, Pure is dope. I don't know if there's much to say about it. There's no story. There is like a segment. There's a mechanic there where you build your own ATV, and I just do not give a fuck. I just not give a fuck about that. I don't know anything. But there's a quick build feature that kind of like approximates like the best kind of build for whatever it is you're going to do. So I just mash that button until it's done. And I can get to the racing part, which does feel good. So how it works is like you tilt forward and you tilt back. And in order to jump, like you basically have to like drive off these jumps and then you pull back and then pull forward on the stick. And that'll give you like some jump. And then you can do all these tricks and you unlock different tricks based on how long you last doing tricks without falling over and fucking yourself up. And it's fun, man. I really do think like I picked it up for like $7. And I think it's definitely worth it. It's a surprisingly good Little quaint racing experience. There's a lot to do in it. There's like different like there's modes where it's more about like how many tricks you can pull off. There's modes where it's more about like, the speed and your position. And so it's fun. It's been fun to kind of delve into it again. Because it's been a very, very long time since I played this game. I think I really only even played the demo. I think I played the demo over and over again back in those days when I couldn't afford anything. So it's been nice to play that. And I've been revisiting a little game called Mercenaries 2. This is a Pandemic games who I'm quite fond of. They always made these weird offbeat AA kind of janky but very, very entertaining sandbox games, I would call them. And Mercenaries is no different. You play as you can play as one of three characters, and they each have different stats. I think one's overall well-rounded. I think there's like a woman who like her speed is crazy, and then I think there's a black dude where he has like an insane amount of ammo or something like that. I can't remember exactly what the main guy's is. I think he's just more health or something. And you pick these characters, and basically you're in Venezuela, and you're just wreaking havoc, and you're putting together a team, and you're doing all this stuff, and it's fun, man. Like it's weird. It's like GTA, but you can call in a bunker buster on a random taco stand, and watch the physics kind of fall apart, and it's got pretty janky gunplay. Although there is a fun thing in this game that like I don't think I've ever seen in anything. And to be fair, like I understand why it's not there, because it is a little bit unwieldy and a little janky, but I quite like it. And it's if you're sprinting and you aim, your character will just stop, and then he'll keep the momentum of his sprint, and he'll slide. So you can get, it's so weird, but like I quite like it. Like it, and I got into this habit of like doing these ridiculous slides. It's like, this looks so stupid, I bet. But yeah, it's fun. It's irreverent. And it reminded me a lot of like how a lot of older games kind of leaned into comedy a little bit more than they do now. Like it's a lot more dramatic and serious now, but like there's this one mission early on where you have to retrieve this thing called the Devastator. And it's an open world game where they kind of frame this linear section where like you run into this parking lot and you see this big tank, and there's like an icon over it. There's like an arrow pointing to it. It's like, oh, this is the Devastator. And then you walk closer to it and you walk past it and you realize it's the icon's behind the tank, and it's really just this like really pink feminine scooter with like a flower basket on it. And I'm like, oh, this is cute. I like this. I don't know. Mercenaries 2 is a very weird game. I wouldn't call it like an amazing game by any stretch of the imagination. It's definitely like a solid like 7 if I were to think about it in those terms. But it's quite entertaining. It's well paced. I think it is fun to kind of rummage through Venezuela, find like, oh, like here's a fuel tank, and I can use that to fuel my my offensive options, and I'll mark it for theft, and I'll send like a helicopter to come pick it up, and I'll watch it come and pick it up. And there's a lot of fun physics at play, and some of the characters are quite fun, although very dated. I don't know. It's fun. Like I like this era. There's something spunky and like scrappy, and you can tell it's just a bunch of people just making shit that they thought was kind of neat. And I identify with that, and I also quite miss it. I miss when there was like a little bit less of a, so much of an eye of Sauron over everything. So it's a simpler time. But yeah, I've been delving into the past quite a bit. I think I might. It's kind of hard for me to get excited to play like new stuff or like stuff that's like in my recent backlog, because like there's so much on the horizon right now, like that we're kind of chomping at the bit for. July is obviously the beginning of it. Halo's at the end of the month, which I will be definitely checking it out. But then September rolls around, and it's going to be a mess of just a glut of stuff. So I'm going to work on polishing these things off. Pure, you can finish. I don't really care. I'll probably play it until I get bored of it. Mercenaries 2 I'll try to finish. Grand Theft Auto I'll try to finish. Then I want to get to GTA 5. Like you're on now, but yeah, so that's what I've been messing around with lately.
Cool. Yeah, Mercenaries 2 I think it was Pandemic's penultimate game, right? They made the Saboteur next.
The Saboteur was their final one, yeah, and Mercenaries 2 was just before.
Right. Yeah, so I've been playing GTA 5. I play it like a few hours a night. It's really great. It's a great game. It's super fun. It's it's oozing with personality. It's silly. It's all the things that I think people understand about Grand Theft Auto. There's really nothing you can say about Grand Theft Auto people haven't already said about it. A few things that so one thing I've noticed is it sure does rain a lot. Like, it's supposed to be Los Angeles, and I'm like, it is raining a lot. It doesn't, like, there's no universe where it rains like this in Los Angeles. Like, it rains more in a few days in that game sometimes than it did the entire time I lived there. And so, like, I usually don't notice, and then at times I become like really self-aware, and I'm like, what is going on? Like, why is it always raining? The fuck is? So there's like some weird quirks like that, but I continue to be impressed by just the breadth of writing, the breadth of performance, like the different characters and characterizations. There are just so many random characters. I don't even know all their names or whatever. It's like, and all the different tasks you're doing and the people you're working for. It's a very silly game. The three protagonist thing I think is interesting. I don't know that I'm crazy about it. I get it and I like it. I don't mind it, but I don't think I need that. I do love it's not even the tech, because I remember it being very impressive when it was happening on PS3, but I do like how you just go from one to the next and it like zooms up and then like zooms down on the next part, and that's loading like that next part of the map.
Do you remember how long it used to take though on PS3 and 360?
Yeah, it was ridiculous. It's a cool idea. I don't know that. I do wonder what they're going to do with this new game. I wonder if because it's two people, I wonder if it's going to be like kind of two of them, or if maybe you're not playing as one of them. But I feel like it could be a little more focused. There is so much to do. And there are like these, it's so funny. There are like these robust, Grand Theft Auto 4 really got into this, started getting into this in a serious way when you go bowling and shit like that. But there are like these robust mini games that are actually quite good. Like I was playing tennis, and I was wondering, I'm like, I don't think so, because well, it can't be, because well, it could be. Like Take-Two is like the only company that makes tennis games, really. And
Right.
I wonder, like, is there even shared tech? It's not a super great tennis game, but there are all these like really interesting distractions and just stupid characters. Like there are these old people that are like obsessed with finding like relics of like things that like were used by celebrities, like their used cups and all this kind of stuff. So like you do shit for them. There's like this guy that's like wants you to steal all these valuable cars, and you're working with like his like very upfront girl boss, like secretary. And it's there's just like a lot of character in the game. Like there's just a lot of individual people. And I must say, I'm not crazy about Trevor. I think he's a little annoying, but I do generally like the protagonists, their interplay with each other. It's a little too natural, and yet I kind of like people getting along and stuff like that. So I don't mind it so much. There's not like a lot of tension between them. But
Yeah.
What else? The flying mechanics are horrible. The swimming mechanics are horrible. I do like a lot of the races. I do a lot of the races, like the jet ski races, and the stock car races and stuff. There's just like a shit ton of things to do. The world is huge. It's interesting and well populated. There's so much dynamic shit going on. And again, that's why I'm so excited to see the next game, because I think it'll be so much more impressive than this. And it is impressive here. And I have to continue to remind myself, to your point, this is not the way it looked. This is not the way it ran. And especially with Grand Theft Auto 6, it's like, damn, we're really gonna have to play this thing at 30 frames, I guess. Like it's so, like I am praying for even a 40 frame pro patch or mode or something would be awesome. But it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough.
One can hope. I would imagine that it's just gonna be such a CPU limited game. That game, you have to imagine the amount of AI that's gonna be roaming the streets of Miami. Yeah, Grand Theft Auto 5 is an interesting one, because I kind of feel the same way about you do, about like the split protagonist, where I was like, I would have rather just focused on a single person.
Yeah, it's just easier that way.
I think it's better. I think you have a better relationship with the character. I think that's why GTA 4 is so good, because it's got all the trappings of like that modern kind of GTA, of like the quality and like the evolution of the technology, but you also have the focus. Trevor, I never liked. I like Franklin and Michael though.
Yeah, I do too. Yeah, Trevor kind of sucks. I mean, I just he's flamboyant and interesting, I guess, in that like you don't really know what he's going to do.
But I get why he's there. I think he serves the game well, but like he's easily, like, I guess someone has to be the least favorite, right?
Yeah, sure.
If you have people to play as, like it's it might as well be him because Franklin is great and Michael is entertaining. From what I remember.
But overall, a really great game. I mean, I think everyone out there has already played it, but a really great game. I'm enjoying my time with it, and yeah, I'll be spending. I'm not going to get anywhere close to platinuming it or anything, but I want to do as much as I can in the game. It does a really nice job of tracking what you've done and what you haven't done. So I think I'm like 2/3 of the way through the campaign. I'm trying to just do everything as it pops up because I don't like doing, when you leave things to the end or you're done post game stuff, and it just feels unnatural if you don't do it all at once. It feels more satiating to do it kind of randomly in happenstance, as if you're taking things as they come. So yeah, I have enjoyed it a lot, and it's fun to play. So much hype for Grand Theft Auto 6. We'll see how it is when the time comes. All right, let's get into some of these questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience. We end with 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from you guys each and every week. And of course, you've heard your inquiries throughout the show as well. You can submit your inquiries on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia, where many of you support us, many thousands of you support us, and we appreciate you. The threads for our show go live on Wednesdays at 3 p.m. Eastern and are deleted noon on Thursdays, noon Eastern. So you have that time, that 21-ish hours to get your inquiries in. We begin with MK, who says, "Hey chaps, I've seen a lot of chatter about Microsoft being the good guys with letting 4 studios leave while Sony was evil for closing studios. I find the positioning odd for 2 reasons. One, the studios didn't leave for free. Microsoft were paid for the buyouts. And secondly, Microsoft basically drained the PL of the studios by forcing their games on Game Pass, profit and loss, which will make it trickier to attract funding. What say you guys? The World Cup is coming home to England. It might. This has been a big conversation, Chris. I don't know if you've seen about what about Bluepoint and why? I would assume that they would be allowed to. They would have been allowed to find a buyer. There just might not have been any interest in them, especially because they don't own any IP. They've never really made their own thing outside of Blast Factor, which was a PlayStation Network launch game back in 2006. And they had nothing going. So it's kind of like the worst of all situations. The reason that there might be interest in Ninja Theory, and like we talked about with Undead Labs earlier and stuff, was like these guys have games that are in development. You can kind of come in. The cost of doing business with them has been deeply prorated.
Right.
And that simply wouldn't have been the case with Bluepoint. So I find it a shame that Bluepoint couldn't find a buyer. I found Sony's treatment of Bluepoint to be preposterous and perplexing. It is incredibly weird to me that if you were going to cut any studio, you would cut them. I don't want anyone to lose their jobs, but we've talked over and over again about studios that would make more sense to cut if you're going to cut. And I think that their mismanagement at Bluepoint has been one of the worst things Sony has done in recent years. Having them work on God of War Ragnarok at all was weird, and then having them make a God of War multiplayer game or a game as a service was fucking stupid. They ran them into the ground, so there probably just wasn't any interest in them. And that's the sad reality, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know what to say about it, really. I think I do find the positioning odd. But also, it is... how should I say this? I think Sony and Microsoft just are in very, very different places. I think Microsoft is definitely they're in such a bad way in so many different avenues that almost anything they do within reason, obviously gutting it there's no way to positively spin that. But almost anything they do is kind of well, that's better than it's better than what they were doing before. Sony, I think, or PlayStation has, because they're in a dominant position, they have a further way to fall, if that makes sense. So them closing Bluepoint, to me is more egregious than Microsoft letting Double Fine go. You know what I mean? Just on the basis of well, you didn't have to do that. Microsoft's been a mess for a long time. This is an unforced error, this whole thing. You didn't have to put them on a God of War live service game. I don't know who the fuck anybody could have told you that was a bad idea, and to give them no projects at all. I do agree though that the profit loss thing is kind of an interesting point to be made. It's here's all these studios that didn't sell that well because we didn't let them.
Yeah, because it destroyed their books. Yeah, I understand. I understand the point about Bluepoint. It would have been ideal. I really suspect that there simply was no interest in them. It's not a good, or there would be interest, but not at the price, or not at, like, you would have to spin them up. They would have to get their game going again. It would be expensive. I mean, I just don't, and you can't just walk into a situation like that and be like, yeah, let's get a project going or whatever. It's like, it's just complicated. This is not, if it's ironic to say this because this wouldn't have happened to Bluepoint at all in another era, but like in another era, there would have been interest in Bluepoint. It's just that the M&A cycle is over. And that's again why I am so fascinated about what is actually going on with these studios. Like, I wouldn't be that Xbox let go. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if some of them were just on their own and have figured it out with private equity or with their own money. And I wouldn't be surprised if none of them were purchased, and rather that like they were given a reprieve to get their next game out and then see what happens. Probably with some sort of cost cutting on their end, including layoffs, which is why I thought it was kind of, dirty that Microsoft's like, yeah, we were laying off 1,600 plus 1,600, but not those guys. And it's like, well, you're not. We'll see what happens. I moved this question up actually because it kind of is related to this. This one comes from Logan from Memory Card. He says, Sacredists, with all the news of studio closure. Oh, am I putting this in the chat and not in the footnotes?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, God damn it.
I just saw this.
Yeah, sorry. Sacredists, with all the news of studios closing and in the case of Xbox going independent, it had me wondering, is there anything generally stopping a team like Bluepoint from staying together as a team under a new name if Sony doesn't find a buyer? Obviously, they can't bring what they were working on with them, but couldn't they theoretically start Greenpoint Games and continue working together as a team, even using their work as Bluepoint as a sort of resume material? Obviously, they'd be self-funded, so this might prevent some teams from doing this, but do you guys know if there's anything stopping this kind of idea? Closing teams is always horrible news, but it doesn't necessarily mean the talent of the team has to vanish, assuming they have the means to fund themselves, right? There might be like non-compete clauses internally, for all we know, especially with the leadership, but there's probably nothing stopping that from happening, and it happens occasionally. I mean, Fair Games is being made, or whatever, Break-In is being made by a studio that is comprised of ex-Ubisoft and Google people that were lost during various layoffs that congealed around a new team. A lot of those guys have been together forever, which is what makes their game being so ill-received so troubling, because they should know what they're doing a lot better than most teams. So no, to answer your question, there is nothing stopping that from happening, but you have to keep in mind the idea that, yeah, there could be some restrictive contracts with some or all of them. They might not want to work together. Like, no company is as happy, like no company of size is as happy-go-lucky as they often seem from the outside.
Yeah.
Things like this often allow schisms to develop where people go off and do their own things. You saw this happen with CD Projekt. I don't want to speak to who likes who and who doesn't. I don't know any of that, but like there are lots of little teams. Some big, Rebel Wolves is one of them, but there are teams that have like split off. And it's like 3 or 4 guys go here and 5 guys go there and 2 guys go here, and then they poach 10 more and all of the rest. And so that might be what happens with Bluepoint. And all we have to do is see, like, there will undoubtedly, I assume, be some sort of team that sprouts out of some of those people at some point. And if that's going to happen, it's still kind of early going. The best way to figure this out is to go spy on LinkedIn and do kind of shit like that. I don't have patience for that anymore. So I don't do that. That's the kind of shit I used to do. I used to spend entire days doing that kind of thing. But not anymore. So yeah, there's nothing stopping them from doing it probably. But there has to be a commercial reality, and they certainly don't have the money to be funded. You want to talk about a team that had their P&L drained.
Yeah.
They launched a PlayStation 5 launch game and then nothing. So they're done.
The thing about it too is just like what we have to start. So look, all this is happening, all these layoffs are happening. If you look at the industry now and you think like, we need another team. You know what I mean? Like, right. It's such a bad. I mean, not to say that wouldn't be it. Like, I would like for Bluepoint to continue in some way, but I bet it's probably a really scary thing to even suggest right now. Like, more so than it's probably ever been, to be like, let's start a studio in America.
In America, especially Texas. Even there in Texas, it's still not great. It's. I would like to think so too. I would even like to hope that maybe they have managed to keep some of them together and they're just being quiet. But I was a little surprised, Chris. Like, they are really talented. It's true, like I said, they had nothing going and no IP. So you can't be super surprised on the ground level that people are like, eh. But they do have a very specific skill set that I thought might be interesting to someone.
Yeah.
To be like, oh, these guys kind of have as long as you disabuse them of this idea that they're going to make their own shit, which I think they were starting to get this idea of, and it's like, that's not what you do. Sorry. Again, it's like what the Nix's stuff. Well, although the Nix's worked on Saros, but it's like we really have you for a reason. And it would be interesting if they found a buyer that was like, yeah, why don't you join our family and start remaking our shit one game at a time or whatever. And I thought that might have been a possibility, but it never came to fruition, unfortunately, for those guys. They are missed, and the mismanagement of them is really unforgivable, in my opinion. They should have just let, if this was what they were going to do to them, they should have just never bought them. It would have given them an opportunity to survive. Timothy Kirk wrote in and said, afternoon, gentlemen. There are reports of Sony's CEO selling 50% of his stock along with other Sony executives. Now some of them are accusing them of a pump and dump scheme, with executives knowing that no discs announcement is going to tank the brand. What are your thoughts on this and the possible implications of when it comes to PlayStation? Or when it comes to PlayStation? So this is true. I'll give you a story, because when I read this, I was like, really? Not the chat. I read this on the news and then I saw the story. I didn't think it was interesting enough to bring up in the news, but Yahoo Finance writes, Sony CEO sells over half of his stock after controversial PlayStation decision leaves fans furious. They write, quick read is Sony CEO Hiroki Totoki, Literature Club, sold 56% of his Sony shares for $4.7 million just 2 days after announcing PlayStation goes digital only in 2028. Despite a 100, and then they go into all this other stuff that we don't care about.
Yeah.
The timing raised eyebrows immediately. Sony president and CEO Hiroki Totoki sold 225,000 shares of Sony stock on July 3rd for approximately $4.729 million at $21.02 per share. Per an SEC filing surfaced by Quiver Quantitative, the sale represented approximately 56.5% of his holdings in that class of stock, leaving him with 173,250 shares in Sony. On the same day, Chairman Kenichiro Yoshida sold 400,000 shares, and additional unnamed Sony executives also sold shares. MarketBeat pegged the combined insider sales at roughly $10.5 million. So it is bad timing. Like, that's the thing that I'm like, what are you doing? You know, why are you doing this right now? As opposed to wait. Now I understand the stock went up, but it does conflict with what Timothy was saying about what some people are saying. He's like, they're accusing them of a pump and dump scheme. It's like, well, the market liked the announcement.
Right.
So the only way that would work is if they thought that there would be deleterious effects later, but their strategy seems to indicate that they just want to survive the moment and they think they'll be fine. So I really think it's just kind of shitty, ill timing, probably pegged to a certain beginning of a quarter and certain vesting with hit their own stocks. I really don't know, but the thing is, this is what I would say for sure, that if I was on the board, I'd be like, what the fuck are you guys doing?
Yeah.
You can obviously do whatever you want with your stock and your options, but like, you didn't think anyone was going to realize that you just dumped half of your stock, and it looks really weird that you did that after a small bump we experienced on the market after we announced that we're killing the games, like the physical games. Like, why you guys need to think again about the stupid shit you're doing. I mean, maybe fucking Totoki has a liquidity crisis. I have no idea, but and needs to sell now. But so it's not. I don't think there's anything untoward about it. I really don't. I just think it's stupid. Just stupid timing.
Yeah, this seems. I mean, I don't know much. I'm not going to pretend like I'm a scholar as far as like insider trading goes, but I don't know. Selling 50% of your stock after something doesn't seem like a problem, does it? You know what I mean? Like, I thought the whole thing was like, you're going to publicly announce something, so let's, you know what I mean? So let's make a bunch of arrangements before we do that, and then react accordingly once it's done. This just seems like reacting to what's happening. It's inappropriate, I would say, probably, right? But
yeah, I think.
I don't know.
Yeah. The problem I have with this idea is like, I would assume if I were them, maybe they just have a better understanding of things and like what the market really demands of them. In fact, I'm sure they do, but I would have thought that would have hurt their stock price. And so if they were waiting to get this news out and then watch the stock go up, I feel like that would have been pretty tenuous shit.
Yeah.
And now you could make the argument that if they saw that and they're like, oh shit, like actually we should just get out of this position now. There would be a degree of insiderishness to that if you assume that, but that would require them to not act in a fiduciary obligation. Like it would be illegal. I'm not saying people don't do illegal things. I just don't think they're that stupid. I think they just weren't thinking about the optics or that anyone was even going to report it. And by the way, $10.5 million across executives is not that much money. I would assume the CEO of Sony makes more than that a year himself. So it really isn't that much money. But
yeah,
it's a lot of money to us. But you know what I mean? Based on their volume on the Tokyo exchange and all that, it's not a lot of money. And Sony stock, I actually haven't looked today. Sony stock kind of started adjusting back down, actually. Yeah, like it's kind of almost back to where it was. It's funny, man. When you look at their stock, it's never really been worth very much.
Yeah.
A lot of it has to do with volume, I'm sure. But like even at their boom time, like in the 80s and 90s, their stock was worth like $4 or $5. And right around PS2, their stock went up to $29. That was like during the .com crash. And then it rode back down. Like during the PS2 era, it was at $6 or $7. And then during the PS3 era, it was at like $3 or $4. To be fair, it's at like 28 now.
Yeah.
Actually, it's at 20. It was up to a high of 28 November. That was the all-time high. Anyway, I understand everyone's skepticism, but I wouldn't read too much into it. Orion Virchow wrote in and said, hello, gentlemen. This one is for Chris. My son, who is only 7, has recently become obsessed with Crash Team Racing and now whoops my ass in every race in the last kart standing battle. I need to know how to get better and maybe even beat him. Do you have any tips or tricks to accomplish this? Should I play balanced or speed or turn settings or anything else? He also says he wants to marry Coco Bandicoot. Should I be worried if he is going to be a furry when he grows up? Should I give up gaming if I can no longer compete? Thanks for all the content.
Interesting. First of all, that's awesome. I love that. That's exactly how old I was, I think, when I was obsessing over Crash Team Racing. Maybe a little bit younger. But so here's what you're going to want to do, all right, Orion? I want you to look up, there's a bunch of tutorials about this, but this is an important mechanic to learn if you're ever going to get good at Crash Team Racing. There's a mechanic called Ultimate Sacred Fire. It's a glitch. It's not supposed to be in the game, but they brought it forward anyway because it was so endemic to why that game was so good. And it basically allows you to have a boost forever. There's ways to do it. I don't remember the little intricate. I bet I would probably remember if I like sat down and played Crash Team Racing again. But there's like a lot of little things about like how like when to drift, when to boost, over what there are different like boost pads that have different values of boost. So you have to like boost over certain ones. You have to make sure you're on the ground as little as possible, so you're always hopping as well, so your boost lasts a long time. There's a lot of strats there, but look. Ultimate Sacred Fire is the keyword that you're going to want to look up. There's a bunch of videos about it, I'm sure. That'll help you grind your 7-year-old into dust.
Hell yeah.
And destroy his confidence, which I'm sure he doesn't need at that very pivotal young age.
Yeah, that important age, that vital age.
But that makes me happy. I'm glad that kids that young are still enamored by that game. I think it's an amazing game. And I think for children especially, I think it's just so tactile and so responsive and so rewarding of your inputs that it naturally kind of gravitates. Naturally captures the imagination quite a lot. For the Coco stuff,
yeah.
Be careful, but
he wants to marry her.
I don't think you're in danger yet, but definitely keep an eye on it. You know what I mean? Like, keep us appraised of the situation.
Tell him there are many fish in the sea. He doesn't want to just go around saying he wants to marry these women.
Yeah, well, don't bring another animal into it. Don't mention fish.
No.
You're gonna want to
right.
Yeah. Just
good point.
I don't know. Play I don't know, man. Let him play Wet for the 360. Maybe course correct him a little bit.
Wet, but that's the classic.
Yeah.
All right. Claytonimo Bay wrote in with something that is making the rounds in sports game circles, and it's quite a serious situation. Says, hi, Colin and Christopher. Have you two seen the uproar around EA Sports College Football 27 this past week? EA's microtransaction creep has now reached even the formerly sacred single-player modes. In Dynasty, You can now pay to level up your coach instead of playing the game, or spend a cool $100 to max him out entirely. The backlash has been bad enough that even EA partner creators such as YouTuber Bordeaux are posting scathing videos and creating the hashtag CFB play don't pay. I actually watched his video, believe it or not. And yet, despite the bugs and the shameless microtransactions, College Football 27 will almost certainly be one of the best-selling games of the year. I'm a huge college football fan, and I'm sitting this one out, but we all know the masses will be buying it sight unseen. Not to mention, those single-player modes are hilariously broken. CPU-controlled teams will over-recruit punters and kickers to the point where a few years into Dynasty mode, much of the roster and many of the best players are all punters and kickers. Teams will also fail to recruit enough players at all and crater by 20 overall points within a few seasons. This has all been discovered in the early access period that costs $150 to gain access to. So my question is this: is there any realistic way to break up the sports game monopolies that let companies like EA serve us the same reheated pile every year? And more importantly, will Colin ever give us a sports game sacred streaming episode? I'd love to watch him experience the state of sports games in 2026 while trying to rebuild his Jets or Islanders. Anyway, I'll hang up a picture of Chris above my bed and listen. So yeah, this is a really big thing going on right now, and I've been reading a lot about it. In fact, when I watched that Bordeaux guy's video about it, it was one of the top trending videos on YouTube yesterday. So I was like, holy shit. And college football, of course, is a huge game. Huge. One of the biggest games in the United States every year now that it's been released. I guess this would be the third year since it's come back. There are multiple things to say about this. First of all, it's not surprising at all that EA is going to start doing this to their games. After all, Chris, their $20 billion leverage buyout isn't going to pay for itself. And you can expect many more shitty things like this in the game. I just, not that it needs you have to be a genius. I'm like, you think EA games are bad now, dude. And I don't mean bad from a quality perspective, but I mean bad in how they're going to nickel and dime you. You ain't seen fucking nothing. The leverage buyout to buy EA is the biggest leverage buyout ever. So there's one way to make that money back, and it's by nickel and diming the fuck out of you guys. And they're going to. And my assumption is that think that most of you are going to go right into it. Now, I was looking, and I'm glad that some people are complaining about it, but most people won't give a shit. What they basically did, Chris, is I understand.
Okay.
Is they took these single player, there are these like in Dynasty mode, your coach and your GM and all this have all these modifiers. And you can go in and modify them typically. So like you gain experience points. And there are all these meters for like, oh, experience points for this and experience points for this person and how when this happens. And you can have it like normal, slow, slowest, but you would be able to go faster, fastest, like all the way, like max things out and go crazy with it. You can do whatever you want because it's a single player game and it doesn't break anything for anyone. Right? You cannot interact with others doing this stuff. Right. What they did was they removed everything beyond normal and put it behind a paywall. So you can level yourself up normally or slowly, but you cannot make it faster under any circumstances, but you can pay for it. And then it will unlock these single player features too. And I'm like, yeah, that's you ain't seen nothing yet. It's unfortunate. Now, the bigger question he asked here, I think, Chris, is Can people break this EA monopoly? And I have to remind people is it's not EA's monopoly. The monopoly is given to them by the individual leagues that they work with. And remember, there used to be, now NHL I think will let anyone do anything, but NFL is the problem. And you'll recall that the Madden license is an exclusive license. No one else can make a licensed AAA simulation style football game. There are other football games that use the license that are more like NFL Street and stuff like that, style things. And of course, like your spreadsheet simulators and all that, those all exist. There used to be multiple football games. There used to be multiple licensed football games. There used to be multiple licensed hockey games. There used to be multiple licensed baseball games.
Yeah.
A lot of this comes from the exclusivity of, it's not even access to the teams, it's access to the players. And this is where NIL came in with football, with the college football game. But remember, well, you wouldn't remember or even give a shit, but like the first NHL game on Genesis was NHL PA hockey. Because they didn't even have the NHL license. They had the NHL Players Association license. So basically they had the right to use the players, but none of the teams. They had it, and there were games that even existed like that. they ultimately got them all together and everyone makes a lot of money, but it's all typically driven to one conduit and one studio and one game. And there really is no money to be made out. Even if there were no licensing agreements, which there are, there's probably no money to be made outside of it because it's too competitive and these games are too dominant. eFootball, Konami, competes with FIFA or Football Club, EA's Football Club, but it's free. There's no paid soccer game that will compete with FC. And by the way, EA let go of the FIFA license. They license all of the individual leagues and stuff like that. That's different. They make the NHL games. There's just no interest in NHL outside of the NHL games. And the NHL series has been going for 33 or 34 years now. It really does come down to football. And you'll remember Sega used to make a really famous football game. And EA got upset and they squashed it. 2005 is the year you want to read about if you're interested in this, because that's the year Sega released a $20 brand new licensed football game that was better than Madden. This freaked EA out. EA went to the NFL and locked it. You can see the show as an example of a baseball game. MLB went to Sony, a very different Sony, before COVID, and was like, "You're putting these games on Xbox and Switch, or we're pulling the license from you." So you have to understand the power sits with the leagues, and they should kind of be blamed for it, in my opinion. But what EA is doing with Football Club is ridiculous. Or not with Football Club, with college football. And I wonder. I was like, oh, this is an interesting thing. I clicked on it and I'm like, it's like the third trending video today. This is definitely a problem for EA. And I do wonder if they will fix it or not. But
I don't know, man.
It's going to be bad out there for EA games. It just is like they are going to wring that thing dry, man. It's going to be bad news. I'm telling you, it's going to be bad news.
It's so bad, man. We're so cooked.
That deal sucks. I'm still mad about EA doing that. Like, and obviously the shareholders approved it. Everyone made a lot of money, but it could be the beginning of the end of EA as we know it if they really do need to monetize everything this way. And again, they're going to need to monetize things this way. All right, final inquiry. Somewhat related to the things we were talking about earlier. It just didn't feel appropriate to talk about it at the time. But Risen wrote in and said, "Hey, y'all, did you see the memorial for laid off colleagues at Bethesda following recent restructuring? There was a display of portraits and flowers for those affected. While a well-meaning sentiment, why is it seemingly unique to game dev that we see these performative displays? They're championed too. Kind of funny, shamed Bethesda HR for making them take it down. I've endured layoffs across industries and experienced the phenomenon of survivor's guilt, as it is called, but I never treated it like an event where somebody I worked with earned a Purple Heart for falling on a grenade. I don't think I am lacking in the empathy gene, because I'm sorry for those dealing with job loss, but what is it in this culture that makes some act like they are akin to wounded warriors?" I didn't want to bring this up earlier because I don't want to shit on people. I want to bury it to where people can find it, but there is something to this. Like, definitely. It is extremely sad when people lose their jobs. It has got to be incredibly scary. I've never been laid off, but I have survived layoffs many times, and you do have a level of survivor's guilt. You also have a level of relief. You can't really share that with anyone because you sound like a dickhead, but you go through the whole gamut of emotion.
Sure.
The thing that I think we have to remember, Chris, is that, like, and this is where I think I wish people would think about things a little more critically. You don't need to like ruminate on it, and you certainly don't need to say anything about it. But it's like you assume with some of the layoffs, some of the people laid off, it's like, yeah, these are like probably some of your lowest performers. These are probably some of your weakest links. It's not to say that everyone who loses their job is like a throwaway nothing. It's like, no, that probably is mostly not the case, actually. You have to probably make really difficult decisions about who you're going to keep, and you're going to lose some institutional knowledge or some skill that you're really going to need. But certainly some of these people sucked. And it just needs to be said at the same time. Sure. Like, if you're making great games at great studios, these things typically don't happen. The unfortunate thing about Microsoft is that they kind of threw all these people away with their own, slant towards a subscription service. And so I agree that it's both extremely sad, and you leave it to me to verbalize it here on the show for you. You don't need to say it, but I think it's okay to think it. It's like, yeah, I've said it before about the layoffs I experienced. It's like, yeah, I hated losing some of these guys. Some of these guys kind of sucked. Kind of were like a net drain on us, actually. We're kind of going to be better without them. So I'm not saying that happens. I'm just saying we got to look at the whole perspective of it. And I do agree there is like a very deep well of trauma in this industry around it. But I think a lot of that happens because there's nowhere for anyone to go. When you like imagine you're an artist and you're like kind of coming up the rungs and you work kind of anonymously on a team, and now you're going to be competing with id's artists and Obsidian's artists and like it's like good luck.
Yeah.
And so I think from that perspective there is a dire nature around it where there is no remember it's so crazy to think about this, man. 15 years ago, maybe 10 years ago, the idea of like jobs were so easy to get everywhere that people would quit their jobs intentionally, have what they would call fun employment. Do you remember this? And then they'd be like, and they would go like, it was a whole phenomenon of fun employment where it's like, yeah, I'm good. I'm going to go like do a thing and I'm going to go live my life for 6 months and then I'll just get another job.
Right.
And they did it with confidence and they succeeded. And those days are gone. And now there really is like this draining, like, oh my God, can I even get back in? Am I finished? And that's scary. So I let people grieve, but of course, underneath the lines, there's some fucking melodrama to it. Of course.
Well, yeah. I mean, generally, I think that would be the rule, but like, I think like these Xbox cuts specifically. I mean, I remember, I know for a fact that there were people kind of talking behind the scenes, or maybe these things got out where there were people outwardly saying, in a way that I don't remember ever being said before, by the way. And we've had many, many years of consistent layoffs at this point. This is the first time I've seen in the cycle alongside it, these cuts don't make sense.
Right.
I mean, it is the most obvious example. You're telling me everybody but one person who worked on id Tech was an idiot? No. Ain't no shot. I don't believe you. And so like it does seem like these cuts are being made like very broadly and without a lot of care. And so like from that perspective, like maybe there is something to be said about like, man, like these cuts don't make sense. And I think everybody kind of inherently knows who the people they would cut are. You know, they understand who the lowest performing people are, and like maybe they survived, and like really, really intensely hardworking, talented people got the boot for no other reason than they just needed to get their books clean quickly. Because clearly, like, I don't know, man. There's nothing you can convince me. There's nothing you can say that can convince me that the id cuts make sense.
No, they
There's
don't.
Really none of it. And so, like in this era where like now the cuts aren't really making sense, I think everything's up. I think the doubt is fair. And I also think the empathy is fair. I think it's fine. I don't think they're necessarily. I think this whole Purple Heart analogy is a little bit. I think there's a little bit of projection going on. I don't think it's necessarily them doing that. It's a little bit of a. Is it a little tacky? Maybe, but like, I mean, there's far worse things going on in this space, and I think it's fine. But like, there's just no job security anymore. Like, it's all gone completely. Yeah,
I mean, we of course wish the best to everyone that was laid off, but yeah, the tough thing to say is that like, yeah, I think an easier way to say it, Chris, is that like there seems to be no heartfelt anything for people that lose their jobs in a bunch of other places. But for here, we have to kind of like, you know, everyone gets the loudest possible outpouring of support. And maybe that's a kind thing.
Yeah, I feel
lacks, but I have a hard time using that adjective
sure.
in the games industry. Please.
Yeah, fair. I mean, I think that's more of a failure of other industries than it is a failure of the games industry, though. To be honest, I think it's like a good thing that like there's some level of support. That's whether it's performative or not. Like it's nice that it's there. Like other industries not having that is more of like it says more about those industries, I think, in my opinion. But I don't know. It's bad, man. It's bad out there. Very, very bad.
Yeah, it sucks.
So
it really does.
Yeah, we'll see how things shake up. I'm still fuming about it. I got to be honest.
Yeah, me too.
This whole episode, I've been like fuming about it, like silently. Like
It sucks, dude. Fuck them. It's inexcusable, but whatever. Well, it's not whatever. I mean, it is whatever. It is what it is, as my dad would say. All right, my friends. That's it. That's all we have, Chris, for this episode. What's on your agenda for the rest of the day before we go?
I'm gonna go to the dentist today. I have an appointment in a couple hours.
Oh, okay.
So that'll be fun. Nice cleaning, which I've quite liked now. I don't know what I used to hate going to the dentist when I was a kid. But and to be fair, like going to the dentist as a kid is fairly traumatic, but it's kind of nice now. I don't know if they've got better technology or if they got better medicines or whatever, but it's not quite as it's actually quite relaxing. So I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, I like getting a clean bill of health. I like the idea of someone seeing like, all right, everything's all right.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay,
exactly.
good.
It's good.
Get your X-rays, you get your cleaning, you do all this.
Yeah. The sense of calm that I get from that bill of health is going to be gone in a week. Because I'm going to be like, oh, I just missed it, right? Like now is when now is when the heart disease starts.
Right.
It's like 2 weeks after I get this bill of health. But whatever. I'm looking forward to it. It's nice to feel responsible getting these things done.
Yeah, you got to go twice a year, man. You got to do it. It's important.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna just work out, I think, and jump in the pool. It's been raining at night, so I don't know if I'll be able to use the pool today. But yeah, just go swim and hang out and live my life, as it were. But it was good to be here with you today, Chris. I'm glad to see you and appreciate your time as always. Thank you for being here. Thank you all out there for your love, kindness, and support. Appreciate you as well. Remember, you can get us 3 days early and ad-free. A bunch of other perks, patreon.com/laststandmedia and laststandmedia.store for merch. We'll see you next time. Until then, goodbye.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.